Any morning that started on 2 legs instead of 4 was already a winner in my book. And if it started after 7 o'clock in the morning, all the better. Pale fingers of light poked through the slats of the blinds covering the room's picture window, teasing me with the promise of sunshine. Granted, in Washington State, February was never going to bring a heat wave, but sunshine always helped make a winter day better, in my opinion. My smile quickly faded as I pushed aside the heavy comforter, and the chill in the room nipped at my bare legs. The only upside to my cat form was the built-in and cruelty-free fur coat. One would think a magical inn would come equipped with a furnace that runs on pixie dust, I muttered to myself as I scrambled to the wardrobe to locate some extra layers of clothing. Despite the historic home's status as a vacation spot for paranormal creatures with a case of wanderlust, it came with all the same headaches of non-magical home ownership, which presently included a leak-prone roof and spiked utility bills. Holly and Adam, the manor's owners and inn's proprietors, did their best to keep the massive home cozy in the dead of winter, but the first-floor bedrooms and study remained plagued with a stubborn chill. I was almost dressed when a strange groaning sound reverberated through the room, almost as if it were rumbling up from the solid wood planks under my sock-clad feet. In the past months, the Beechwood Inn had played host to a troupe of fairy godmothers, a retiree with a covert pet dragon named Mr. Pickles, and, most recently, a gaggle of ghosts. That was in addition to the inn's normal residents, which included 2 magical children, half a dozen greenhouse gnomes, and the floating, talking skull, Poppy. In short, I was somewhat used to weird noises, even the spooky ones. But the inn was currently guest-free, which meant the strange groaning sound, which only got louder as I pulled on a long-sleeve shirt and finger-combed my wavy hair into a top knot, wasn't immediately identifiable. I cocked my head to one side, still trying to pin down the origin of the sound, when suddenly it stopped. Frowning, I waited another moment, then shrugged my shoulders, snagged a pair of leggings from the top of my overflowing laundry hamper, then gave them the old sniff test before shimmying into them. I frowned at my reflection in the full-length mirror, noting the absurd amount of orange cat hair stuck to my rear end, and decided that as soon as I got a cup of coffee charging through my veins, I needed to scurry down to the basement to claim the washer and dryer before Holly, Harmony, or our resident fairy godmother, Miriam, could beat me to the punch. The rotund source of my cat fur problem waited outside my room and stood with a happy trill as I stepped into the hallway. I smiled down at the orange tabby as his bottle-brush tail swished in anticipation of a good morning scratch under the chin, as had become our routine over the past several weeks. "Good morning, Bootsy." He allowed a few scratches before pulling his face back to sniff expectantly at my fingertips. I smiled. "Don't worry, I didn't do any late-night snacking. The chicken and liver bites are safe. Help me fold my laundry and they're all yours." The tabby's amber eyes glowed with curiosity, as he cocked his head and offered an "Are you serious, lady?" kind of expression. I laughed and scratched him again between the ears, before straightening to my full height. "Hey, it was worth a try. I mean, you are a magic cat, right?" Unconcerned, Boots padded down the hall, but I knew he'd come back for the promised chicken treats before the end of the day. The small bag had been a gag gift from Harmony, after I'd supposedly been hangry in the grocery store a few days ago, and had stayed on my nightstand since, much to the interest of the manor's full-time cat. A floating human skull zoomed past my doorway, going in the opposite direction of the cat. An peal of wicked laughter followed in its wake. "Nice hairdo, Blair," a disembodied voice exclaimed, as the skull zipped around the corner and shot off like a highly obnoxious remote-controlled airplane. "Did you mistake Holly's hand mixer for your curling iron or something?" "Good morning to you too, Poppy," I muttered, as I reluctantly followed in the skull's wake. Before a more robust comeback could fully percolate in my caffeine-deprived brain, the strange groaning sound rumbled up from the floorboards once more. Now combined with Poppy's maniacal laughter, the source became clearer. "Did you just come up from the basement?" I called, hurrying my pace to catch up to the levitating skull as it careened around the corner at the end of the hallway. "Poppy! You know Holly said no more pranking. You're a bad influence on the kids." With another peal of laughter, the skull shot through the swinging door separating the formal living room from the kitchen with the force of a cannonball, and I could hear Adam and Holly's two young children, Valoria and Samuel, cheering her arrival. I tossed my hands into the air and marched onward to find my fellow housemates knee-deep in a pancake breakfast, which wasn't an altogether uncommon sight in the historic manor. Poppy hovered over a platter stacked with golden brown discs, spinning like a purple-eyed disco ball as the children cheered. Although, it appeared, they were the only ones pleased to see the menacing skull. "You're going to injure someone!" Miriam exclaimed, her fairy wings vibrating as her small face pinched with outrage. "What if little Sam had been standing on the other side of the door?" "I knew he wasn't," Poppy replied, her tone bored. The lights rolled in the empty sockets of the preserved skull. "I have a sixth sense for these kinds of things." "Maybe he would have turned into a bird and flown out of the way," Valoria, a precocious 6-year-old, suggested, looking to her mother for validation of the theory. Holly stood at the stove, spatula in hand, as she eyed the still-cooking pancakes on the griddle. As she turned to address her daughter, her husband, Adam, reached past her and dropped a generous handful of chocolate chips into the batter bowl and gave it a sneaky stir. Harmony, another witch in residence, looked up from her phone screen and reached for her coffee cup. "I don't think it quite works like that, Vi," she told the little witch. Valoria's tiny rosebud lips twisted to one side as she considered a new theory. "I think it's high time Poppy had some hard boundaries put into place," Miriam said, turning to make her appeal to Holly and Adam. Poppy made a rude raspberry sound with her non-existent lips. Samuel giggled and dropped a pancake onto the floor. The conversation continued, with Miriam laying out a carefully constructed plan to keep the flying skull cordoned off to one small section of the manor, while Harmony distractedly tried to push back as her attention pinged between whatever she was reading on her phone and the debate at hand. I poured myself a cup of coffee and took my place at the table. One thing I'd learned since moving into Beechwood Inn was to roll with it. Holly and Adam were incredibly gracious and went out of their way to include me in the goings-on of the inn, but at the end of the day, I was not an official member of the family, had no claim to the inn itself, and usually didn't feel it was my place to offer my opinion on day-to-day household matters. But when the strange groaning rumbled up from the floor, I jolted and skittered my socked feet across the wood planks onto the table. Does anyone know if Flapjack is here today?" Holly glanced up from the bowl of batter as Adam took a plate of steaming pancakes to the table. "Flapjack?" she asked, a twinge of alarm showing in her emerald green eyes. "I don't think so. Why?" "That groaning sound has been happening since I woke up," I replied, frowning a little as I glanced around the kitchen, wondering why no one else was looking down at the floor. Holly dumped a scoop of batter onto the griddle, her lips quirking into a quick smile as she noticed the sugary additions her husband had made to the mixture. "Groaning sound?" She paused to listen, but the sound had once again gone quiet. Was it all in my head? My magic was still largely a mystery to me. Was this some sort of new manifestation? Across the kitchen, Miriam had turned her attention back to the dishes, though she paused to shoot a scowl at Poppy as the skull clattered her teeth at Samuel, much to the toddler's delight, over her shoulder as she placed a clean plastic plate in the dish rack. "I heard it too," she said. "I thought it was the water heater." You might need to have it drained." I haven't seen Flapjack around, but I wouldn't put it past him. He's been extra naughty since Thistle stopped carrying his favorite brand of tuna, Harmony said, as she looked up from her phone. Hell hath no fury like a ghost cat scorned. The groan creaked through the house again. Holly slid Adam a wary glance over her shoulder. "It could be the water heater," he agreed. "Or maybe the washing machine?" He settled onto the chair beside Samuel's high chair, where an array of mashed blueberries and smears of yogurt covered the white tray. "I'll give it a look this afternoon," he added, as he cut up a few sections of pancake for his son. I nodded, still eyeing the floorboards suspiciously. "As long as I'm not losing what's left of my sanity," Harmony snickered and speared a pancake for herself, momentarily discarding her phone to the side of her plate. "Any big plans for your day off, Blair?" "I'm not sure," I replied, taking note of the hole in the toe of my right sock, a not-so-subtle reminder of my neglected laundry situation. "I might stay here and try to get caught up on chores, as sad as that sounds." It was still an odd experience to not have anything specific to do on a Friday. Back in Tacoma, I'd worked a thankless job in a call center, doing customer support for a software program. Fridays were both a blessing and a curse. A curse because I was always so tired after making it through yet another grueling week, but also a blessing because once it was over, I could go home and crash for 2 days. And once in a blue moon, I'd let my friends or coworkers talk me into getting dolled up for happy hour drinks. Since I'd moved to the small coastal town of Beechwood Harbor, things looked a little different. The harbor was a solid 3-hour drive from Tacoma, but thanks to the magic portal system, I could slip through to Seattle and then make a relatively painless bus trip to my old hometown in a fraction of the time. I just didn't. Since November, when all of this started, I'd only gone back to see my friends twice. I'd not found an easy way to marry the old and new parts of my life. I couldn't tell them the real reasons behind my sudden move, and I certainly couldn't bring up anything to do with magic, which left me feeling as though I couldn't tell them about 90% of my day-to-day experiences. The best cover story I could muster up was that I'd taken a job in mixology, because I couldn't explain that I worked part-time in a potion shop. This led to the assumption that I was working as a bartender, and several requests for free drinks. I'd smiled and nodded through the conversation until the topic shifted, then spent the entire bus ride back to Seattle berating myself for not organizing a better cover story before meeting them. The second time I'd seen them was just as disastrous. They wanted to chat up a group of businessmen on a bender who wanted to take us out dancing, but I had to decline. When they asked if I was seeing someone, I scrambled to explain my burgeoning relationship with Brandon. Turns out, I was chased by a vampire, turned into a cat, and was moments from death in an alley. Made for an extraordinary meet-cute, but when you had to leave out most of the details, it sounded vague and shifty. "Well, since next week we'll be knee-deep in the Valentine's bonanza," Adam interjected as I trailed off. "I say we order pizza and take the night off." Holly raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips. "I'm pretty sure that's every Friday for you?" Adam grinned his hapless, dimpled smile and shrugged one shoulder. "Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The little monsters never object to a pizza party." "That's true," Holly replied, turning to look adoringly at the little monsters in question. "I'm not a monster, Daddy," Valoria objected, her delicate face screwed up in consternation. Samuel, on the other hand, had no problem with the title. With a wild cackle of giggles, he flapped his arms and sprouted glossy black feathers and some rather impressive talons. "Oh, are we back to birds?" I asked, glancing at Harmony. Harmony smiled at the chubby-faced toddler. "I think it's a cyclical thing. Mammals are so last week. I laughed as Samuel giggled and flapped his arms again. Apparently. The rest of breakfast was pretty uneventful, all things considered, with minimal molting on Samuel's part. Poppy quickly grew bored and zipped off to do who even wants to know what. I ate a couple of small pancakes and downed 2 cups of coffee before heading back to my room to round up my first load of laundry. I kept one ear perked for any further groaning sounds, but whatever it had been seemed to have stopped, leaving me to wonder if my mind had been playing tricks on me. Either that or Poppy definitely was. The floating skull, and more specifically, the spirit of the woman living inside it, didn't have arms, thankfully, but she was rather creative and had literally nothing but time to come up with new and more impressive ways to scare me into shifting into my cat form. In Poppy's maniacal mind, I was something of a reverse Jack-in-the-Box. If she spooked me enough, I'd shift. Laundry basket in hand, I carefully made my way down the back staircase to the basement, where 2 sets of washers and dryers sat against the far wall. The first set was a bit worse for wear, but still functional. The newer set still had that fresh-off-the-appliance store floor shine, and both were gloriously free to use. In a house with 4 adults, 2 children, and a revolving door of paranormal guests, this was a post-Christmas miracle. I set my overflowing basket on the floor and began sorting clothes into the 2 washing machines, smiling at my good fortune and the fact that such a small thing could make me so incredibly happy on a Friday morning. That is, right up until a face appeared in the reflection of the washer's door. It was decidedly not human. What came next was a haunting, ear-blasting wail that had me shifting into a cat in record time. I scrambled on all 4s, gaining no traction on the epoxy-coated flooring, and raced around the machine, only to end up cowering behind the slinky dryer vent hose. Fortunately, one of the perks of living in a large household, congested laundry systems aside, was that in times of crisis, backup was usually a shout away. Before I could muster up the courage to peek around the washing machine and see just what the heck I was dealing with, thunderous footsteps pounded down the back stairs, accompanied by 3 voices yelling in unison. Somehow this made me feel better. I wasn't the only one terrified by whatever haunted floating thing was down here. And then, almost immediately after the relief, a fresh wave of terror hit me. If even they were scared, we were in serious, serious trouble. Chapter 2. What the heck is that? My question was rudely cut off by another wail, and startled yelps from both Holly and Harmony. I gasped, only to wind up with a mouthful of cat fur, presumably my own. But Boots couldn't be ruled out entirely. "It's a banshee!" Adam's voice roared above the din. A banshee? Okay. This was officially too much. It was time to turn in my room key and check out of Hotel Transylvania. "Don't remember seeing one of those on the upcoming guest list," Harmony shouted, the wail echoing and ricocheting off every surface in the basement. I couldn't see the spell Holly cast, but I felt the pulse of magic all the same. I peeked around the washing machine and saw a semi-transparent blue orb form around the wailing creature. A shielding spell. And while it wasn't intended to be a soundproofing charm, it seemed to have something of a dampening effect. "We don't want to hurt you," Holly shouted over the muted but still high-pitched wail. "But you have to stop this noise." To my surprise, the sound quieted long enough for me to once more hear the thunderous beating of my heart in my ears. I wasn't entirely up to speed on cat physiology, but apparently the panicked rush of heartbeats in one's ears was a cross-species phenomenon. "Blair, are you okay?" Holly asked. They likely hadn't noticed the puddle of pajamas lost in the monsoon of dirty laundry. I poked my furry head fully around the corner of the machine, my whiskers quivering. I'm okay. Just, furry, Harmony snorted. The creature in the blue orb was not human, but it was human-shaped. Threadbare clothing hung loose from its form, in something akin to a ratty dress, too far gone for a donation bin. The creature, or being, stood taller than any of us in the room, its limbs and facial structure long and thin, almost like a transparent Slender Man. Though, weren't banshees supposed to be women? Or was it more of a gender-neutral kind of thing? I hadn't gotten to that chapter in How to Witch for Dummies yet. "You're sure it's a banshee?" Holly asked, sliding a tentative glance at her husband, as she continued to hold the shielding spell in place while the creature thrashed and clawed at the invisible barrier, keeping it pinned in midair. "It's a long story, but let's just say my aunt and uncle had one of these things in their attic when I was a kid, and it wasn't pretty." The banshee hissed, its jaw unhinging in a way that set my fur on edge. "How do you get rid of them?" Holly asked. "Maybe we can call some kind of exterminator?" Harmony suggested. I slinked around the dryer, edging closer to the banshee with my mind set on streaking across the basement quickly enough to get behind the others without being turned into banshee chow. Did banshees eat kittens? I suppose there was only one surefire way to find out. Hey, maybe I'd make it into the history books after all. Holly lowered her hand slightly, and the pulsating magic dimmed. She kept both eyes on the banshee, signaling she'd lash the spell back into place without hesitation. "You can't exterminate me," the banshee declared, as her head snapped to one side in a way that was surely something she'd learned from watching one too many horror flicks. I mean, bones weren't supposed to bend that way. "I'm not a rat," the banshee added, her voice like nails running across a chalkboard. Or like that of a screeching Karen in a viral video of someone behaving badly in a fast food establishment. "I don't know," Adam said. "You're infesting a basement. Seems kind of rat-like to me." Holly rolled her eyes. "Oh good, let's antagonize her and see what happens." Harmony snickered. "Listen, lady, nobody called you a rat." The banshee swiveled her head in the opposite direction, and she levitated off the ground, floating a few inches from the epoxied floor, almost like a ghost. Another creature, or thing, I'd only recently learned was, in fact, real. I'd met a few ghosts before. The ones I knew were transparent and silvery purple, shimmering in and out of visibility with movement or emotion. The banshee appeared more solid, but I could see Holly through her, though the witch appeared muddled, as though I were looking up at her from beneath the surface of a murky pond. "Okay, let's focus on what's important here," Holly said, raising her free hand in surrender. "You caught us off guard and scared our friend, but we're not trying to hurt you." She leaned slightly to one side and glanced at me. I took that as my cue and bolted across the floor, paws slipping and sliding on the shiny surface. When I reached Holly, I skidded around until I was securely hiding behind her. A thudding sound came from behind me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin for the second time that morning. Whirling around, I looked up into a pair of glowing amber eyes. "A little late to the party, are we?" I asked the tabby. Boots ignored me and went to Holly's side, his fur bristling as he growled at the banshee. The banshee reared back with a blood-curdling scream of disgust. "Not a fan of cats, huh?" Adam said, before adding, as an aside, "This isn't exactly disproving the rat comparison." Holly elbowed him in the ribs. Wincing, Harmony cast her own shielding spell, and the scream dampened. "Okay, so seriously, guys, exterminator time, right?" The suggestion made the banshee howl with rage. this time loudly enough that I was sure my little kitty eardrums were about to pop. The creature swooped closer, large, gnarled hands outstretched like a kingfisher. Holly muttered an incantation and waved her hand, momentarily dropping the shielding spell and switching to a more offensive tactic. The stunning spell hit the banshee square in the chest, sending her flying across the room and into the smaller of the two washing machines. Unlike ghosts, the banshee seemed to have physical mass, because when she hit the machine, there was an audible clang, and I was pretty sure I saw a sizable dent in the metal casing around the washer door. Fortunately, it was the older set that was already worse for wear, so no harm, no foul. The banshee's form vibrated like a ghastly version of silly putty until she solidified back into her shape. Then, with another neck-cracking motion, she realigned her head, as though screwing it back on properly. "You will not touch us," Holly declared, though her tone was still far more patient than I could have managed, all things considered. "And you will be silent." "Believe me, I know that tone of voice, and you really don't want to mess with her when she gets like this," Adam interjected. Boots marched in front of Holly, his hackle still raised, as if co-signing Adam's statement. If the banshee wanted to get at Holly, she would have to get through Boots first. Meanwhile, I was still trying to figure out how the banshee had gotten into the basement in the first place, given her not quite transparent state of matter. Apparently, I was the only one concerned about such things, because the basement quickly devolved into chaos. The banshee tried to make a break for it, but Holly hit her with another spell, pinning her against the washing machine. Holly's jaw flexed with the effort, while Harmony joined in, one hand adding to the spell, while the other fumbled to find her cell phone in the front pocket of her hoodie. "I'm serious, I'm calling," Harmony threatened. "Stop!" the banshee roared. For a moment, everyone did. "I don't want to be here any more than you want me here," the banshee snarled. "But my home has been taken over, and I was told you might be able to help. Until you do, I'll be staying here." "Our help?" Harmony asked, momentarily pausing her pursuit to dial back up. "This is you asking for help. You ever heard of ringing the doorbell?" I muttered. "I wanted to assess the situation before presenting myself," the banshee said, with the icy impatience of a Black Friday shopper being offered a rain check, "in case you were to react in such a beastly manner. I've heard the rumors about this place, and it seems they were not exaggerated. There are, indeed, some unsavory things scurrying about." This part seemed directed at me, and my fur bristled anew. "Hey, I'm not a thing. And besides, you almost gave me a heart attack. All I wanted to do was start a load of laundry." Harmony stooped over and gave me a reassuring pat on the head. My tail swished. Adam crossed his arms. "I've known people who were raised by literal wolves with better manners." The banshee flashed a set of fangs that sent me scrabbling back until I bumped into the wall. "Why do you need our help?" Holly asked, her tone diplomatic but guarded. "I've already told you, haven't I?" the banshee said, exasperated. "Great, a banshee who thinks she's a sphinx," Harmony muttered. "Listen, lady, we don't have time for knock-knock jokes." "Clearly, what the cat said is true," the banshee continued, not looking at me. When she didn't look at me, I tilted my head to one side. "The cat? What did I say?" "Not you, the ghost one." Holly's jaw clenched, her molars grinding. "Flapjack?" Harmony and Adam both swore under their breath as they exchanged a dark look. "I told you," Harmony said. "He's been on a real tear lately." "What did Flapjack tell you?" Holly pressed. "He told me you were witches, And it seems that is the case, which means you are uniquely qualified to help me get my house back. Your house? The lighthouse on Craggy Hill. I flicked my tail. Craggy Hill? Is that an official name? Holly ignored me. The lighthouse. Why can't you live there? It's flooded! The banshee shrieked. We all winced and covered our ears. Holly made to cast the shielding spell, but the banshee held up a hand and tamped down its frustration long enough to continue. A volunteer fell down the stairs, cracked his head, and is no longer among the living. And yes, that's very sad. But apparently he's also some sort of bird. And whenever he turns into a bird, he flies around the lighthouse and water starts pouring out of the sky. The first level flooded completely. And of course the stupid humans think it's something to do with the plumbing and want to shut the whole thing down until they can raise the money to pay for repairs. Which, as you can imagine, is a hard sell to the tourism board, which is rather infatuated with its new carnival idea. I blinked. For a banshee, she sure kept her fingers on the pulse about town. Humans couldn't see ghosts, but could they see banshees? Or was she able to move about sight unseen, spying on town council meetings and listening in on coffee shop gossip? Before I could ask, the banshee continued. They bailed out the water, but it's only a matter of time before that blasted bird starts up again, and banshees and water don't mix. Good to know, Adam murmured to himself. Silver light emanated from the banshee's haunted, hollow eye sockets. I want the bird gone, and until it is, I'll stay here. You can call your little exterminator, but I promise you they have nothing that will get rid of me for good. I'll just keep coming back, angrier and angrier, until you do my bidding. Your bidding, Harmony repeated, her tone deadpan. Nice. Do you think it's possible to turn a ghost cat into a fur-trimmed hat? Holly asked, her voice dripping with exasperation. Boots growled. Holly sighed and smiled briefly at her familiar. Obviously, I'm kidding, Bootsy. Even ghost fur would be cruel. As irritating as Flapjack was, I had to stand in solidarity with my feline brethren, not quite dead or not. I'd never understood what would drive someone to wear a carcass around and call it fashion. A spritz of lemon wouldn't hurt, though, Adam argued, pointing out the ghost cat's true Achilles heel. Citrus fruits in all their various forms and fragrances, but in particular, lemon. Oh, I'm going to open a whole freaking lemonade stand right outside Scarlett's flower shop, I muttered, eyeing the banshee and my abandoned mounds of dirty laundry. Should I get the hose? Adam asked out of the corner of his mouth. Holly held up a hand. If what she's saying is true, then there's a rogue ghost in Beechwood Harbor. We probably should do something about it. That sounds more like Scarlett's department, Harmony added. The banshee hissed. We'll look into it, Holly said, her eyes flashing as she raised a hand, magic crackling at her fingertips. But in the meantime, if you're staying here, no screaming. The banshee blinked. But I'm a banshee. Screaming is what I do. In fact, this may be the longest I've spoken without screaming. Well, consider yourself on a winning streak, Holly snapped. We have 2 kids and already don't get enough sleep, and I will not have you down here wailing and carrying on all hours of the day and night. Not to mention we have guests arriving in a week. And I am not about to get slapped with a bunch of 1-star reviews because you're upset and need to keep your vocal instrument tuned. Got it? If I'd had the physical ability to fist pump my paws into the air, I would have. Holly was not only the world's best boss and landlady, but she was also #goals, as the kids say. Or, do kids even say that anymore? Stars, I was getting old. Fine, witch, but make haste." She raised her sunken eyes to the ceiling. "This basement is rather damp for my taste." Holly sighed, her expression flat. "We'll be sure to bring you a comments card before you check out." Chapter 3. The Harbor Bluff Lighthouse, perched atop the poorly, though accurately named Craggy Hill, looked like any number of the various lighthouses that dotted the rustic shoreline along Washington and Oregon, where rugged terrain and woodlands jutted into the Pacific Ocean. The red and white tower stood tall and proud, the beacon intact. Signs of its age showed in the stone, but it appeared to be well maintained. On the drive over, Holly explained the lighthouse was once essential to the town, which had begun as a small port city, but had since lost its purpose and served instead as a tourist attraction and historical site. "I still can't believe we're getting bullied by a banshee," Harmony muttered from her place in the front passenger seat of Holly and Adam's SUV. We sat idling in the small parking lot at the base of the paved slope leading up to the lighthouse. The sky was overcast and tinged with ominous hues of gray and steely blue. The early morning sun had faded, and now it appeared a rainstorm might be percolating instead. "Meanwhile, I can't believe my life now includes phrases like bullied by a banshee," I added, as I stalked across the back seat, my paws sinking into the upholstery. Holly tapped the palms of her hands against the steering wheel. Adam had stayed at the inn with Miriam and the kids, keeping an eye on things, a.k.a. the banshee, until the fairy godmother took her young charges through the portal in the backyard to cross to the Seattle Haven, where Valoria attended magic school. "Aside from the caution tape, it looks normal, doesn't it?" Holly asked. None of us knew fully what to expect after the banshee's description, but the solitary strip of neon yellow tape flapping in the mid-morning breeze hardly seemed cause enough to warrant the banshee's unhinged reaction. "Should we go take a closer look?" Harmony asked, already reaching for the handle of the passenger door. "I suppose so," Holly said, cutting the engine of the SUV. "How are we going to get this supposed ghost to come out if the door is taped off? Is there some kind of ghost call?" Both witches turned their heads to look back at me, through the space between the front seats. Their bewildered expressions mirrored one another with uncanny precision. Holly and Harmony were not related by blood, but after so many years of living and working together, they were as close as sisters could be without sharing DNA. I'd met Harmony's actual sister, Anastasia, a couple of weeks earlier. The wedding planner witch had stopped by the inn for dinner to catch up and check in with her sister. Anastasia lived in the Seattle Haven, but with her busy career, she didn't often have time to visit. "A ghost call?" Holly repeated. My tail swished. "You know, like a duck call." I tried to mimic the sound, but all I managed to do was get my sandpaper tongue caught on my tiny cat lips. Holly's green eyes glowed with amusement as I fixed my face. "I see. And what do you imagine a ghost call would sound like?" I flicked my tail in a wide arc. "I don't know. Ooga booga? Oh, never mind." Holly and Harmony both snorted muffled laughter as they disembarked from the car. Harmony held her door open long enough for me to vault over the center console and jump out alongside her. "Unfortunately, we don't have a ghost call," Holly said, still grinning. "But you're right about getting the ghost out. Maybe we should have asked Hayward or Gwen for help. If you ask me, we need to pay Flapjack a little visit before the day is through," Harmony added, a tinge of bitterness in her dry tone. Holly scoffed. "Oh, believe me, he's on my list. If I had more time on my hands, I'd chase him around town with a bottle of lemon-scented Lysol and make his afterlife a living hell." I chortled at the image of Holly running around Beechwood Harbor spraying Lysol at random, cursing to herself. "That's one way to get yourself on the fast track to a grippy sock vacation." "I like Blair's idea of setting up a lemonade stand outside Scarlett's flower shop," Harmony said with a wicked grin. Holly laughed as she swept her long auburn waves up into a loose ponytail. Can you imagine? He'd come completely unglued. The customers might appreciate it, though, Harmony added with a shrug. I mean, who doesn't like a refreshing glass of lemonade? Still grinning and plotting the ghost cat's demise, we headed across the small parking lot and up the gentle incline to the front of the lighthouse. A metal railing formed a half circle around the lookout point, so visitors could safely look out over the expanse of Pacific Ocean below. A few informational placards displayed historical information about the lighthouse and included black and white images of the structure in its glory days. Smaller wooden signs were mounted to the railing itself, warning people not to cross beyond the guardrail, and for good reason. The steep drop-off on the other side was the kind where a selfie and improper footwear would lead to inevitable disaster. 2 stone benches perched near the lookout, providing an idyllic spot for a cup of coffee or a picnic lunch. Even on a gray day with the threat of a downpour lingering in the chilly air, the view was stunning. On a clear day, it would be impossible to tear oneself away from it. An elderly woman in a colorful rain jacket sat on one of the stone benches, her mitten-clad hands wrapped around a stainless steel thermos adorned with pastel floral stickers. She turned to glance over her shoulder at our approach and offered a quiet smile. "Morning," she called. Then, spotting me striding alongside Harmony, her eyes widened. "Oh, what a cute kitty." "Oh," Holly glanced down at me, as though only just realizing we weren't in the magic world, and therefore it was a bit odd to be on a sightseeing mission with a tiny cat. "Thank you. She, hates to be left home alone." The woman chuckled softly. "I had a tabby like that when I was young. She was a barn cat, but she never let me out of her sight for long." Holly smiled and nodded. My whiskers twitched as I tamped down the surge of irritation rising up along my spine. I'd made a lot of progress in my magical studies, but on days like this, it felt like it would never be enough. Who cared if I could levitate a feather or extinguish candles from across the room if I didn't even have control over my own body? Thus far, my efforts to get a grip on my shifting ability remained out of reach. Holly seemed to sense my frustration and shifted her weight back and forth, her bare hands rubbing together as she attempted to generate a little heat. "Looks like you need a pair of these," the woman offered, holding up one of her hands to showcase her red and pink knit mittens. "I got them at Thistle on a 2-for-1 promotion, if you can believe that." "I'll keep that in mind," Holly replied. "Thank you." "Any idea if the lighthouse is going to be open later today?" Harmony asked, thumbing toward the caution tape barrier as it continued to sway. The woman frowned and shook her head. "Not today, I'm afraid. If you ask me, we'll be lucky if they don't close the whole thing down for good, which would be a real shame." She frowned at the lighthouse and turned her attention back toward us. "Although I usually just come to use the bench. So long as that stays, I suppose I can't complain too much." "Close the lighthouse?" Holly asked. "What happened?" Her face crumpled, the lines around her mouth and eyes deepening. "Oh, it's just awful. Dear old Captain Clark was found yesterday morning. Poor man fell down the stairs and, well, he didn't make it. And then, as if that weren't enough of a shock, the pipes burst and the whole place flooded." Holly and Harmony exchanged a quiet look, lining up the story with the snippets given to us by the Banshee. "Captain Clark, you said?" Holly asked. The woman nodded. "He was a retired boat captain who volunteered here at the lighthouse, giving tours and keeping everything maintained. I've been coming here since I was a girl, and Barry was about my son's age." "You don't look old enough to have a son who's retired already," Harmony said with a smile. The compliment seemed to tickle the woman, who smiled and raised her thermos to her lips. Wisps of steam swirled and momentarily fogged the lower half of the woman's spectacles as she took a sip, then nodded. "You're kind, dear. But I suppose you're right. Barry retired a bit earlier than he'd likely planned. There was An incident about 5 years ago, and the poor man just never recovered." "An incident?" Harmony repeated. Holly's eyes widened. "Oh, you mean that sunset cruise?" Harmony frowned down at me as the woman nodded solemnly. "That's right, dear. A terrible tragedy. And of course, some people in town bought into the idea that the whole thing was some sort of purposeful sabotage after that terrible lawsuit. I never believed it, though. Barry was a nice young man. He would never have done something so terrible." "Of course," Holly said, offering the woman a polite nod before peering up at the towering building. "In any case, I don't expect the lighthouse to be open any time soon. I hope you didn't come from too far to see it." "Oh, no, we're locals," Holly explained. "Just out getting some fresh air and thought we would go to the top and see the view, you know. With our, cat," Harmony added with a slight wince. Fortunately, the woman seemed delighted by the idea of the two women taking their cat out for a sightseeing adventure, and rattled off several other options before Holly managed to steer the conversation toward its conclusion. "Well, enjoy your day," Holly told the woman with a polite wave. "You do the same, all of you," the woman replied, smiling at each of us in turn. As she turned her attention back toward the view and her hot beverage, I thought I heard her say something along the lines of, "Just like my Bruno." Overhead, a glint of silver caught my eye before disappearing into the low clouds. A strange bird's call echoed through the night. We shuffled away from the lookout point and wandered nearer to the lighthouse itself. "What was all that about a sunset cruise?" Harmony asked when we were out of earshot of the woman. Holly nodded and tried to wrangle her ponytail into the hood of her coat. The breeze had turned into a full-blown wind and was clutching for the witch's hair. My own fur ruffled, and while I wasn't yet cold, it seemed the temperature had dropped since our arrival. The rain was likely getting close. "You know how you can charter boats to take you around the harbor and up the coast a bit?" Holly began. Harmony gave a vague nod. "There was one that offered dinner cruises, sunset cruises. I think they even had a wine tasting or something. They were popular with guests who were staying at the inn for a romantic weekend or an anniversary. But a few years ago—" Holly paused, a flicker of some emotion crossing her face. "Well, 5, I suppose. Stars, where does the time go? Valoria must have still been in diapers." The witch shook her head, clearing the thought before she wandered too far down memory lane. "Anyway," she continued, "there was a chartered boat that sank not too far out of the harbor, and 2 passengers died. I think it was their wedding anniversary. The whole thing was awful, but then there were rumors that the boat had been sabotaged, something about an insurance fraud scheme. I never looked too deeply into it, but the town was pretty divided on the matter for a while." "And this Captain Clark was the sole survivor?" "As far as I remember." "How awful," I said, keeping my voice quiet, though between the distance and the wind, there was no way the woman on the bench could overhear. The 3 of us fell silent, considering the lighthouse from a different perspective than before. "I guess it would make sense that his spirit might gravitate toward a lighthouse after such a traumatic event," Holly added. "But how do we help with something like that?" I asked. "I mean, like with Rachel, once she got closure about her death and saw her family and loved ones moving forward, she was able to find peace and cross over. But if this ghost, this captain, has some sort of survivor's guilt, I'm not sure how we'll be able to do anything to help." Holly shook her head, still studying the tower looming over us. "We might not be able to help him cross over. But perhaps we can help him get unstuck from the lighthouse. Scarlet calls it tethering when a ghost gets attached to a place. It becomes like an anchor. We might be able to help him see that what happened wasn't his fault. And if his guilt is assuaged, He might be able to get himself unstuck, so to speak. We better hope so, I muttered. If any of us ever want to do laundry again. Chapter 4. I still don't see why I have to be involved, came a cranky voice from roughly ankle height. Harmony, Holly, and I simultaneously glanced down at the place above the pavement where a silvery, mostly transparent cat floated midair, wearing a grumpy expression, only partially due to the cat's squished Himalayan face. You involved yourself, Holly reminded the cat. Both her expression and tone pointed. You could have told the banshee about that empty storefront on Zinnia, or directed her to one of the many warehouse buildings around town. She could have even moved into one of those self-storage units. They always have empty ones. But no, you sent the banshee to us, which means you are now responsible for getting rid of her. Flapjack snickered, his whiskers twitching with amusement. Clearly, the ghost cat had no remorse. Not that I expected him to. I'd only known the ghost cat for a month, but he was one of those straightforward what you see is what you get types. And it was very clear he'd chosen to spend his afterlife creating as much mischief and merriment for himself as possible. Much to the chagrin of Holly, the other residents of the Beechwood Inn, and likely even more so to Scarlett, his former owner, who was something of a Mr. Miyagi to the local spirits. But it was evident Flapjack was well beyond reform. The unrepentant troublemaker of a cat had been Scarlett's childhood pet, and her first ghost encounter. He'd passed away from natural causes when she was a child, and, to her surprise, never really left. Since then, she'd met dozens, maybe even hundreds, of ghosts. But the one that always stuck around was Flapjack, for better or worse. I still don't think a mere can of tuna should be out of the question, Flapjack continued, never one to miss an opportunity to wheel and deal. It doesn't even have to be a big one. I prefer a can over a pouch, though, for the record. The vacuum-sealed ones suck out all the juices, which is indefensible if you ask me. I snorted and shook my head, which was once more on a human neck. Between our mid-morning and evening trips to the lighthouse, I'd managed to have a nap, while the others worked on finalizing the Valentine's Day prep around the inn. And when I awoke, I was blessedly back on two legs. Flapjack swiveled a disapproving glower in my direction. You, of all people, if that's even what you call yourself anymore, should understand the appeal of a proper can of tuna. Of course I'm a people, I exclaimed. With a scowl, I folded my arms. I'm not getting involved. I'm just here to help get rid of the banshee so that everybody in the house can sleep tonight. Hear, hear, Harmony interjected. She paused to add a layer of chapstick before shoving the tube back into her coat pocket. The temperatures had plunged, along with the sun's descent, to the point that our breath formed puffy white clouds as we huddled near the front bumper of Holly's SUV. The lighthouse had taken on a decidedly more eerie appearance after dark, with the untamed woods fanning out on either side of the lookout. I couldn't help but wonder who, or what, might be lurking in there. Even before joining the supernatural world, I'd never been a fan of dark woods. Now that I knew vampires and werewolves were real, I was decidedly less eager to spend time near them. The woods surrounding the inn were intimidating enough, though I knew Holly and Harmony had wards and protective spells in place to keep the grounds safe. I shivered at the thought and zipped my jacket the rest of the way up, tucking my chin into the collar. "Think they have security cameras?" I asked, glancing toward Holly. "I kind of doubt it," Holly said. "But that's why we brought the fur ball. And on that note," she trailed off, giving Flapjack a meaningful glance. The cat muttered something under his breath, but he rose up into the air, his fluffy paws hovering above the asphalt, as he zipped toward the lighthouse's exterior. "I honestly don't know how Scarlet puts up with him," I said, once Flapjack's wispy form vanished through the side of the building. "None of us do," Harmony replied with a shake of her head. "It's unfortunate Hayward and Gwen are out tonight. They have a way of keeping him in check. Well, as in check as Flapjack ever gets." It didn't take long for the chaos to begin. A minute or two after Flapjack disappeared, he came bursting back through the wall like a shimmering cannonball. He let loose a wicked peal of laughter, and my blood went cold. If Flapjack was amused, there was a good chance the rest of us were about to be anything but. As he sailed into view, it became clear he wasn't alone. Ahead of him flew the silvery silhouette of a long-necked bird with a rather impressive wingspan. Flapjack surged upward and swiped a paw at the bird. The bird let out an enraged cry and swooped across the parking lot in a wild dive, desperately trying to flee the ghost cat's pursuit. The three of us jolted, startled by the sudden burst of activity. "Great! So now he's an undead Sylvester the cat?" I yelped as the bird careened toward us. Unfortunately, I misjudged the ghost's intended aim, and in the process of jumping away, managed to land right in its path. The bird passed right through my chest, and I was blasted with the sudden frostbitten chill that brought to mind the time I'd been bullied into participating in a polar plunge at summer camp, a sensation so unpleasant that it had firmly put an end to my people-pleasing tendencies in junior high. I let out a shriek as the cold radiated down my arms and conjured a string of colorful curse words. Before I could decide which word most fit the awful feeling, my limbs retracted, as though shrinking from the chill, and a moment later, I found myself at ankle level with Holly, trapped beneath the weight of my oversized jacket. Great. Just great. "This is not the time for playing around, Flapjack," Holly shouted. I poked my head out of the sleeve and shimmied down the rest of the way just in time to see Holly wave her hand and shoot orbs of light in Flapjack's direction. Her normal spells weren't effective against ghosts, but the sparkly distraction of the aimless spell bought the bird a moment. With a panicked cry, it dove toward the ground, then tumbled end over end and, in the blink of an eye, transformed. The ghostly bird grew 4 times in size, sprouted human arms and legs where wings and feathers had been, and, thankfully, was suddenly clothed. The figure shook his head as if trying to clear his mind. "You didn't tell me he was a shifter," Flapjack exclaimed, screeching to a stop in midair, just short of running into the man, who was gingerly getting to his feet. "That's no fun." The cat scowled. "This must be him. He looks fresh," Harmony muttered out of the corner of her mouth, glancing at Holly and me in turn. Fresh seemed an odd word, but I supposed it made sense in a way. My ghost knowledge was limited, but it had been explained to me that when a person first became a ghost, there was a bit of an adjustment period, as they got used to their new, shall we say, metaphysical abilities. New ghosts initially moved and reacted as though still in corporeal form, reaching for doorknobs they couldn't touch, walking on sidewalks and dodging cars, or going through the leg-pumping motion of climbing stairs without realizing they could simply glide over them.
"What's the meaning of this?"
The ghost bristled, twisting about and glaring at Flapjack, before shifting a skeptical glower toward Holly and Harmony.
"Who are you?"
Flapjack swirled over to stand between us. "Take it up with them. I'm just the messenger." He sat down and tucked his fluffy tail around his front paws before lifting the right one to casually groom his face. He paused and looked up at Holly and Harmony. "Where's the other one?" he asked. But before anyone could respond, he spied my furry face peeking out from under the coat and broke into what could only be described as a Cheshire grin. Now, see, isn't that better? You really do make a fine cat, you know. Very nice coat and all. But then again, I think all people would look better as cats. Except, perhaps, for Scar. She'd be reduced to one of those hairless atrocities within the span of a month, judging by how many hairs she leaves behind in the shower. It's revolting. Says the cat who hacks up ghost hairballs, Holly muttered. Also, revolting? Did Hayward buy you a word of the day calendar, or have you two just been spending too much time together? Harmony teased. He wishes, Flapjack retorted with a flick of his tail. Now, about my finder's fee. Holly ignored the comment and shifted her focus back to the other ghost standing before us, his arms crossed over his chest. It was hard to pin down his exact age, but I guessed he was somewhere in his late 50s, or possibly his early 60s. With his boating hat and fingerless gloves, it wasn't hard to picture him at the helm of a boat. "Are you Captain Barry?" Holly asked. The man lifted his chin. "One and the same. Who are you?" "My name is Holly Bolt St. James," Holly began, then gestured toward Harmony and me in turn. "This is Harmony Winters, and this is Blair McGill." If the man thought it was strange for a small black cat to have a surname, he didn't let on. "And the ghost cat?" he asked, quirking an overgrown eyebrow in Flapjack's direction. Holly waved a dismissive hand. "That cat is not important." Flapjack growled and vanished. "You're going to pay for that later," Harmony whispered, though she couldn't fight back a grin. Holly remained unbothered. "Listen, I do apologize for what I can only imagine was a rather rude awakening, but we need to talk to you. With the lighthouse roped off, we couldn't come during the day." The captain's arms remained folded tightly across his barrel chest. He was shorter than any of us. Well, shorter than any of us if I were on 2 legs instead of 4, standing over just 5.5 feet tall with a broad, stocky frame. His face was weathered with lines and creases that seemed even deeper in his ghostly form, his features tinted with gray, silver, and faint purple hues where flesh had once been. "We're witches," Holly continued. "I own the Beechwood Manor, well, now the Beechwood Inn. You've probably heard of it." At this, the captain dropped his arms. "The Beechwood Manor? Well, now that's interesting. I've always wanted to see it." Holly seemed to breathe a subtle sigh of relief. Some common ground, and perhaps a promise of a tour, could go a long way toward banishing our banshee problem. "Well, you're more than welcome to visit," Holly said kindly. "But we're actually here to speak with you about the water issues." She glanced past the captain's silvery silhouette toward the lighthouse, looming ominously in the distance. "It's our understanding there have been some plumbing problems that may not be entirely mechanical in nature." The captain's face fell. He removed his hat and twisted it between his hands. "Oh, you heard about that, did you? I didn't mean for it to happen." His eyes darted between Holly and Harmony. "No one is blaming you," Holly said quickly. "But it does seem that the waterworks may have upset another resident of the lighthouse." The captain's frown twisted, as though he'd caught a whiff of something sour. "You mean the banshee?" I blinked. "You knew about the banshee?" "Of course I did. I've been volunteering at this lighthouse for nearly 5 years, giving tours and the like." "Have you interacted with her? Before your death, I mean," I asked. "No." He gave a vigorous shake of his head. "I never let on I saw her, or heard her, though that was harder. I may be a shifter, but I prefer to steer clear of other magic folk. Same reason I never came knocking down your door. I heard the rumblings over the years. Strange happenings,
Ghosts? Werewolves?
He paused, as though waiting for one of us to offer an explanation or apology. When none came, he shrugged.
I'm more of a solitary bird. Quite literally, in my case.
"What kind of bird are you?" Harmony asked.
A heron?
He replied, a little tersely.
Not that it matters. As for the waterworks, I'm afraid that's all a bit out of my control at the moment. I never expected to be a ghost. I mean, who's ever heard of such a thing?
Now thoroughly out of my depth, I looked up between Holly and Harmony for an answer. Unfortunately, neither of them seemed to have one. "I can't say I've ever seen anything quite like this," Holly admitted. "When did you... or how did you..." She trailed off, gesturing vaguely with her hands. The captain wilted, appearing to shrink a couple of inches as he hunched in on himself.
Wednesday,
he replied, the word soft enough to almost get lost in the wind.
It's all rather poetic, I suppose.
How so? I asked, clearing my throat. He looked up.
I mean, dying on the anniversary of the worst mistake of your life. There must be something symbolic about that, I suppose.
Are you talking about the accident? The charter? Holly asked. He nodded miserably, his hands clenching tighter around the brim of his hat.
5 years, though it feels more like 50,
Barry replied.
Maybe I deserved what happened. Probably so.
Holly frowned. What do you mean? Deserved what? He straightened to his full height, his expression pinching in on itself, highlighting the wrinkles and lines along his brow and haunted eyes.
What happened to me was no accident. I didn't fall down those stairs.
He gestured toward the lighthouse, his eyes losing focus for a flicker of a moment before returning to us.
I was pushed.
Chapter 5. Pushed? Holly repeated, sliding an uneasy glance toward Harmony.
Yes,
Barry replied. All three of us snapped to attention at the sharp cut of his voice. By who? Harmony asked. Barry frowned, his brow furrowing once more.
I don't know. The memory is murky, like I can only see it through a fog.
Can you tell us what you remember? The parts that are clear, I mean? Holly asked, her tone open and curious. Barry's expression pinched even further, to the point where it looked like he was grimacing through a ripple of pain.
It was dark. A moonless night, I was up on the observation deck, looking out over the harbor and thinking about the accident. That day is never far from me. In the past 5 years, it would be hard to point to a day where I didn't think about it and run it through my memory. But it was sitting on my chest that day, especially after the scene with the family. He swore darkly, his voice turning sharp and abrasive as he reached up and removed his cap. One hand raked over his balding pate, grasping at the silver-purple hairs swept to either side. So stupid,
he hissed. Harmony started to speak, but Holly set a hand on her forearm and the younger witch fell silent, swallowing whatever question she'd meant to ask. Barry's shoulders lifted and slumped with the effort of a breath that could no longer be drawn into lungs, as his hand rummaged atop his head.
I had a bottle of Jack Daniels,
he continued, his eyes growing ever more distant.
I used to be sober, you know?
He looked up expectantly, but just as quickly cast his gaze back at the darkened deck above our heads.
Maybe that's why it's all hazy. I was drunk. But no, someone else was there. I turned, and they charged up the stairs and barreled into me. We fought, and I tried to get away, to call for help, even though I knew as well as anyone that no one could hear. And then I was falling, and I could see a flash of light right before it all went black.
A moment of silence hung suspended between us, only broken by the wind rustling through the evergreens in the distance.
I was a coward, he said. I've been outrunning death for 5 years. I should have gone down with the boat. It would have been the honorable thing, instead of letting those folks die alone.
You can't think like that, Harmony said gently. Barry's chin snapped up, his silvery eyes filled with defiance and anger.
You don't know the first thing about it.
Holly held up a hand.
We want to help. It's too late for that now. No one can help me.
The ghost lifted from the asphalt and surged into the sky in a geyser of water that came from nowhere. I yelped and dove for cover under my shed coat as the water pelted over us in the ghost's wake. Holly and Harmony exclaimed and jumped back, but still managed to get hit with some of the water as it rained down to the ground.
Bat wings,
Holly exclaimed, shaking her wet hands off and staring up into the sky. You all right, Blair? Harmony asked. I'm okay, I replied, poking my furry head out from under the coat in time to see the silver heron sail through the side of the lighthouse. An ominous rumbling followed, before everything went silent once more. Holly and Harmony winced as the sound reverberated through the air. Guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is this? I asked, though I wasn't entirely sure I wanted to know the answer. Holly tugged at the end of her ravaged ponytail and glanced sidelong at Harmony, who was chewing at her left thumbnail. Let's just hope this particular set of bad things doesn't come in threes, Harmony said, through halfway clenched teeth. Because I'd hate to think of what would go along with a banshee and an angry spirit. Holly sighed. Come on, we'd better get back to the manor before the kids start wondering where I am. At least it's pizza night, Harmony said, forcing a cheeriness to her tone that I doubted she fully felt. A dark SUV was parked in the manor's driveway when we returned from our venture to the lighthouse. My heart skipped a beat, recognizing it as Brandon and Naira's official vehicle. Did you forget date night? Harmony asked, turning her head to smile at me. No, Brandon's on duty tonight, I replied. Holly turned to pull in behind the SUV, and I swayed on my hind legs, my front paws braced on the panel below the window. He said they got a new case. Harmony's smile vanished, and her gaze flew to Holly. You don't think... All of the upcoming reservations have been checked, Holly said, already guessing at the rest of Harmony's question. Brandon and Naira were agents with the Supernatural Protection Agency, and as part of their duties to keep the peace between magic and non-magic beings, they ran cursory background checks on all guests who made reservations at the inn, to ensure any guests would be able to seamlessly blend in with their surroundings and not cast suspicion on the inn itself. Unless something popped up last minute, Holly added, before her words trailed off. Her jaw flexed slightly as she pulled into the narrow space beside the SUV. Maybe they're here to banish the banshee, Harmony said, unclicking her seatbelt a moment before Holly cut the engine. For all we know, Adam got fed up and called in backup. He would have texted or called me first, Holly replied, also scrambling out of her seatbelt. In my thumbless state, I couldn't let myself out of the vehicle, and instead lunged forward, darting between the front seats to follow after Harmony. She paused, ensuring my limbs and tail were clear, before shutting the door and bustling up to the front door of the historic home. Holly beat her there, undoubtedly thinking about her children. She wasn't one to panic or catastrophize, but she also wasn't naive to the very real dangers in the world, both human and supernatural. Adam, she called as soon as she got the door open. Miriam? I skirted past Harmony and darted out of the way, only to nearly collide with Boots. "Ah!" I exclaimed, reeling back just shy of the orange tabby. Holly looked to her familiar, and a silent understanding passed between them. Her shoulders relaxed, and the worry pinched into the lines at her mouth eased. Adam appeared a moment later, wearing a wide grin, and Samuel on his back. "Go, Dragon, go!" the toddler demanded, holding up a glitter wand tipped with a glowing star, undoubtedly borrowed from his big sister's collection of magic baubles. Adam obliged, letting out a roar, as he jogged the length of the formal living room, his arms outstretched like wings. Samuel erupted in a peal of wild laughter, which only grew louder as he spotted his mother. His chubby hands reached for her, and the business end of the plastic wand smacked Adam in the side of the head before falling to the floor. "Whoa," Adam said, stopping the boy from fully throwing himself off his back. Holly raced to close the gap and grabbed her son with a smile. "Your wings don't quite work yet," she reminded him, as feathers sprouted along the boy's arms. Adam laughed and straightened, making a show of stretching his lower back. "You have impeccable timing, gorgeous. This dragon's back was about to give out." Holly laughed and pushed to her tiptoes to kiss her husband, while Samuel squirmed in her arms. "Is Agent Swan here?" "Yeah," Adam replied, thumbing over one shoulder. "Agent Berman, too. They're in the kitchen." Holly frowned. "What's up? Is the banshee causing trouble?" "No, Miriam sorted that out," Adam said, as he continued to knead his fists into his lower back. Holly smiled at her son as he babbled his side of the story in halfway intelligible words. "She did?" Adam chuckled. "Apparently banshees have a thing for sorting, so Miriam gave him that jar of change from the sitting room. As long as there are coins to stack, she's quiet." Holly blinked. "Really? It was that easy?" Adam flashed a dimpled grin and shrugged. "Guess so, at least for now." "We seriously don't pay Miriam enough," Holly mused, giving a shake of her head. Samuel began to wriggle in her arms, and she passed him back to Adam. The feathers along the small boy's arms started to shift and morph into green and orange scales. "Dragon!" Samuel shouted. Adam groaned, but broke into a grin as he swung the boy around for another piggyback, or dragonback, ride through the first floor of the manor. As they padded off down the hallway, we headed in the opposite direction, into the kitchen. Miriam stood, hovered, at the stove, her gossamer wings fluttering, as she stirred the contents of a large soup pot. Steam rose from the spout of the kettle, placed on the burner behind it. "Oh, hello, dearies," she greeted. "I've just made Agent Swan and Berman a cup of tea. Would anyone like one? Dinner will be ready shortly." At the large farmhouse-style table sat Brandon and Naira, both nursing a mug of tea. Brandon looked at Holly, then Harmony, before a question etched in the lines between his dark brows. "Is Blair with you?" "Down here," I replied, patting around the table leg. Naira suppressed a smile and stirred the tea bag through the dark, steaming contents of her mug. "Oh," Brandon frowned. "What happened? You're not, stuck again, are you?" Harmony headed across the kitchen to get herself a mug, but I caught the stifled giggle she left in her wake. My whiskers twitched. "No, at least I don't think so. I should be back to normal in the morning." I sighed and plopped down, my tail twitching across the cool floor. I really thought I was getting a better handle on it, but today it's like a hair trigger. No pun intended, I added with a scoff. Boots padded over and sat beside me in solidarity. Even when I was in my cat form, I couldn't communicate with the cat, but he was an expressive feline, and it made it easy to imagine him saying something along the lines of, "It's not so bad being a cat, you know." "You're doing great. It's been a wild day, Holly interjected, leaning over to inspect the contents of the soup pot. That smells delicious. What is it? Chicken noodle, dear. Nothing too fancy. It seemed like the night for a hearty soup. I thought we were doing pizza, Harmony said, her lips quirking into a pout at the seemingly thwarted plans. Miriam breathed a dry laugh. Oh, pish-posh. Adam already tried that, but I made this stock yesterday for just such a purpose. Soup sounds perfect to me, Holly interjected. It's freezing out there. Brandon twisted in his chair to get a better view of the kitchen. Did you just get back from the Haven? Holly and Harmony exchanged questioning glances before shooting Adam a quick side-eye. Oh, Adam didn't say? Holly asked, her tone light. He was a little distracted, Naira replied with a chuckle. Samuel's shifting is getting better. Any idea what he's going to settle into? Holly chuckled and moved to the freezer. I'm really thinking some type of bird, given his preference for feathers, but it's still anyone's guess. She leaned forward, rummaging through the freezer. I swore I had some ready-made biscuits in here somewhere. I've already got them defrosting, Miriam interjected, before she flicked her wand toward the fridge. As Holly let the freezer drawer close, the top door swung open, and the tray of dumpling-like rolls floated out on a wave of glittering fairy dust. I'd been living at the Beechwood Inn for nearly 3 months, and had watched something similar countless times, but it still amazed me. I swear I am never going to get used to this place being a real-life Beauty and the Beast castle, I muttered, hopping onto the chair beside Brandon. He chuckled. What got you spooked? He asked. I ignored the question for a moment, opting instead to perch my front paws on the edge of the table to inspect the paperwork spread out between the two agents. What's all this? Your new case? Brandon shuffled the pages a bit, concealing a glossy corner of what appeared to be a photograph. We're here on business, he said. Unfortunate business. There's been a murder in Beechwood Harbor. I looked to Holly, wondering how much we should say. Such a shame, Miriam said, before she clucked her tongue and waved her wand again, this time opening the door to the oven. The tray of rolls floated inside, and she flew over to tap the touchscreen buttons. Some things couldn't be managed with pixie dust alone. The victim was a shifter, Brandon replied, with a slow, measured nod. So it automatically becomes a matter for the SPA? I asked. It's a little trickier than that, Naira, Brandon's partner, replied. She leaned back in her chair and stretched her arms over her head. The agency has its ways of getting involved in these types of situations. But typically, we hold back in cases where the crime itself isn't obviously magical in nature. But this one was? Harmony asked. Well, we don't know for certain, but the SPA is taking a look. The local PD declared it a suicide, but we'll make our own determination. Holly, Harmony, and I exchanged a wary look. What was the victim's name? Holly ventured. I turned back to the paperwork and began scanning the handwritten notes. Brandon's handwriting was somewhat scrunched but legible, and I made a hairball sound when I came across the name scrawled at the top of one of the pages. Barry Clark, Brandon said. Oh, boy, I muttered, glancing toward the stove. Hopefully Miriam had enough soup for 2 extra guests. Something told me this was going to turn into a dinner meeting. Chapter 6. There's a banshee in your basement? We hadn't made it very far into the story before Brandon and Naira got hung up on one of the key details. Holly nodded as she brought a glass of water, with an air of casual nonchalance that never failed to impress me. A clutch of baby dragons could be chewing on the roof shingles, and she'd likely react with little more than a twitch of a frown before conjuring some spell to dissuade them. I'd invite you downstairs to have a chat with her, but I don't want to risk setting her off again. Brandon looked to me.
I guess that explains why you shifted.
Well, that was the first shift of the day, I muttered. Brandon's dark eyes widened. It's been one for the record books, and not in a good way. The second shift involved flapjack. He winced.
I think I'd rather take my chances with the banshee. Speaking of,
Naira interjected.
What exactly is she doing down there?
Miriam replied without looking up from her soup. Sorting coins.
Coins?
I worked for a family that had a banshee problem. It turns out you can give them a pile of random items and they'll spend hours sorting everything into neat piles. Beads, loose screws, and nails, coins, marbles. It's quite handy, really. Naira stared at the fairy, then nodded and seemed to log the fact away for future use. I've got a pile of mismatched socks for her to work on next, Miriam added, still in keeping with her matter-of-fact tone. That ought to keep her busy once she finishes with the change jar.
We don't run into banshees in the city all that often, Brandon said. They generally don't like bright lights and loud noises.
Holly arched an eyebrow. So, worst-case scenario, we put a strobe light in the basement? Ooh, what about a disco ball? Harmony suggested. I actually have one in my closet. Why does that not surprise me? Holly mused. I swished my tail. Also, what do you mean they don't like loud noises? They are loud noises. Brandon shrugged. I don't make the rules. I don't know, guys. It sounds to me like we're having a rave in the basement this weekend, Harmony exclaimed, a little too gleefully, all things considered. I can DJ. Holly cut her a look. Let's put a pin in that and see if we can't just get her back to the lighthouse. Harmony's grin faded. You know I hate it when you get all sensible.
You were at the lighthouse? Brandon asked. Where Barry Clark died?
Holly waved a hand toward a cupboard, and a stack of ceramic bowls levitated their way to the stove. Let's dish this up and then we can go over the full story. It took a bit of finagling. Once the kids and Adam joined us in the kitchen, things went even more hectic, and the story came out in stuttered stops and starts, in between passing around the hot rolls and keeping Samuel's feathers out of his soup. But eventually we managed to go through most of it, though we waited until Miriam escorted the kids off to their playroom on the second level before getting into the details of the murder itself. What little we knew of it, anyway. After clearing the bowls, Holly put on the kettle to make tea. All right, so now that you know why we were out at the lighthouse, she said, tell us what you know about the murderer. Are there any suspects? Brandon frowned as he cast a glance over the paperwork fanned out across the table between him and Naira.
Considering he's a ghost, I was starting to think he might be able to tell us. After all, it's not too often we get a case where the victim gets to be the star witness at their own murder trial. You're sure he doesn't know who pushed him? He seemed a bit scattered, I replied, looking at both Holly and Harmony for a confirmation. He said he'd been drinking, Harmony added. Brandon gave a slight nod, his eyes still on the papers laid out in front of him. I leaned over the shallow bowl of soup that remained largely untouched. I didn't like eating in front of people. Okay, mainly Brandon, in my cat form, if I could help it. I considered the paperwork and photos arrayed on the table. Several photos showed the captain's body at the foot of the steep metal stairs, and I flinched at the unnatural angles of his limbs and the pool of blood under his head. My eyes darted away as my kitty stomach lurched, and I considered the next assortment of photos, which appeared to be photo IDs of 4 people, all of which appeared to be out-of-state driver's licenses. Before I could ask who they were, Naira spoke. The handwriting on the note looks pretty neat to have been written by someone under the influence.
My head lifted. What note? Brandon gestured toward the last photo in the lineup, and I leaned forward to get a better look, my paws sliding a bit on the table's edge. The last photo from the scene showed a crumpled note card with a gilded edge and the words, "I'm sorry," written in looped handwriting. A smudge of blood showed at one corner.
"It was found in the victim's mouth,"
Brandon explained, his expression dark.
"The local cops thought it was a suicide note, which isn't uncommon, of course, but this didn't quite fit. People don't generally try to eat their final words. And the handwriting is all wrong,"
Naira added.
"Before coming here, we were able to search the victim's home. None of the writing we found matched up."
"And who are they?" I asked, stamping one paw on the first of the 4 ID photos.
"These 3," he gestured at the 3 younger faces, "are the grown children of the couple who died in the charter accident. And this is their aunt. Her sister was the woman who died. All 4 of them were in town to mark the anniversary. And we have a witness report there was an altercation on the beach between them and the victim on the morning of the murder."
"The family!" Harmony brightened, her aqua eyes going wide. "He said something about that. How did he put it?" "A scene," I said, conjuring the word from memory.
"What else did he say?"
Brandon prompted, leaning in. "That was it, really. He was upset, and his thoughts seemed a little scattered, like he couldn't stay on topic."
"Maybe we can try and interview him,"
Naira said. Brandon nodded.
"Worth a shot."
Harmony started to say something, but an enraged screech rattled up from the basement and swallowed up her words. Brandon swore, and Naira jumped up from her chair fast enough that it clattered backward to the kitchen floor. With a heavy sigh, Holly went to the back stairs. "Looks like it's time for our guest to get a start on those socks." "I'm pretty sure Naira isn't coming back." Brandon turned from his place at the sink and considered the empty kitchen.
"You're probably right."
"Sorry I'm not much use," I added, lifting one paw. He cracked a grin.
"I brought this upon myself."
Technically, Brandon had volunteered himself and Naira to do the post-dinner cleanup, as they had been unexpected guests. Holly protested at first, but quickly found herself distracted by Valoria's recital of a spell sheet from school, and Adam had his hands full with Samuel, who was still rotating through an impressive number of shifts. Naira dipped out of her assignment less than 5 minutes in, and I couldn't tell if she was trying to give Brandon and me some alone time together, or if she just didn't want to risk her glossy manicure by scrubbing out the large cast-iron soup pot. Brandon's smile faded as he glanced over my head, toward the door, and back to the sink.
"Although, while we have a minute, there was something else I wanted to ask you about."
"What's up?" I kept my own tone light, even as a curl of doubt twisted in my belly. "Is everything okay? Well, murder aside, obviously." Brandon paused his cleaning and leaned heavily against the counter, where he'd been stacking the wet dishes. After a moment, he turned to look at me fully in the face.
"Has anyone from the agency tried to get in contact with you?"
I blinked. "The SPA? No. Why would they?" Brandon's jaw flexed, as though he was debating whether or not to voice the next part of his question.
"I don't know, but a junior agent was moving offices and found a leaf of paper that belonged with your file. It fell behind their desk."
He grimaced, as though personally offended.
"Anyway, I went to put it back, but when I went to the archive to pull it, the most recent file was gone."
"What do you mean, gone?"
"It wasn't in the box with the others, and when I checked with the archivist who keeps track of all of them, they couldn't tell me who checked it out."
"So, what are you saying? Do you think someone stole it?" Brandon raked a hand over his hair, realizing a moment too late it was still slick with dish soap suds. He frowned and rubbed it off on his dark-washed jeans.
"I don't know," he said. "I don't want to jump to conclusions. I mean, people get in a hurry or get distracted. It happens, especially when an emergency crops up."
He trailed off, and I could sense there was something else he wasn't saying. "But," I prompted. Brandon's lips twitched into a frown.
"But the archivist is like a bloodhound with missing paperwork and files. It just doesn't happen. Not on their watch. So, I'm not sure what to make of it. This could have nothing to do with you, and I don't mean to spook you. Maybe someone is looking into the vamps you helped put away."
"But if it was for an agency-related case, they would have told the archivist," I said. "Right?" Brandon didn't answer right away, which was answer enough. My mind spun with half a dozen possibilities. The vampire who attacked me in November, thus serving as the catalyst for my arrival in Beechwood Harbor, had already been sentenced and was locked away. But he had not acted alone. The group he belonged to was organized, almost mob-like, and the night of the attack, he'd mentioned being there on his boss's orders. The boss, who as far as we knew, was still somewhere near the metro area. Brandon and the higher-ups at the SBA didn't believe the group would focus on me. New issues and problems had cropped up for the conclave of angry vamps since the arrest and subsequent conviction of the one who had attacked me. I was no longer a loose end. At least it wasn't likely they were still after me. Killing me now would only give them more to clean up. But still, low risk wasn't zero risk. Brandon straightened to his full height and plunged his hands back into the sudsy water to finish scrubbing the large soup pot and ladle.
"I'll keep asking around," he said. "But if someone calls or tries to ask you questions, just know that you don't have to answer, at least not before checking with Naira or me."
Another thread of dread unspooled in my stomach. "Is it possible someone at the agency is working for the vampires?" I asked. "A mole, I guess?" Brandon stiffened, and he paused his scrubbing efforts. It was only for a moment, but it was a disruption enough to send fresh tendrils of fear running down my spine. "That's probably ridiculous," I hurried to say. "I've been watching too many crime shows. Not really my thing, but a lot of the guests like to watch them while they're visiting. Part of that whole human world experience, I guess." I tried to force a smile, though I was never quite sure if it translated in my cat form. I'd tried practicing in front of the mirror, but found the entire exercise a bit too horrifying to continue. "I'll let you know if anyone comes around." Brandon turned to face me, his eyes intense.
"Blair,
The back door swung open, and Naira scrambled inside, her hands rubbing together in an effort to banish the chill.
"Time to ditch the rubber gloves, Swan," she said, her tone clipped. "Bramble needs us back at headquarters."
"What happened?" Brandon and I asked in unison. Naira cut a glance toward me before returning her attention to Brandon.
"Oh, I thought you were alone."
I froze mid-stride toward her, my whiskers quivering, which seemed to be the feline approximation of a blush in my case.
"It's fine," Naira said. "But come on, we can talk it over in the car. We'll have to come back in the morning to do the interviews."
Brandon looked ready to argue, but thought better of it, and quickly dried his hands off on a kitchen towel hanging from the handle of a nearby cupboard. He grimaced at the lingering dishes and butter-coated platter still left behind on the counter. "It's fine," I told him, sensing where his train of thought was headed. "I'll tell the others. I'll text you as soon as I have the use of my hands back." A brief smile flicked across his face, but it was too tight.
"Thanks, Blair."
He took a step toward me, but stopped short. Goodbyes were always a bit awkward while I was in my cat form. If I were on two legs, I'd expect a kiss goodnight, or at least an embrace before he dashed off. But we both agreed that it was a bit weird when I was a cat. Even a kiss on the head was strange. A scratch behind the ears even stranger. And a belly rub was absolutely out of the question. The three of us exchanged goodbyes, and both agents disappeared into the night, heading for the tool shed at the back of the property. The shed was unassuming, the kind to store an old wheelbarrow and bags of potting soil, a shovel and a rake, maybe a leaf blower or push mower. But in reality, it contained none of those things, instead serving as a vestibule to the magic portal connecting Beechwood Harbor to the Seattle Haven, and thus the wider magic world beyond. I padded across the kitchen to watch them go, then turned to find Boots standing beside me, his amber eyes alight as he stared out into the dark. He sat down, then flicked his bottle-brush tail over the cool tile floor and gave me a "what was that all about?" glance. "Your guess is as good as mine," I muttered as I sat down beside him. Chapter 7. Waking to sunlight streaming through my bedroom window, I was wonderfully human-shaped and mercifully clear-headed, even after a late night and the multiple transformations from the day before. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. A text from Brandon lit up the screen. "Free for coffee? Need your help with something." I frowned at the screen. Something like what? Brandon wasn't usually cryptic. If anything, his texts tended toward over-explanation. I'd teased him in the past that he would add footnotes to texts if the feature ever became available. "Sure, what's up?" I texted back. "Pick you up in 20? My mind spun back to the conversation in the kitchen about the missing files, and then the agent's somewhat mysterious and abrupt departure. I gave the text a thumbs-up emoji before I threw back the covers and hurried to get ready. In my haste, I knocked over the cup holding my toothbrush, but managed to catch it mid-fall with a levitation spell, and flashed myself a victorious smile in the mirror. Progress. And hey, at least no one was screaming bloody murder down in the basement, so it appeared our unwanted guest was staying occupied. I was still twisting my hair into a top knot when I pushed through the swinging door into the kitchen. It was late enough that I knew Adam and the kids would be off on one of their adventure walks through the woods. By trade, Adam was tech-savvy and spent a lot of time at a computer, but whenever he wasn't working or doing odd jobs around the inn, he liked to go into the woods to shift and run in his dog form. And on Saturday mornings, the two little ones would accompany him. Samuel could practice his own shifting abilities, while Valoria could blast off her various magic spells and incantations without worry of being seen or heard by non-magic eyes. With the kids occupied, Miriam took Saturdays off, intended to go to the Seattle Haven to shop or meet up with friends. Meanwhile, Holly used the morning peace and quiet for her own rituals and habits, and I wasn't surprised to find her in the kitchen with Boots. "Sounds like Miriam found something to keep the banshee occupied with before she left, huh?" I asked Holly when she glanced up at me from the head of the table. She had a grimoire open before her, a small ink-smudged notepad alongside it, and a large ceramic mug of steaming tea. Something with spearmint from the subtle scent clinging to the warm kitchen air. Boots padded over to inspect my shins, and after I finished battening down my own dark brown waves into the bun, I reached out to pet the tabby. "Morning to you too, Bootsy." The cat stared up at me, nonplussed, and I laughed, realizing what he was waiting for. "Oh, right. 1 second." I hurried back to my room and returned to the kitchen with the bag of chicken and liver treats. "As promised," I told him, as I tapped a few out in front of his furry orange and white paws. "Sorry they're a little late. I didn't have use of my thumbs last night before bed, and you know how that goes." Holly snorted as her feline familiar crunched away. "You're spoiling him." I grinned as I zipped the resealable bag closed. "Aw, he deserves it." "And to answer your question, yes," Holly continued with a soft smile. "Miriam has introduced our new guest to the wonder of Legos, and I don't think we'll be hearing a peep from her anytime soon." I snorted a laugh and headed across the kitchen to make myself a cup of coffee. "How do you even sort Lego blocks? They're all different sizes, aren't they? I don't know, and I don't really care. As long as it keeps the house quiet, Holly replied, before pausing to sip her tea. Fair enough. I wonder if she likes doing laundry, I mused. I'm still woefully behind on that particular chore. I suppose you could go and ask her, Holly said, a flicker of amusement sparking in her emerald eyes. You know, I think I'll just pay a little visit to the laundromat instead. I started to pour the cup of coffee, then stopped. Ah! What am I doing? I tossed the splash of still black coffee into the sink and rinsed the mug. Ugh, autopilot took over. You're swearing off coffee? Holly asked. I've tried that a time or two, and I can't say I really recommend it. I laughed and placed the mug in the dish rack. No, not even in the worst phases of my insomnia would I attempt such a feat. But Brandon is on his way to pick me up. He wants to get coffee. He's probably coming into town to work on the case. Are you still taking that afternoon shift at Starfire Apothecary? Holly asked. I could probably fill in if you need me to, but I shook my head and Holly trailed off. I can work the shift. That's not a problem. Holly smiled. Thanks. I still might stop by. I have a couple of new potions I want to work on. Boots finished his last treat, then started marching toward the kitchen door, his tail aloft. I couldn't hear the sound of a car approaching, but knew from the cat's body language he was off to inspect something. That's probably Brandon, I said. I'll see you later. Have fun. I nodded and forced a smile, even as I wondered if the reason for the last-minute coffee date was more to do with my missing files than it was a casual Saturday morning date. Sure enough, Brandon's SUV was idling outside at the curb. He waved as I stepped out onto the porch, and I jogged down the handful of steps on the porch and down the narrow walkway that cut through the center of the manor's front yard. He looked tired, the kind of tired that came from a long night at headquarters, but he smiled as I climbed into the passenger seat beside him. Tell me you went home at some point last night. He chuckled as he leaned over and kissed me. It was brief, but warm, and made up for missing out the night before. I would, he said when he pulled back, his hand lingering on the side of my neck a moment longer. But I've got this rule against lying to the people I care about. Well, then I guess we're going to need to order you an extra, extra large something or other at Siren Song, I said, as I reached for my seatbelt. Once I was buckled in, Brandon shifted the SUV into drive and eased away from the curb. The Beechwood Manor was at the top of a hill, and while there was a neighborhood of newer homes across the wide street, there wasn't an outlet at the end of the road, just woods and an eventual drop-off to the ocean. Brandon made a 3-point turn, and we headed back down the hill toward the center of town. I studied his profile as we drove, trying to read his expression. What happened last night? Why did Naira seem so rattled? Is it about my missing files? No. He glanced over. Well, not directly, anyway. What does that mean? He hesitated, and I exhaled. You said you needed my help with something. It's going to be a little difficult for me to do anything if you can't tell me what's going on. Oh, that's unrelated, he said. I wanted you to come with me to interview the Grace family. I blinked. The who? The suspects in Captain Clark's murder, Brandon clarified, sliding me a sidelong glance. They came into town for the anniversary of the memorial on Wednesday, but they're staying through the weekend, at least according to the statement they gave the cop who was called to the scene. The scene on the beach with Captain Barry? It was bad enough someone called the cops? Brandon scoffed lightly. You know how it is in small, sleepy towns. I honestly didn't. At least, not fully. I'd grown up in Tacoma and spent the entirety of my life in and around the city. The neighborhood I'd grown up in was nice, but in my adult years, I'd lived in some rather run-down apartments. A full-blown fistfight could be popping off in the parking lot and people would just turn up their TVs a bit louder to drown it out.
Tempers were flaring, and a few threats were levied. Brandon continued. A local got spooked and called it in. The cop who responded took everyone's statements and asked the family to move down the beach. That was about it.
Who was doing the threatening? I asked.
The witness who called it in said it was the middle sibling, Sasha, who was the loudest voice. Apparently she'd been drinking too, so that didn't help.
It rarely does, I added. I still don't see why you need me to help with the interview. Is that even legal? I mean, I'm not with the SPA or anyone official. I don't have a badge.
I just want another set of eyes and ears while I speak with them.
I frowned at Brandon's profile. None of this was making sense. Where's Naira?
Following another lead.
He didn't elaborate. I narrowed my eyes. You're being very mysterious today, Agent Swan. The corner of his mouth twitched.
The vampires are up to something. We had someone on the inside, but well, last night they were supposed to meet with their handler, and they never showed. So either they skipped town, or they got burned.
I swallowed hard. I see.
You didn't hear any of that, by the way, Brandon quickly added.
I nodded in silent agreement. We were on the main drag through town. I'd yet to live in Beechwood Harbor for the tourist season, but even in February, I was noticing the shops and streets getting a bit of an uptick in traffic on the weekends. Even with the slight increase, it was easy to find a close parking spot in front of Siren Song, the town's main coffee house. A new kiosk had opened near one of the beach access points, but Siren Song was far and away the most popular place for locals to gather and caffeinate themselves. We couldn't discuss the SPA, murder investigations, banshees, or vampires while inside, so we quickly placed our order and waited at the end of the bar for our takeout cups. The coffee house had a rustic vibe that matched the beach town. The tables were weathered and worn, but comfortable. The condiments bar was fashioned from bleached pieces of driftwood. Art from local artists adorned the walls, most of it available for purchase. People gathered to play board games, read the newspaper, or catch up with friends. The shop played host to several local interest groups as well, a chess club, a knitting circle, and a group of first-time moms. The community board near the restroom offered an ever-shifting calendar of events and happenings. Our order was called, and Brandon went to retrieve it. A large mocha for me, a hazelnut latte for him. And we'd decided to split a raspberry lemon muffin, which, we both knew, meant Brandon would take one bite and give me the rest. Not that I was complaining. "Thanks for the coffee," I said, as we headed for the SUV.
"Anytime,"
he replied, giving me a warm smile.
"Although we should probably save the muffin for after we talk to the Grace family."
I laughed and snagged the pastry bag from him. "Hey, I'm allowed to show up with crumbs on my sweater. I'm not the professional here." The morning fog was starting to burn off as we pulled into the parking lot outside the Pinecone Lodge. The hotel was a bit of a drive from downtown Beechwood Harbor, though still within the town limits. The long rectangular building sat perched on a small bluff, offering unobstructed views of the steel-gray Pacific. It wasn't one of those fancy boutique hotels with infinity pools and spa packages, but rather the kind of place that had probably been family-owned for generations. The white paint was fresh, the flower boxes were well-tended, and a neat row of weathered Adirondack chairs lined the wraparound porch. Brandon held the door for me, and we stepped into a cozy lobby with dark wood floors and beadboard wainscoting. A conservatory extended off to our right, morning light streaming through its wall of windows. The space was filled with overstuffed furniture and potted ferns, creating the perfect spot to watch storms roll in off the ocean. To our left, a small dining area held a few scattered tables, and a continental breakfast spread that was mostly cleared away, except for a coffee station and a few lingering pastries on a grease-splotched paper plate. A few tables were occupied as guests lingered over their morning meal and enjoyed the view of the ocean. In the center of the space, a group of people sat gathered around two tables that had been pushed together, and I recognized a few of the faces from the photocopied ID cards Brandon had shown us last night. "That's them," I said, nudging Brandon's side with my elbow before he could proceed to the front desk. "Good eye," he said as he joined me. He took a final sip of his coffee and discarded the cup in a nearby bin. "You ready?" "What's my cover story? Am I like a junior agent or something? Wait, you're not even here as an agent, are you?" My head was starting to spin. I took another long sip from my mocha. "Not an agent," Brandon replied. He pulled out his badge and held it up. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the metallic surface shimmered, and the SPA shield transformed into the Seattle Police Department logo. "Today I am Detective Swan, and you will be Officer McGill. As far as the family needs to know, the local PD called in for help." I snorted. Let's hope they don't watch crime shows, because everyone knows small forces hate when the big city cops come in and take over. Also, if I'm a pretend officer, does that mean I get a fancy magic badge too? He chuckled softly. "I don't have one on me, but if we make this a regular thing, I'll see what I can do. But for now, listen and observe. I'll do most of the talking." I gave a salute. Brandon inclined his head, drawing my gaze back to the family in the center of the dining room. "The oldest son is Parker," Brandon said, keeping his voice low, as we moved closer to the entrance of the dining area. The man in question, Parker, sat at the head of the rectangular table, both elbows braced on the edge, and he used both thumbs to type out a message on his phone. He wore a button-up shirt and tie with a pair of navy slacks. Hardly the common look for tourists in town. A line burrowed deeply between his brows as his pace of typing increased. Brandon subtly pointed out the younger son at the other end. "And that looks like Connor, the youngest of the siblings." Connor appeared to be a good 10 years younger than his brother, likely only just entering his 20s. Where Parker was stocky, Connor was slim and lanky. It was hard to tell who had the height advantage, as Connor sat slumped in on himself, staring at the screen of his phone, which lay propped on the table beside his breakfast. He wore large headphones and a hooded sweatshirt. "And the sister, Sasha?" Brandon said, vaguely gesturing at the young woman sitting in the lap of a dark-haired man. They were seated with their backs to us, but the auburn-haired woman giggled and turned her head as she twisted in her paramour's lap to feed him a slice of strawberry dipped in whipped cream. He took it from her and nibbled slowly before she leaned in and kissed away the rest of the cream from the corner of his mouth. An elderly couple at the next table exchanged disapproving glances before gathering their belongings and retreating to the far side of the room. On the opposite side of the table from the two lovers sat two women, decades apart in age, but mirroring the same tense posture. The woman on the right was in her 30s, with long honey blonde hair. She wore a dress and ivory cardigan sweater, far more formal than the laid-back hotel likely called for. A designer bag dangled from the handle of a large stroller parked beside her. The other woman was in her 50s or 60s, with silver hair cut into a chin-length bob. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and a severe expression as she glanced up from her oatmeal and noticed the two lovebirds opposite her. Sasha was whispering something in the man's ear, and then tilted her head back to roar with laughter at his reply. Rounding out the group were two young boys, who appeared engaged in a race around the nearby vacant tables, squealing and giggling as their little shoes scuffed against the wood floor. They both had sandy blonde hair and fair skin, but for the patches of purple jelly around their mouths. A chair toppled with a crash as the older boy, who appeared to be 4 years old or so, whipped around a corner. The blonde woman seated beside Parker jumped up, her coffee sloshing onto the white tablecloth. "Benjamin! Matthew, please!" She righted the chair with one hand while dabbing at the spill with a napkin in the other. "Parker, could you help me here?" Parker didn't look up from his phone, his thumb continuing its rhythmic scrolling motion.
"They're fine. Just boys being boys. For heaven's sake, Aurora, they're disturbing everyone,"
the other woman hissed, her spoon suspended in midair. The blonde woman's shoulders stiffened. "What do you want me to do, Julie? They were cooped up all day yesterday because of the rain." She gestured vaguely toward the windows. "They just need to burn off some energy." The older woman's lips thinned as she resumed mechanically stirring her coffee. 3 clockwise turns followed by 3 counterclockwise.
"Perhaps you could take them upstairs to your room until it is time to go to the beach?"
"We should go now," the blonde hissed, this time aiming it at Parker. Connor reached up and adjusted the volume on his headphones and hunched in closer to his phone until his spine's curve started to look like a question mark.
Yes,
Parker said, finally setting down his phone.
"We'll go to the beach, but I have a call in an hour, so we can't stay for long."
The blonde, Aurora, sighed. "Fine." "Guess that's our cue," I said out of the corner of my mouth. Brandon nodded in agreement and strode forward. I followed a step behind and swept another glance over the seemingly quite dysfunctional family, wondering if one of them had been the one to shove that note down Barry Clark's throat after throwing him down the lighthouse steps. A chill went up my spine at the thought, and my steps quickened to catch up to Brandon. Chapter 8.
"Another cop?"
the middle sibling, Sasha, asked, not bothering to finish swallowing her mouthful of toast as we approached and made a brief introduction.
"That's correct,"
Brandon replied, his enchanted badge glinting in the morning light.
"I'm Detective Swan, and this is Officer McGill. We were hoping to ask a few more questions."
Sasha's gaze slid over to me, unimpressed, before returning to Brandon.
"Didn't we already do this yesterday? You spoke with local law enforcement? We are from Seattle and will be taking over the case. So if you don't mind, I'd like to establish where each of you were on Wednesday evening."
The older woman, the aunt, I presumed, set down her coffee cup with a thump.
"We were all here, together, honoring the memory of my dear sister and brother-in-law. The morning was ruined by that whole scene at the beach, so we decided to continue the memorial here at the hotel over dinner. We're the real victims here, being terrorized by that awful man." "Easy, Aunt Julie," Sasha said, with a roll of her eyes. She was still perched in the lap of the dark-haired man. I noted neither of them wore a ring on their left hand, so I assumed he was her boyfriend. "I understand this is all rather delicate, Miss Anders," Brandon replied, his tone neutral and calm. "It's my understanding that Barry Clark approached you at the beach. Is that right?" "Yes," Julie sniffed. "He had no right."
"He was trying to bring us a flower basket," the woman beside her interjected. Julie shot her a seething look. This only seemed to strengthen the younger woman's resolve. "It was unwelcome, of course, but it hardly seems relevant now."
"Unwelcome?"
Sasha repeated with a scoff. She tossed her thick auburn waves on her shoulders and wriggled to get into a more comfortable position. Her boyfriend sighed as she settled.
"He knew exactly what he was doing, interrupting us like that. All we wanted to do was gather to say a few nice words and scatter some flower petals in the water. I don't even know how he knew we'd be there." "Gee, maybe he saw it plastered all over your social media, Sasha."
My gaze ping-ponged to the other side of the table, where Connor hunched over his phone. He'd adjusted his oversized headphones so one cup sat askew of his left ear, allowing him to hear the conversation, though he wasn't fully engaged.
"Oh, shut up, Connor.
We can't all be paranoid little weirdos like you, who wouldn't know what a social life was if it bit him on the ass cheek. I have friends who would miss me if I just disappeared for a week without telling them where I was going. I thought I caught a hint of an eye roll from Sasha's boyfriend turned chair. Interesting. Connor shook his head and dropped the headphone cup back over his ear. Whatever. One of the two young boys crashed into the table, rattling the dishes.
Aurora, please,
Julie hissed through clenched teeth. Parker lumbered up from his seat.
I'll take them to the room.
He shifted a glance to Brandon and me, the first glimmer of eye contact since we'd approached the table.
Listen, my sister is right. We already gave our statement to the other cops. We don't have anything else to say. We're only here for a few more days, and we'd like to focus on family.
With that, he reached out and placed a firm hand on the upper backs of the two boys, before steering them toward the arched doorway behind us.
Come on, you two. Let's go and find your tablets.
But Daddy! The older one started to protest. Parker's jaw flexed.
No.
I watched Aurora's face as her husband and children left. Something flickered in her expression before she smoothed it away.
So,
Brandon continued once the footsteps faded.
Let's try this again. You had dinner here at the hotel. Then what? Were all of you here? No one left the property.
Chip and I were in our room all night, Sasha replied, looking at her boyfriend with a suggestive smile. She booped him on the tip of his nose like he was a pug. My own nose scrunched in distaste. Julie folded her arms.
I was reading in the sunroom until bedtime. Michelle at the front desk saw me there. She brought me a tea before I went up to my room for the night.
That's right, Connor added quickly. I saw Aunt Julie there too. We talked for a while before I went up to my room to work. I had to log into the company portal to check some reports. Brandon made a note.
What time was that?
Around 9, maybe? Connor glanced at Julie, who nodded.
And you, Mrs. Grace?
Brandon prompted, directing this at Aurora. The blonde woman reached up to fidget with the delicate white gold chain around her neck. A single sapphire hung suspended near the hollow of her throat. Parker was on a work call with an international client. I was in the adjoining room, keeping the boys quiet while I got them ready for bed. After they went to sleep, I watched some TV and waited for Parker to come to bed. The other officer said Captain Clark killed himself. So why are you even asking all of these questions? We aren't liable for the man's actions, regardless of what we said to him at the beach.
Mr. Clark's death has since been ruled a homicide,
Brandon said calmly. Julie and Aurora both reared back as though we'd collectively backhanded them.
Murder?
Sasha said, her arms wrapping more tightly around Chip's neck.
If there are no other questions,
Julie said, standing. She needled at Connor, who perked up and blinked, oblivious.
I think we're done here,
Julie added.
Please leave our family alone. We've been through enough.
I expected Brandon to argue and press forward. But to my surprise, he slid his hands into the pockets of his lightweight jacket and gave a solitary nod.
Thank you for your time. We'll be in touch if we have any other questions.
We didn't wait for the family to leave the dining room first, though they were likely right on our heels as we turned and exited the hotel. Woof, I muttered as we stepped out into the cold morning. They're a delightful bunch, huh? When Brandon didn't say anything in response, I twisted around and saw he'd stopped just outside the hotel's doors. He was reading something on his phone.
Naira's got something,
he said, as he tapped out a quick reply. Want to share with the class? He hesitated, sliding the phone back into his pocket.
Not just yet. Where are you headed?
I should head back to the manor and get ready for work. I've got an afternoon shift at the apothecary. Brandon's brow furrowed.
Who else will be at the manor right now?
Holly, probably. Adam should be back with the kids. Oh, and the banshee, I suppose. I arched an eyebrow. Why? His shoulders relaxed slightly, but his expression remained tense. And you're going straight to the shop after? I crossed my arms, tilting my head. That was the plan, though I might grab lunch first if I have time. Will you text me when you get to the shop? Okay, now you're scaring me a little. What's going on? Did Naira find out something about my missing files? Do you know who took them? I can't get into it right now, but please, Blair, just trust me on this one, okay? Stick to the main bus route and go straight to the apothecary. Fine, I sighed, still puzzled by this sudden protective streak. I'll take the boring, well-traveled route to work like a responsible adult, and I'll even text you when I arrive. Happy? Very. He touched the small of my back gently as he guided me toward the SUV. You know, I said, as we reached the SUV, being cryptic isn't as charming as you think it is. A smile flickered across his face as he pulled open the passenger door, but his eyes remained serious. I'll fill you in later. Promise. Somehow that didn't make me feel any better. Tempting though it was, I put off my trip to the laundromat for at least another day and stayed at the manor until it was time to leave for my shift at the apothecary. Despite checking my phone an unhealthy number of times, I was no closer to an answer for Brandon's increased paranoia by the time I said goodbye to Miriam and Adam and headed for the portal. At least it wasn't raining. The trip through the Seattle Haven was uneventful, or at least as uneventful as one could describe riding around on a magic-powered bus with a bunch of creatures who belonged in fairy tale books. I got off at my usual stop and walked to the Starfire Apothecary. The place was Holly's pride and joy, second only to her darling children, and I wasn't surprised to find her standing behind the front counter, transferring a shimmering purple liquid into tiny glass vials. She glanced up and offered a warm smile at my arrival. Looks like I beat you here. Harmony lounged on a stool nearby, a magazine hanging suspended in air before her, freeing up her hands as she navigated through a bowl of ramen noodles with a pair of chopsticks. Hey, Blair, she said, through a puff of steam, as Magic flipped a magazine page. Hey, I replied, a little distracted as I reached into my pocket and grabbed my phone. I tapped out a text to Brandon, my irritation and curiosity growing in equal measure. Everything all right? Holly asked. I sighed and shoved the phone back in my pocket. I don't know. I guess so? There's an extra egg roll in the fridge if you want it, Harmony said, her mouth half full. She made a jabbing motion with her chopsticks, down the short hall that led to the back room. You can't be stressed when eating an egg roll. It's impossible. Holly gave her associate a pointed look. Why don't you go and show her and maybe finish that back there? She said, adding a vague wave of a hand before turning away to finish her work. Harmony rolled her eyes and stuffed another too large bite into her mouth. I bit back a smile. Why is it so dead in here? Oh, there's a pre-Valentine's Day market happening in the main square, and a bunch of vendors have booths and things set up, so that's drawing most of the usual weekend crowd, Holly replied, not looking up from her collection of vials. It runs through the week, so my advice is to go on a weekday morning if you don't want to get crushed. Harmony twinkled her chopsticks at the floating magazine, and it closed, before gracefully sailing toward the break room. Satisfied, she slid down from her perch on the stool and followed after it. I slipped out of my jacket and folded it over my arm. What do you need me to do today? Do we need to put together any more of those gift baskets? I was getting pretty good. Well, okay, decent-ish at tying the bows. Holly smiled and glanced over her shoulder. The bows were great, but we should be all set for a while. Could you maybe tackle the cardboard box fortress that's been stacking up? Harmony about broke her ankle trying to clamber over the pile when the delivery fairy showed up with her lunch. I snorted at the visual. Yikes. Yeah, I'm on it. Thanks, Blair. You could send her to pick up that order of V-Day tote bags, Harmony said, re-emerging from the back, this time sans bowl and chopsticks. She'd also cleared off the smear of soy sauce from her chin. Holly frowned. You told me you were going to do that yesterday. Harmony's fair skin turned pink as her expression pinched into a sheepish grimace. I may have forgotten, and by the time I remembered I was already on the bus and heading the opposite direction. I don't mind, I interjected, already flapping open my coat and shoving one arm into a sleeve. The two witches rarely argued, but they occasionally got into little spats. And after the morning interview with the Grace family, I was in no mood to endure further tensions. I just need the address. Harmony brightened. Thanks, Blair. It's the print shop over on Water Street. You just hop on the bus and get off at... No, Holly interrupted, with a decisive shake of her head. It's your job, Harmony. You should go. Harmony's brow immediately furrowed, her smile vanishing. Even I blinked at the sharpness of Holly's tone. Holly raised a hand, and her expression softened. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap, but, it's just better if you go, Harmony. She said this last bit with a forced tilt of her head, and Harmony straightened, her pale pink brows, currently dyed to match the highlights in her hair, shooting up her unlined forehead. Oh, yes, that's right. Because of the... Harmony trailed off for a moment, then jabbed a finger against her temple. I forgot it's a special order, and Fritz always gets weird about those, so I'll just go and see about all that. But thanks anyway, Blair. My eyes flickered between the two, and with each swipe of my gaze, my brows cinched more closely together. Okay, what's going on? You two are acting weird. Weird? Holly repeated with a breathy laugh. I crossed my arms, but stopped just short of thumping the toe of my sneakers on the weathered wood floor. Harmony shifted a sidelong glance at Holly, clearly looking for a bailout. Why can't I go pick up the order? I asked. Did Brandon tell you to babysit me? What? No, Holly said. Why would he do that? I was already pulling my phone from the back pocket of my jeans, the words of a scathing text message forming in my mind's eye. Holly lurched across the counter separating us and placed a cold hand on my wrist. Blair, wait. My fingers stilled over the virtual keys, pausing just long enough to cast a suspicious glance up at Holly. Tell me what's going on. He was sheepdogging me all morning. Harmony snorted. That sounds kind of dirty. Holly jabbed her with an elbow as she straightened. Okay, fine. Yes. He asked us to keep an eye on you today. He told us about the case files going missing, Harmony added. He's just worried about you. Well, it is very much not appreciated, I grumbled. Listen, we've dealt with rogue vampires a time or two, Holly said. And if that's what we're dealing with this time, well, let's just say it's best we all keep our guard up. You're doing amazing with your magic studies, Blair, and you've adapted so well to your new life, but you're still very new at all of this stuff. Brandon knows better than most the real dangers out there, and he wants to keep you safe from it. I set my phone down on the counter, abandoning my angry text message. We don't even know if someone stole the files. They could have been misplaced. And even if they were swiped, it's not a guarantee it was by someone connected to the vampires. The more I think about it, the less sense it makes. The vampires already know who I am. What could be in the file that they would still need to know? Well, they don't know where you live, Holly replied, the words halting. Since you didn't officially testify at the trial, your full details were largely kept out of this. But if someone wanted to tie up loose ends, so to speak, they would need the file. Gee, and here I thought we were trying to keep her calm, Harmony muttered, as she cast a dark look at Holly. Holly tossed up her hands. I believe in being prepared above all else. I told Brandon I would keep an eye out, but I didn't agree to sugarcoat the truth. I arched a brow. You weren't even going to tell me I was being supervised. Holly reached over the counter once more, this time grasping my arm with a squeeze. He cares about you, Blair. We all do. I met her large emerald eyes and found them filled with warmth and pleading. I know, I said, on an exhale of fizzling frustration. I guess that explains why he really took me to interview the Grace family this morning. He didn't want my insight, he just wanted to keep me from wandering around unchaperoned. Who is the Grace family? Harmony asked. The suspects in the murder of our sea captain friend? I replied. Their parents were the ones killed in the boating accident. Oh, right. Harmony bobbed her head. How did that go? Oh, about as well as you can imagine. Turns out people get a little prickly when they realize you suspect them of having something to do with a murder. Holly smiled. Oh, believe me, we know that feeling all too well. Before I could elaborate, a flash of silver streaked through the wall and materialized into Flapjack's semi-translucent form. Oh, good. Just who I wanted to see. The cat purred, floating over a display of amethyst-hued crystal bottles. I'm ready to enjoy my finder's fee. Perhaps over there by the window, there's a tiny sliver of sunlight that might provide the proper ambiance for such a feast. He wriggled with excitement, his fluffy tail quivering like a sentient feather duster. Holly folded her arms. If you think I'm going to crack open a can of tuna here in the shop, you've lost your last remaining marble, cat. Flapjack's tail lashed in a wide arc. Oh, and why is that? It can't smell any worse than whatever it is you're brewing in here. What is that? Smells like cloves and soggy vegetables. Blech. At this, Holly skewered Harmony with a narrowed glance. Well, the clove was on purpose. Harmony rolled her eyes and zipped up her coat. I'm going to the print shop. The bell above the door jangled with an enchanted chime as a middle-aged woman stepped inside, her attention focused on her phone. Holly greeted her, and she looked up, only to freeze in place at the sight of the hovering, spectral cat. She let out a startled yelp and promptly dropped her purse as she turned to flee. Holly scrambled around the edge of the long counter. Mrs. Pendleton, wait, I can... But it was to no avail. The spooked customer was already out the door and hustling across the street without so much as a backward glance at the apothecary. Holly's teeth ground together as she whirled on the ghost cat. Okay, now what was that about? What did you do to Mrs. Pendleton? Me? I was just standing here, Flapjack countered. Floating, technically, Harmony interjected. Maybe she's allergic, Flapjack suggested. Holly wasn't buying it. Her eyes only narrowed further. Flapjack made a show of rolling his silvery eyes. Okay, fine. I may have sat in the seat next to her on the Shimmer bus a week or two ago, and she was showing the woman next to her a million photos of her kitten, and I may have shared my opinions on the bat-eared monstrosity. Harmony snorted. Flapjack! What? She was wearing a sweater with paw prints all over it that said, Who rescued who? And was going on and on about the mousy little thing. I merely suggested that it was more attuned to living in an alley, as it fit in quite well with the rats. Holly slapped a hand over her face. You hear that sound, Flapjack? Harmony cupped a hand to her ear. That's the sound of your cans of tuna flying into the pet rescue donation bin. You'll be lucky if that's the worst of it, Holly added, her fingers dragging over her cheeks. Seriously, what was Scarlet thinking, showing you into the haven? This is a place for dignified members of magical society."
"You can't go back on our deal," Flapjack protested. "I held up my end. I found your ghost, didn't I? It's not my fault he's got emotional issues."
Harmony frowned. "He was murdered, Flapjack. Have a heart." The cat looked down at his fluffy chest.
"Huh. Fresh out of those, it seems."
He swished his tail through a display of dried herbs, sending a shiver of silver tendrils through them, though nothing physically moved.
"Murdered, though. Was it gruesome?"
You do realize you're dead too, right?" I pointed out. "Shouldn't you have a little more respect?" Flapjack scoffed, rolling onto his spectral back in midair.
"Death is boring when you've been at it as long as I have. Besides, knowing Gwen and Hayward, it's only a matter of time before they convince the guy to join the so-called support group. And I'd like to know what particular bag of unpacked issues they'll be inviting our way."
"You won't have to worry about that anytime soon," Holly replied, edging back around the counter where she had a few bottles left to fill. "He's tethered to the lighthouse. So unless you'd like to help us get him untethered, I doubt any of this is going to be your problem. Though, sending Gwen and Hayward to check on him isn't a bad idea." Flapjack swooped in a lazy loop.
"I'll pass along your message."
He flashed his ghost teeth.
"For a fee."
Holly reached under the counter, produced a small glass spray bottle, and spritzed. The unmistakable scent of lemon glow filled the air. Flapjack's eyes went wide as the smell hit him in his half-squished Himalayan face. He hissed, only to gag and sputter. With a scowl, he winked out of the shop. Holly exhaled and put the bottle back, then shifted a glance toward Harmony. "Now, about those tote bags." Chapter 9. "You do remember that today was supposed to be your day off?" Harmony issued the reminder to Holly as the clock crept toward closing time. Holly glanced up from her place at the row of cauldrons and blinked. "Oh, yes." She flapped a dismissive hand toward Harmony, who was using the break room table as a sorting station for the Valentine's Day gift bags. The totes were dyed a sage green and printed with pink and purple bottles, each bearing a candy heart-style sentiment that glowed when the bag was moved. Harmony was stuffing them with aromatherapy wraps, tubes of massage oils, loose-leaf tea blends, and hand-wrapped sachets, and a signed edition of a book from a local author titled Cupid's Little Helper. I'd not read it yet, but it seemed to be something of a history of love spells. Holly assured me it was meant as a tongue-in-cheek cautionary tale, and that such spell work was prohibited, along with other forms of magic that altered mental states or thoughts. "It's just easier to work here where I have more space and there aren't children or gnomes or cats interrupting," Holly added. Harmony arched a brow as she rolled a rose and vanilla-scented neck wrap into a tube and tucked it into a tote bag. "Do we need to conjure a dictionary and look up the meaning of day off? It means no working." Holly quirked a grin and glanced over her shoulder. "I'm not working. I'm playing." Harmony remained steadfast in her disapproval. "You could go see a movie, go shopping, catch up on your Netflix queue. Go see Cassie at Siren Song. You could—" "I get it, Harmony." Holly sighed and tossed a handful of basil into the leftmost cauldron. A sizzle and pop followed the addition, and she quickly stirred as the magic settled and absorbed the herb. "Why do you want me out of here so badly anyway? You're acting like a teenager who wants her mom to leave for book club so she can invite her boyfriend over." I snorted and dropped off the handfuls of empty potion bottles into the recycling bin by the back door. Holly offered a punch card-style system to encourage customers to bring back their empties. Every 10 bottles returned earned a 10% discount coupon. Harmony frowned. Trust me, that's not the reason. Although perhaps you should join a book club. If you ask me, you're both workaholics, I chimed in, drawing a glower from both witches. I laughed and held up my hands, quickly waving the flag of surrender. I don't mean it as an insult. Before the argument could continue, the chime on the front door tinkled, and I made a break for it. Welcome to the... I started to say, as I headed toward the front of the shop, only to stop short when I realized who was walking through the door. Brandon stepped inside and offered a smile, though his exhaustion showed at the edges. Hey, he said, his gaze landing on me. Hey yourself, I replied, as I grabbed the cleaning cloth I'd been using to polish the display cases before the previous customer had arrived with their recycling. Coming to make sure I haven't been taken out by a shadowy assassin? Brandon frowned. Blair, that's not funny. I sighed and folded the scrap of microfiber into a square. Fine, but I do have a bone to pick with you. He arched a dark eyebrow. I get that you're worried about me and all, but it's not cool to put Holly and Harmony on secret babysitting duty. I'm a grown woman. I don't need handlers and nannies, okay? Brandon's shoulders slumped slightly. I didn't tell them to babysit you. No? 'Cause it kind of seems like you did. Or else they wildly misconstrued whatever you did tell them to do, which doesn't seem likely. I only wanted a little more time to assess the threat level. I was planning to talk to you about it tonight. I abandoned the rag and folded my arms. Before or after checking under my bed for vampire boogeymen? He cracked a grin. So you're saying I'll be in your room tonight, huh? Don't get all cute on me, I replied, trying, and immediately failing, to keep from smiling. You can't weasel out of this so quickly. And if you're trying to make me blush, that's not going to work either, Agent Swan. Brandon laughed, the sound rich and slow. He was originally from Texas, and while he didn't have much of a drawl, sometimes his low, rumbling laugh had a slow, unhurried way about it. All right. I will only check under the bed for vampires if you ask me to. How's that? Very considerate. I rolled my eyes and shook my head, giving up the fight against my own laughter. Who says chivalry is dead? I do, Harmony said, emerging from the back room. She appeared to be midway through losing her own battle, this one against her rain jacket. Her container of leftovers hovered in mid-air before her, but as she struggled to get her arm through the sleeve of the lightweight coat, she lost her concentration on the spell and it started to drop. Brandon lunged forward and caught the box before it crashed to the floor. Harmony gave a grunt of frustration and rammed her arm fully through the sleeve. Seriously, she exclaimed, seemingly to herself. Brandon offered a tentative smile and handed her the box. You okay? I'm fine, thanks, she grumbled as she took the box and tucked it under one arm, then glanced back toward the storeroom/workshop space. I wouldn't bother sticking around past closing. She's not going to leave anytime soon. And no, she doesn't want any help. I already tried that. Brandon and I exchanged a quick glance. I gave a slight shake of my head, warning him not to keep digging. Noted, I replied. Are you headed back to the manor? Harmony asked, as she moved closer to the shop's front window. She scowled out at the gray skyline peeking over the row of shops opposite the apothecary. Because it looks like we should make a break for the bus before it starts dumping again. Not yet. I still need to run the sales reports and sweep. After which I'm trying to talk her into dinner, Brandon added. Harmony zipped up her jacket and gave us a half-hearted wave. All right, well, I'm out. Maybe if Ms. Healthy Pants isn't around, I can talk Adam into ordering pizza for dinner tonight. I don't think you'll have to try very hard, I replied with a snorted laugh. The thought seemed to dissolve her frustration, and she smiled briefly before flitting out into the drizzle, the shop's bell jingling in her wake. Once we were alone again, Brandon reached across the counter and offered a hand. All right, tell me how to get out of the doghouse. I rolled my eyes and smiled before taking it. It's fine, I'm over it. But I won't say no to dinner. Where are you thinking? McNally's? Brandon suggested, a tentative smile crossing his face. Though, in the spirit of full disclosure, I do need to follow up on something for the case while we're there. At McNally's? The eatery was a staple in Beechwood Harbor, a pub-style joint that served burgers and beer, but was open for families until after 10 p.m., when it turned into more of a bar vibe. Naira interviewed a few of Captain Barry's neighbors today, and it sounds like he might have visited McNally's before he died. A lead and a plate of garlic fries works for me, I said, as I crossed through the shop to the small closet, hidden inside the wall with an enchantment. At a touch, a panel slid away, revealing a stash of cleaning supplies. I dropped the dirty cloth into a bucket wedged in the corner and grabbed the broom. Now, if you really want to win me over, how do you feel about sweeping? Brandon chuckled and held out his hand. With a twitch of his fingertips, the broom flew from my grasp and into his. Bring it on. McNally's was already humming with the dinner crowd when we arrived an hour later. The rich aroma of fried food and the warm glow of vintage pendant lights enveloped us as we stepped inside, a welcoming reprieve from the cold. We'd left the rain behind in the Seattle haven, but the damp chill remained. Weekend nights at McNally's meant live music, and a lanky guy with a beard was setting up his acoustic guitar on the small platform near the back of the pub. Brandon requested a seat near the bar, and the harried but friendly server steered us toward a high-top table for two and dropped 2 laminated menus while promising to return with waters. So did this neighbor see Barry here at the bar, or was this just his usual hangout? I asked, settling into my seat. Brandon adjusted his water glass and wrapped flatware before reaching for the menu. The neighbor saw Barry leave his house around 8 Wednesday night, said he was on foot, which usually meant he was going to the bar. His house is less than a mile away, so it's an easy walk. He glanced toward the bar. The question is whether or not he spoke to anyone while he was here. I sipped my water, already wishing it was something stronger. My stomach rumbled as a server passed us by with a basket of golden brown onion rings. He was probably upset, it being the anniversary of the accident and all. And then there's the altercation with the Grace family. It tracks that he might come here and spill his sorrows to a sympathetic bartender. I was listening, but couldn't tear my eyes away from the onion rings. Had I even had lunch? Harmony had offered up that egg roll, but I'd declined, and then I'd gotten busy with the cardboard mountain. And after the Valentine's event ended, the store got rushed, and I'd barely had a chance to think in between ringing up customers. Unfortunately, my shifting ability didn't come with the killer metabolism of a true shifter, but still, a witch needed to eat. The server deposited the basket of glorious food 2 tables from us, and I swiveled in my seat to refocus on Brandon before the other patrons caught me drooling. Remind me what the altercation was all about. Why did Barry even try to confront the Grace family? I don't know for sure, Brandon replied. It might be worth asking him, seeing as we have access and all. But from what the police report states, witnesses said the family was gathered at the beach access point, and Barry approached with a bouquet of flowers. There was an argument. Sasha, in particular, seemed upset. She took the bouquet and hit him with it a few times, before hurling it into the ocean. The aunt, Julie, reined her in, but by that point, someone had already called the police to come and break it up. Yikes! I winced. I wonder what he was thinking. Like, really, how did he expect that conversation to go? Brandon set down his menu and ran a hand over his stubble-coated jawline, further proof he hadn't gone home to his condo the night before. Who knows? He looked ready to offer a theory, but stopped short and straightened in his seat. With a subtle nod, he pointed out the bartender. That's Gus. He's been working here for years, knows most of the regulars. The man in question appeared to be in his 50s, with salt and pepper hair pulled back in a short ponytail, and forearms covered in faded tattoos. He had an easygoing smile, and moved with quick efficiency as he mixed cocktails for a trio of middle-aged women, who all looked a bit starry-eyed as they watched him work. When he finished the final cocktail, he tossed them a wink and promised he'd return, before he approached our table and casually braced his large hands on his narrow hips.
"Evening,"
he said, with a slightly dialed-back smile.
"What can I get started for you two?"
Brandon ordered a burger and root beer. Never alcohol while working, he'd told me once. And I went with the fish and chips and a hard cider. As Gus moved away, I turned to Brandon. "And onion rings?" I called after Gus, unable to resist. "For the table." Brandon raised an eyebrow.
"Hungry?"
"Starving, actually. I think I forgot to eat lunch." Brandon's lips quirked up at one side.
"You think? You don't know?"
"It was one of those days," I replied with a thin laugh. The amusement faded from Brandon's eyes.
"Right. I really am sorry about that.
I shook my head, interjecting. No, I didn't mean it that way. We were just slammed, and there was this weird tension between Holly and Harmony."
"Ah,"
he nodded.
"Are you still enjoying the work? Because if you want to try something different, I could help you look. Or if you want something,
He paused and cast a glance around the busy restaurant before adding,
"Local? You could probably find something here in town. Tourist season will be kicking into gear soon enough."
"Nah, I'm good at Holly's shop. But thanks." I settled back in my chair and shifted a sidelong glance toward the bar. Gus was back at the helm, chatting with his trio of admirers while he pulled a pitcher of an amber-hued ale from one of the taps. "So what's our approach here? Do we wait until he's less busy, or—"
"Let's eat first," Brandon replied. "Let the dinner rush die down a bit."
My stomach gurgled again, seeming to agree. Our food arrived surprisingly quickly, and the onion rings were everything I'd hoped for. Crispy, golden, and perfectly seasoned. Brandon took a bite of his burger and nodded approvingly. The conversation meandered as we enjoyed the meal, and the talk of Barry and the Grace family fell to the wayside for a bit. But after I'd requested a box for my leftovers and Brandon had signaled for the check, things shifted back to business mode. Gus smiled as he approached with the check.
"Are you sure I can't talk you into a brownie sundae or a slice of cheesecake?"
I placed a hand over my stomach. "Only if you want to help roll me outside." Gus laughed and placed the check down on the table, neatly in the center.
"All right," he said, still chuckling. "Then I'll be ready whenever you are. Take your time."
"Oh, here," Brandon replied, then reached into his pocket to grab his wallet. He placed a 50 on top of the bill as he picked it up from the table, but hesitated before passing it to the bartender.
"Actually, before you go, I was hoping to ask you a few questions about Barry Clark. I understand he was a regular here?"
Gus's expression sobered.
"Barry? He worked at the lighthouse at Craggy Hill."
Gus held up a hand. The faded tattoos wrapped all the way around his well-defined forearms.
No, I know who he is. You just caught me off guard. Were you a friend of his? Or family?"
A quiver of dread laced the last word. Brandon gave a soft shake of his head and briefly displayed his enchanted badge.
"I'm a detective with the Seattle PD."
Gus's eyes went wide.
"So, it's true? Barry was killed?" "That's what we're looking into. Neighbor said he might have been here the night he died. Can you confirm that?"
Gus ran a hand over his mouth, as though trying to wipe away the shock, but the alarm lingered in his eyes.
"He was here,"
he agreed, with a stilted bob of his head.
"Barry was a regular. Not a heavy drinker, just reliable. Usually came in once or twice a week. There was a Huskies game on, so we had a good crowd."
He paused and gestured at the row of TVs along the wall beside the bar.
Barry was always pretty quiet, kept to himself. He ordered his usual and sat in his usual place.
Gus's attention faded for a moment, his eyes shifting to a table at the outskirts of the bar area. A woman and her young child sat there now, the mom watching her son color as they waited for their meal.
A few of the other regulars tried to get him to come sit at the bar and watch the game, but Barry wasn't having it.
Gus continued.
He seemed agitated.
Any idea why? I interjected. Gus shook his head.
I meant to go and check on him, but Sherry called out and I was on my own, so I never got the chance.
Regret rolled off the man's face.
Then around 9, this girl comes in and starts screaming at him. I mean, going off. One of the other servers broke it up and threw her out, but when I tried to find Barry to check on him, he was gone. He left a 20 on the table and dipped.
Gus broke off and ran his hand over his jaw.
I heard about his accident the following night, and I just wish I'd made time to go and say something.
Brandon and I exchanged glances.
What did the girl look like? She was young, somewhere in her 20s, I'd say. Red hair, thin. I didn't see her come in, but the main host said he thought she'd already been drinking. Wobbly on her feet, I guess.
Brandon pulled out his phone and swiped to a photo of the Grace family. I had no idea where it came from, but it looked like they were on vacation. And if I had to guess, it was from before the accident, as a gray-haired couple stood in the center, and while Aurora was in the photo, neither of the children were. With a pinch, Brandon zoomed in on Sasha's smiling face. A pair of oversized sunglasses nested in her hair as she raised a margarita, as though toasting the photographer on the other side of the lens.
"This her?" he asked.
Gus nodded immediately.
"Yep, that's her. Who is she? I don't think she's a local."
Brandon slipped his phone back into his pocket.
"I can't get into that, but I do have a final question for you. Did Barry ever talk about the boating accident from a few years back?"
Gus's expression darkened.
"Only on the nights where he had a bit too much. Like I said, he wasn't a drunk. And believe me, I can spot them. But some nights it got to his head a bit more than others. Especially when there was all that talk about a lawsuit." He shook his head. "If you ask me, Barry blamed himself for something that wasn't really his fault."
Brandon handed Gus the check and the $50 bill.
"Thanks for your help. Keep the change."
Gus thanked us and wished us a good evening before he turned and made his way back to the bar. "Sounds like we need to have another chat with Sasha. You think the boyfriend was in on it? Or is he just lying to cover for her?" Brandon frowned.
"I don't know. But either way, it sounds like we need to get back to the Pinecone Lodge."
I rolled my eyes. Seriously, though, who is naming these places? Chapter 10. The Pinecone Lodge was considerably quieter than McNally's, only a few guest rooms illuminated with soft lights behind curtain windows as we pulled into the parking lot. I briefly wondered which ones were occupied by the Grace family and what they were doing. Somehow they didn't strike me as small-town kind of people. In truth, I wasn't either, or at least I hadn't been. As it currently stood, I wasn't sure what I was anymore. I quickly shoved that thought aside and twisted toward Brandon as he pulled into a parking spot close to the front doors. "Okay, what's the plan if we can't get her to talk? I mean, we can't exactly haul her to the Supernatural Protection Agency headquarters for questioning, can we?" The mental image made me snort. Sasha being walked through some SBA lobby where a garden gnome sits waiting to speak with his parole officer, while a receptionist with pointed ears and a magic wand asks if he'd like some tea.
"Technically speaking, I can use the local PD facilities."
Brandon's expression soured, making it clear that was a last resort option. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have her caught in a lie, so that gives us some leverage. We'll see what that gets us. I nodded and unbuckled my seatbelt, although I wasn't confident the young woman would crack so easily. We made our way inside and found a young man with tired eyes sitting behind the front desk. He glanced up from his phone as we approached and straightened in his chair. "Good evening. Can I help you?" "Evening," Brandon replied, already flashing a peek of his enchanted badge. "We're here with the Seattle PD, and we need to speak with a guest, Sasha Grace. Could you provide her room number?" The clerk hesitated, glancing between us. "I'm not supposed to give out guest information?" "This is an official investigation," Brandon said, his tone firm but not unkind. After another moment's hesitation, the clerk checked his computer. "Room 214, but—" He looked up as the front door opened behind us. "Oh, there's one of them now." I turned to see Sasha's boyfriend, Chip, walking through the lobby, earbuds in, his shoulders hunched against the rain. His hair was damp, and he looked dejected as he pulled out his phone to check something. "Excuse me," Brandon called out. Chip looked up, startled. He pulled out his earbuds and approached us warily. "Detective? What are you doing here?" "We had some follow-up questions," Brandon said. "Actually, maybe we could start with you. Is there somewhere we can talk privately?" Chip glanced toward the stairs, then back at us. The man at the counter leaned over. "The lounge is usually empty this time of night," he suggested, with a gesture in the correct direction. "And there's a fire on." Personally, I'd have wanted us to stay within earshot, to scoop up all the gossip for the other staff. But it seemed the young man was eager to get back to whatever he was doing on his phone, and thought it would be more enjoyable if we were out of the way. In any case, Brandon led the way to the lounge, opposite the dining room space we'd seen that morning, and found it was indeed empty. The room had tall ceilings and a half-moon shape, its curved walls conjuring the image of a castle's turret, or perhaps a lighthouse's deck. Floor-to-ceiling windows followed the room's arc, offering a panoramic view of the dark ocean beyond, where whitecaps caught the light from the hotel's exterior lamps. Built-in bookcases lined the spaces between windows, their shelves filled with well-worn paperbacks, hard-bound classics, faded with age and sun, and what looked like decades' worth of National Geographic magazines. Several clusters of leather armchairs were arranged throughout the space, each grouping anchored by small side tables and warmed by the glow of brassy table lamps. In one corner, a mahogany backgammon table sat mid-game between two overstuffed wingback chairs. An ornate brass telescope stood before the center window, angled toward the horizon. Brandon slowed his pace as we entered the room, allowing Chip to breeze past him. The man moved to stand near the stone fireplace, where low flames flickered and glowed. Chip held out his hands to warm them, while his eyes momentarily roved over the assorted trinkets and seashells lined up on the roughly hewn mantel. "What's Sasha doing tonight?" I asked. Chip turned at that, his expression clouded. "Oh, she had a headache, so she's up in the room resting. The guy at the front desk wouldn't give us painkillers. Something about it being against hotel policy." He paused and rolled his eyes, before slipping his hands into his pockets. "I went out to the corner store to get some." He produced a small white bottle with a blue label and shook it. "Did Sasha tell you she had a headache on Wednesday night?" Brandon asked. Chip frowned and slipped the bottle of painkillers back into the pocket of his jacket. "No? Why?" "We know Sasha wasn't with you in the room, at least not for the entire night, as you both stated this morning." Chip went very still, his eyes darting between us and the doorway like he was calculating his escape route. "I don't know what you're talking about. She was with me in our room." Why would you say that?" Brandon's jaw hardened. "We know she was at McNally's, the local pub, around 9 o'clock. She got into an argument with Barry Clark. And the fact that this detail was left out of the conversation at breakfast seems more than a bit suspicious. So I'm offering you a fresh start here. Tell us the truth about what happened Wednesday night." Chip angled his body away from us, a hand running down his mouth. I shifted a sidelong glance toward Brandon, but he lifted a hand at his side, gesturing to give it a beat. When Chip turned back to face us, he looked as though he'd aged 10 years. He was likely somewhere in his early to mid-30s, but the swell of anxiety brought out the fine lines in his brow and along his mouth.
"Look, I know it probably looks bad, but Sasha isn't a killer, okay?"
"Why was she at the bar? Did she know Mr. Clark would be there?" Chip shook his head.
"No, of course not. How could she?"
He exhaled, then swore under his breath.
"Listen, we got into a fight, okay? She took off, like she always does."
He paused, and his upper lip twitched into a curl of remembered frustration.
"She said she was going to get some air."
Chip rolled his eyes and ran his hand over his jawline again as he traced the lines in the coffered ceiling.
"I guess I should have known that was code for vodka."
"What was the fight about?" Brandon asked.
"The same thing we always fight about. Her drinking."
Chip's voice was tired as he returned his gaze to us.
"She was upset, given everything that happened, and started to dig into the minibar. She'd already had the better part of a bottle of wine with dinner, so I was trying to get her to leave the minibar stuff alone. She snapped at me, called me a cheap ass. I got mad and told her it wasn't about the money, it was about her being a mean drunk. She said she wasn't drunk, and... well, anyway, you get the idea. Away we went, round and round."
He crossed to one of the chairs positioned in front of the fireplace and sat down heavily, as though his legs could no longer hold him up. He braced his elbows on his knees as he leaned forward and exhaled.
"She's different when she's not around her family," he continued. "They trigger her. Big time. I should have just let her have the stupid drink."
Brandon glanced toward me, and I lifted one eyebrow. "How long was she gone?" I asked, shifting my attention back to Chip. He stared into the flames, not blinking.
"She was gone for an hour or something. It had started to rain, so she called me to come and pick her up because she didn't want to walk back to the hotel."
"So you didn't know she went to a bar?" I asked.
Chip shook his head. "No, she didn't smell like alcohol."
He looked up at us then, his expression muddled with confusion.
"Are you sure she was there? Maybe it was someone else."
"Where did you pick her up from?" Brandon asked.
"She was out in front of the grocery store a few miles from here. Thistle, I think. She bought some chips and stuff."
A faint smile twitched on his face, there and gone again in an instant.
"My favorite brand. I honestly thought..."
He trailed off and shrugged.
"Anyway, the next day when we heard about the murder, she got spooked and told me to say we were together all night."
He looked ashamed.
"I figured she just didn't want to have to talk about the argument and her drinking in front of her family. They don't really approve of me. Or us, I guess."
"Why is that?" I asked, unable to help myself.
Chip worked his hands together. "She comes from money, and well, don't. They'd rather she find some trust fund guy, or at least someone with a college degree and a 6-figure paycheck." He breathed a dry, bitter laugh. "Not a guy named Chip who works at a mechanic shop and comes home with grease under his nails. They didn't even want me to come on this trip, but Sasha threw a big fit and threatened not to come. I think Connor likes me. It's hard to say for sure with him, though. He's always in his own world."
"What about Parker?" I asked. Chip huffed another pained laugh.
"Oh, he's the president of the anti-fan club, for sure. He thinks that if Sasha marries me, we'll end up destitute and relying on him and Aurora for handouts. That's how it is with Parker. Everything's about his bottom line."
Footsteps sounded outside the lounge, and Brandon straightened.
"What time did Sasha leave?" he asked.
Chip hitched one shoulder, his eyes still distant as he looked into the dwindling flames.
Dinner wrapped up around 8:30, so it was around then, maybe closer to 9.
And when did she call you to come and pick her up?
After 10:30,
Chip replied.
I just finished watching a rerun episode of Storage Wars. I'd already seen it, but the TV options here are kind of crap, and the Wi-Fi is even worse.
And she didn't say anything about... Before Brandon could finish the question, Sasha appeared in the doorway, her eyes wide with alarm. She wore a pair of black leggings and an oversized sweatshirt, like she might have been getting ready for bed. "What's going on here?" she demanded, looking between us and Chip. "Chip, what are you doing?" He jolted to his feet.
They had some questions about...
I told you not to talk to them. We already answered their questions this morning, Sasha snapped, giving Brandon and me scathing looks in turn. If you want to talk to us again, you need to call Parker's lawyer, Jonathan, or Jordan. Joshua... She gave a slight shake of her head, and her hands curled into impotent fists. Whatever. Just leave us alone. We don't have anything to say to you.
They know you weren't here all night, Chip said.
Sasha whirled on her heels so fast her ponytail lashed behind her like a whip.
Why didn't you tell me you went to a bar?
Chip continued, ignoring the fire in the young woman's eyes.
You got into a fight?
It wasn't a fight, she seethed, before glancing over her shoulder. And no, before you ask, I didn't know he would be there. All I wanted was a drink. A minute to myself. She shot a look at Chip, and for a moment it seemed like she might lash out at him. But she stopped short of saying whatever had crossed her mind and folded her arms tightly over her chest instead, as though reining herself in.
What happened at the bar? Brandon pressed. Did Mr. Clark approach you, or vice versa?
I walked in and saw him sitting there like it was just any other night, like nothing had happened, and I just lost it, or whatever. I didn't hit him, though. You make it sound like I attacked him. Tears sprang to her already red-rimmed eyes, and I wondered if she'd been drinking tonight. He tried to apologize for the whole thing with the flowers at the beach, and I told him he should be ashamed to show his face in public. Some waiter guy was walking by, and I grabbed a half-empty drink from his tray and threw it at Barry. That's when I got kicked out.
What happened after that?
Brandon asked. Sasha's eyes flashed. I waited outside for him to leave. I was still so angry. It felt like my chest was going to explode or something. Chip's face went pale as he watched her.
Sasha,
he breathed. For some reason, the sound of her name only spurred her to further heights of anger. She bristled and sidestepped further from Chip. I followed him to his house, okay? She exclaimed, throwing her hands into the air. I thought maybe I'd wait for him to go inside and then I'd throw a rock through his window or something. I wanted him to know that it wasn't just any other day. Chip ran a hand over his jaw, though his mouth continued to hang open as he dropped it to his side. Sasha rolled her eyes at him and turned away completely. I didn't actually do it, she scoffed. I stood outside for a while, trying to get myself to do it, but I couldn't. And it started to rain, and it was cold, and I really needed a drink, so I doubled back to the grocery store I'd passed on the way. I went inside to buy more wine, but all I could hear was Chip's stupid voice in my head. She glanced over at him, and her expression softened ever so slightly. I put the wine back and got some snacks instead, and then I went outside and called you to come and get me. The pair stared at each other for a long moment, carrying on a silent conversation. Chip looked away first, crossing to the bank of windows. Sasha followed him with her eyes, but then gave an exasperated shake of her head, her ponytail once more swinging around her, and she fumbled through the large pocket on the front of her hoodie. Here, she said, as she retrieved her phone and started furiously scrolling. When she turned the phone around to face us, the screen listed a number of transactions. I didn't have my wallet, so I used my phone to pay for everything. She tapped one manicured hand at a line in the center, and sure enough, there was a purchase from Thistle, the only market in Beechwood Harbor, for $42.48 at 10:23 p.m. Sasha huffed and turned the screen back to face her and resumed tapping and scrolling, only to flip it back around, this time displaying her phone log. An outbound call to Chip was placed 3 minutes later. "I was standing right outside the store when I called. Can't you, check the cell towers or something?" she asked, her tone turning petulant. "That's your whole job, right? I'm not lying." "We'll look into it," Brandon replied. "What happened after Chip picked you up? Where did you go?" "We came straight back here," Sasha said. "I took a hot shower. We talked about our fight, and we went to bed." "I returned the keys to the rental car to Parker," Chip interjected. "We couldn't have gone all the way to the beach lookout and the lighthouse even if we'd wanted to." I frowned. "I thought Parker was on a work call." "He was," Chip said with a nod. "He was on the phone when I knocked on their room door. Aurora was with the kids. They were crying and whining about something. Although I did see him again around midnight." Brandon shifted his weight and gave me a quick glance. "Parker left the hotel?" Chip looked to Sasha. Her eyes narrowed. "What are you talking about? Parker didn't say anything like that." "I went out to smoke." Sasha scoffed. "Seriously, Chip? You're going to lecture me about drinking some wine, and you're back on that crap?" Chip grimaced. "He was in the parking lot, in the rental car. The engine was running, but the lights were off. I figured he was just taking a minute to himself or something. Those kids of his are really annoying. I'd probably rather sleep in a car, too." "He was sleeping in the car," I repeated. "I don't know. I wasn't close enough. I could only tell it was him because of the streetlight." Sasha swooped in and grabbed Chip by the arm. "I think that's enough," she said. "We should get to our room. I have a headache and I want to order a pizza or something." I looked to Brandon, wondering if he would interrupt in an attempt to ask more questions about Parker, but he was distracted, reaching for the front pocket of his jacket where he typically kept his phone. With a final tug, Sasha pulled Chip away, and the pair vanished from the lounge with hurried footsteps. "Well, that was interesting," I said, turning to Brandon. "Should we go find Parker? Or we could run the theory by Captain Barry himself. I think Holly said sometimes ghost memories come back on their own. But..." I trailed off when I realized Brandon wasn't listening, at least not fully. He pulled his phone from his pocket and frowned at the screen. "I have to take this," he said, not looking up. "It's Naira." He answered the call with a clipped, "What's up?" as he stepped away. My lips twisted into a deeper frown as he walked toward the windows, and his voice lowered. "Yeah. Wait. What? Are you sure?" His back went rigid. "We'll be right there." When he turned back to me, his expression had hardened in a way that made my stomach drop. "Change of plans," he said, already steering me toward the exit. "Parker will have to wait." "What's going on?" I asked as we hurried through the lobby. "Come on," he said, his hand on the small of my back, propelling me forward. "I'll explain on the way." But as we pulled out of the parking lot, I realized we were heading out of Beechwood Harbor, and that whatever Naira had said was serious enough to pull him away from a murder investigation. And that terrified me more than any ghost or banshee ever could. Chapter 11. Brandon remained tight-lipped on the drive, which led us through a car-sized portal and deposited us onto the streets of the Seattle Haven. The drive that would normally take 3 hours plus was gobbled up in mere minutes, and before I could pepper Brandon with more questions, we pulled down an alleyway and to a small parking lot behind SPA headquarters. My hand stilled on the seatbelt release as Brandon cut the SUV's engine. His eyes flicked to the rearview mirror for the dozenth time since arriving in the magical city, and my stomach roiled with dread. "Brandon, please, just tell me what's going on."
"I will,"
he said, unclipping his own seatbelt.
"Inside."
A bubble of frustration percolated up through the heaviness, and I frowned. "Fine." Brandon glanced at me, his expression softening for a moment, before his all-business mask snapped back into place. He kept me pinned closely to his side as we made our way inside, a process which involved the flashing of his true credentials at multiple checkpoints. At the final stop before the elevators, I was asked to sign a form, and then handed an enchanted visitor's badge, which affixed itself to the front of my jacket with some sort of invisible magic tape. The headquarters felt different at night. The hustle and bustle I'd observed on previous visits was gone, and the first floor was quiet enough to hear the sterile hum of the fluorescent lighting and the soft footsteps of the janitorial crew who worked tirelessly to keep the supernatural world's bureaucracy tidy. Our own footsteps echoed in the nearly empty corridors as Brandon led me upstairs and through a maze of gray hallways and cubicles. Naira met us outside a conference room with glass walls, and though I couldn't see inside due to some spell, I assumed, I could hear the voices of a half a dozen agents working inside.
"She's waiting for us,"
Naira said, as she seamlessly fell into step beside us.
"You okay, Blair?"
"A little cranky and tired, actually," I replied, giving Brandon an irritated look. "We're here now, so can you please tell me what's going on?" Naira and Brandon exchanged a quiet look, and for whatever reason, this only irritated me further. Fine, never mind. I stopped short of crossing my arms and stomping my foot, but only just. The hallway ended in front of a large office, the door ajar. Naira went ahead, passing through the open doorway, and when I hesitated, Brandon placed a hand on my back and guided me over the threshold. The office was neat as a pin, but for the teetering stack of files piled in one corner of the large desk. The room itself wasn't the thing giving me pause, but rather it was the imposing woman standing on the other side, with a hooked nose and a broad figure. Her dark gray hair was cropped short and stuck up in a way that brought bird feathers to mind, which was fitting, considering she was a hawk shifter. I made a mental note to not accidentally slip and use Adam's nickname for the woman, Old Bird. Or was it Big Bird? In either case, it was probably best to avoid. Agatha Bramble, the head of the department, raised one severe and slightly overgrown eyebrow at my entrance, her shrewd eyes immediately zinging to Brandon. "You failed to mention you'd be bringing Ms. McGill along." Brandon's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed.
"I thought it might be best to keep Blair close until we know exactly what we're dealing with."
Gee, now wasn't that the million-dollar question? "I suppose she might as well hear this anyway," Bramble said curtly, her gaze shifting back to me with the intensity of a bird of prey sizing up its next meal. "Sit." It wasn't a request. I settled into one of the two chairs facing her desk, while Brandon took the other. Naira remained standing by the door, her arms crossed. "We've identified who accessed your file," Bramble began without preamble, settling into her own chair with the fluid grace of someone accustomed to commanding rooms. "Rebecca Downing, a former agent of the SPA. Rebecca was dismissed 3 years ago for providing classified information to a group of rogues." "Vampires?" I asked. Bramble inclined her head. "Yes. Those who do not agree with the agency's more recent policies and procedures."
"After her dismissal, Becky started taking on work as a private investigator," Brandon interjected. "And while she seemingly stayed on the right side of the law, no one really knows where her true allegiance lies. Some think she holds a grudge against the agency."
My stomach dropped. "And she has my missing files? How?"
"That's what I'd like to know as well,"
Brandon said, his voice hard as steel. "We're still trying to put together the whole picture," Bramble replied. Her tone was matter-of-fact and unruffled, but her displeasure was evident in her eyes. "Once the issue was brought to my attention by the archivist, I ordered a more thorough sweep of the archival rooms. Traces of transfiguration magic were found throughout the secure areas." "Transfiguration?" I asked. Brandon swore and leaned back in his chair.
"Magical disguise,"
Naira explained quietly.
"High-level stuff."
Bramble nodded. "Upon that discovery, I had Agent Berman cross-reference the archive visitor logs with everyone on shift, and she discovered that Raoul Decker was supposedly checking out an evidence folio at 2:35 p.m., when in reality, Decker was home with the flu and has the medical records and pharmacy receipts to prove it." Naira lifted her chin in a small showing of triumph.
"Nice work, Naira," Brandon said. "So Downing transformed into Decker. I'll be honest, I didn't know she had that kind of power." "To add to that, Decker said he saw Downing outside his condo building about a week ago," Naira replied. "Downing tried to play it off as a coincidence. Something about dog-sitting for a friend who lived in the same building. And at the time, that was good enough for Decker. The Haven isn't all that big of a place. But in hindsight, it seems maybe Downing was there to access Decker's home. She would have needed something personal for the spell to work."
Brandon grimaced, his mouth going tight as though words were fighting to break through his firm lips.
"I hate to even think this, but..."
He paused and looked around the room.
"Are we positive Decker isn't in on it?"
Naira canted her head to one side in a non-committal gesture.
"I didn't pick up that vibe when I spoke with him. He seemed genuinely upset. But we can't rule it out entirely."
"Which is why," Agent Bramble interjected, "none of this leaves this room. Decker has been likewise instructed. This whole, spell, it would take some time to plan, right? I mean, to get to the, what did you call it, personal item? And then to cast it. Or is it like a potion? We don't know for certain. But yes, it would appear this plan has been in the works for some time." Bramble straightened in her chair. "I'd like to think it's no small feat to pull one over on the archivist." Brandon winced.
"I imagine they aren't taking the news well."
Bramble clucked her tongue. My stomach flipped over again, the sensation akin to seasickness, as I rewound through my memories of the past weeks. While I thought myself to be starting something new, safe and free, I was really in the center of some invisible crosshairs.
"Where's Downing now?"
Brandon asked, leaning forward in his chair.
"I'm assuming she's in custody?"
Bramble's dark eyes flashed. "Not yet." A new thought rumbled through the swirling noise, and I inhaled sharply. "What about Holly and Adam? And the kids? Harmony? Bramble raised a hand. "I've already spoken with Holly. She's aware of the situation, and that the manor may be compromised. She and Harmony are working to put additional security wards in place. But until we locate Downing, it might be best for you to steer clear of the manor."
"She'll stay with me,"
Brandon said, his tone leaving no room for discussion.
"No one knows about our relationship outside of this room, and those at the manor. Downing herself wouldn't think to draw the connection."
I turned to him. "I don't want to put you in danger, too." He reached out and took my hand.
"My place is warded. We'll be safe there."
"Good." Bramble stood, effectively ending the meeting. "But I want daily check-ins, and at the first sign of trouble, you bring her back here. No heroics." "How long do you think it will take to find Downing?" I said. Bramble's expression remained unreadable. "That depends on how well she's prepared for this." "And what about Captain Barry and the Grace family?"
"Come on, Blair,"
Brandon said, as he also stood. His hand remained clasped around mine, and I followed his lead.
"We can worry about that in the morning."
"Sure. That was easy enough for someone without insomnia to say.
Penny for your thoughts?
I glanced over at Brandon's prompt and tried to smile, though it felt tight on my lips. Might need more than one. Brandon returned the smile, though his looked as thin as mine felt, and tapped the center console between the front seats of the SUV.
I've probably got a few in here. How much will a dime get me?
I chuckled softly and relaxed my head back against the seat. The Seattle Haven wasn't as large as its non-magical counterpart, but at night the streets looked similar, with glittering lights and traffic coming and going, set against a haze of misty rain. First, Penny, I'm worried about Holly and feel like garbage for getting them pulled into all of this, whatever it is. Brandon looked ready to interject, but I continued, not giving him the space. I'd like to say it's all selfless worrying, but I'm also feeling a little sorry for myself, if I'm being honest, and wondering if my life will ever be normal again. I mean, the normal ship has sailed, but I don't know, I guess I thought maybe I could find a life raft or something to kind of cling to. Right now, it feels like I got chucked overboard and I had just started learning how to doggy paddle, only to get pulled into a whirlpool. Brandon slowed to a stop at an intersection, the light glaring red across the hood of the dark vehicle. He clicked on his left turn signal, and I leaned forward slightly, looking in that direction. I'd not been to his condo before, and while the circumstances from my first visit were unfortunate, there was an undeniable nip of curiosity in the back of my mind. With a sigh, I leaned back again. I'm grateful, of course, for all of your help, and everyone else at the SBA too. But it's hard to not think about the what-ifs.
I get that,
Brandon replied. The light changed to green, and he eased the vehicle through the intersection. He drove the same way he did everything, with calm, competent purpose. Regardless of the danger swirling around me, like the shadows between the storefronts and bars we passed, I always felt safer with Brandon. I don't mean that I wish we'd never met, I clarified. He cut a quick smile at me.
You sure?
Well, considering the alternative, I was being turned into vampire chow, so I'd say this is a better outcome. Brandon laughed and returned his attention to the road.
Good to know I at least rank somewhere above that.
I do think it's a little ironic this is how I'm finally getting to see your place, I teased, grateful for the shift in mood, however short-lived.
Yeah, for all I know, this is some long con you cooked up to get yourself an invite,
Brandon replied, his laughter rumbling through the front seat once more.
I could see it. You and Bramble and Naira all conspiring.
I grinned. Somehow I doubt Bramble would be too amused by such a request. But then again, Holly does seem to have some sway with her.
I'll say. There's been more than one occasion where I thought Holly was going to get me fired from the agency.
He winced as soon as the words left his mouth, as though regretting the confession.
It all worked out, obviously, he hurried to add. But we didn't see eye to eye when I first started coming around town.
I think she's just protective.
Very. That old house sure is important to her, like some kind of extension of herself.
My chest tightened, and my smile stuttered, thinking of what they all might be doing to batten down the hatches, magically speaking, and perhaps otherwise, while I sat helplessly by the wayside. For once, it would feel good to be the one with solutions, not more problems. We turned into the underground parking garage of a 4-story building and descended below street level. Brandon parked the SUV in a marked spot for Unit 406. Top floor, huh? Nice. I bobbed my head and gathered my crossbody bag from the floor of the passenger seat. Brandon cut the engine and the lights.
The office manager's wife works at the SBA, and she posts upcoming listings to the employee board before they go public. I got lucky, though don't get too excited. Most of my windows look out at the side of that thing.
He gestured to the neighboring building, which stood one level higher, and was about as interesting to look at as the back of a box of shredded wheat. But it has an in-unit washer and dryer, a dedicated parking spot, and a closet that could almost be described as walk-in, he added with a self-deprecating smile. I snorted. Hey, I'm impressed already. You saw my place in Tacoma. I was close enough to that sketchy convenience store I could smell the hot dogs turning to jerky under the heat lamps. It's not like I'm used to quartz countertops and heated floors or something. Brandon grimaced. And here I was about to suggest we order something to snack on. Oh, you're definitely feeding me. Those onion rings are long gone. I laughed and climbed out of the car. He caught my eyes over the hood of the vehicle as we rounded its front bumper. You know, my next-door neighbor Claire has a mess of cats. I'll go ask her what's on the menu. Maybe some fancy feast? Or are you more of a meow mix kind of lady? I gasped in mock horror and smacked him playfully on the arm. You know what? Just for that, you're ordering dessert, too. Chapter 12. Hopefully this makes up for the meow mix joke, Brandon said, as he brought a large paper bag into the kitchen. I smiled and turned toward him, tearing my gaze from the assortment of DVDs stacked neatly inside one IKEA cupboard framing his TV stand. While he'd sorted out our dinner order, I'd distracted myself by judging his taste in movies, most of which were at least a decade old. Have you even heard of streaming? I asked, as I closed the door on the narrow cabinet. You could clean out this whole cabinet and use it for something else. Brandon placed the bags on the small kitchen island and began unpacking a trio of white cartons from Luna, a swanky Italian eatery in the Haven. In an attempt to get himself back in my good graces, he'd ordered all of my favorite desserts. And what would I keep in there instead? He asked. Socks? I laughed and perched on one of the 2 stools parked in front of the island. Books, probably. Your shelf over there could use some breathing room. I gestured with my chin to the case standing between the 2 windows, which, as warned, only offered the view of the gray stone building next door and dingy alley below. The bookcase also appeared to have been purchased at IKEA and was filled with a variety of books, everything from coffee table-style photo books, mostly of coral reefs, an interest I hadn't realized he held, to battered paperback novels, sci-fi thrillers mainly, hardcover cookbooks, and a smattering of leather-bound grimoires and spellbooks wedged into any available gaps. Brandon paused his unpacking and gave a quick tilt of his head. I suppose, but it seems like a waste to just get rid of all those DVDs. Yeah, I used to think the same thing, but when was the last time you watched one? Do you even know if your player works? Okay, point taken. He smiled. How long are you planning on Marie Kondoing me? Should I be writing this down? My hand towels are too grandma, and my DVDs are a waste of valuable real estate. Anything else? I laughed and held up my hands in surrender. All right, fine, I'm done. But seriously, those towels, Brandon. He rolled his eyes and dug back into the bags of takeout. I told you they were from a white elephant thing at the agency last year. I didn't pick them out. They're just really soft, so I didn't want to get rid of them. I grinned, imagining him opining over whether or not to donate the frilly lavender monstrosities. Well, hey, at least no one can accuse you of needing a woman's touch to liven up the place, huh? He snagged a small box and held it up. You want this lava cake or not? I leaned forward and snatched it from his hands and popped the top, revealing the still warm mound in all its fudgy glory. Okay, now you're officially forgiven for the cat food remark. I even have a pint of vanilla bean ice cream in the freezer, he added with a wide grin. Be careful, Swan, or you'll never get rid of me, I teased. That's not as much of a threat as you might think, he said, his gaze finding mine. My heart did a little tumble, and I glanced down, focusing instead on closing the lid on the box of cake. Yeah, you just want me for my decorating tips. For a moment, I regretted the flippant tone of my voice, but it wasn't a conversation I was prepared to get into. Not any time soon, at least, and certainly not tonight. We'd only been dating for a couple of months. "Something like that," he replied, giving me an escape route away from the topic. We kept things light as we dug into the various pastries and sweets. Hey, if I was going to be in mortal peril for the foreseeable future, I'd need to keep well and properly carb-fueled, in case I needed to run for my life. At least, that's what I told myself. "So tell me, what do you think about Agent Downing?" I asked, when we settled into our places at the small dinette table off the kitchen. "Back at headquarters, you called her Becky, so it kind of made it seem like you two were friends or something." Brandon shook his head as he finished swallowing his bite of tiramisu. He dabbed a paper napkin at the corner of his mouth before replying, "Not really, no. She kind of kept to herself, and we worked in different departments. Almost everyone called her Becky." I nodded and scooped up a bit of the spongy lava cake, contemplating my next bite as much as I was the current situation. "So, was everyone shocked when she got fired?" "I would say so," he replied, reaching for his glass of wine. Another splurge he'd made to appease me. "The details were all kept sealed, but the agency is a little bit like a small town in the sense that it's hard to keep things fully under wraps, with everyone comparing notes at the water cooler. I don't think she went full turncoat, but she had grievances with the agency's policy and general attitude toward the vampire community, and she made her feelings known. That was enough to ruffle the feathers of the higher-ups. Literally in Bramble's case," I joked. Brandon shook his head, not picking up on the deadpan humor. "No, not Bramble. She's not the kind likely to retaliate based on the opinions of others, or office gossip." I bobbed my head. Was it her call to fire Agent Downing?" "That I don't know." He sipped from his glass and replaced it on the table. "But even if she was upset about letting Agent Downing go, it's safe to say her goodwill will have evaporated by now. I still can't believe someone slipped past all of the agency's defenses and got into the file room." My lips twisted into a wry smile as I reached for my own wine glass. "Guess I'm a pretty big deal, huh?" Brandon looked up and held my gaze. "We'll find her, Blair, and whoever else she might be working with, too." I sighed and set the glass down without taking a sip. I know. Let's talk about something else instead. When are we going to go back to Beechwood and talk to Parker Grace?" Brandon seemed surprised by the question, his fork dangling over his meal. "The family is only in town through Monday, right?" I pressed. "I doubt even that enchanted badge of yours can make them change all of their travel plans and extend their trip." Brandon bought himself a moment and plucked a cannoli from the remaining carton. "Naira can handle it. We should focus on finding Downing and getting her to talk to us." I frowned. "The entire department is already doing that. We're the only ones who have sway with the Grace family." Brandon chewed thoughtfully, the gears of his mind churning through the options. "You just said you and Becky weren't friends, so it's not like you'll have some kind of leverage there. Whether it's Naira or Bramble or some other agent, they can interview her and find out why she stole my file. And it's not like she'll know what case you're working on. She won't know to look for me at the Pinecone Lodge, of all places." Brandon considered me a moment longer. "You're not going to drop this, are you?" "Not likely." His frown lines deepened. "Listen, I feel bad enough about putting Holly and everyone at risk. The least I can do is solve their banshee problem. And the only way I can do that is by getting justice for Barry." I did my best to flutter my lashes, though I probably just looked like I developed an eye twitch. "Please, Brandon, let me help." He sighed and leaned back in his chair. "All right, but if things go sideways, I'll turn furry and run away as fast as my 4 legs can carry me," I promised with a grin. "All right, we'll run it by Bramble in the morning." As predicted, my mind was too busy for sleep, but it felt odd to go wandering through Brandon's apartment while he slept. The lack of a balcony was disappointing, although, given that a sleepless night on my Tacoma apartment balcony had somewhat kick-started all of this madness, maybe it was for the best. In the end, I tossed and turned and scrolled my phone until the sun rose and Brandon's alarm broke through the early morning quiet. At the sound, he rolled over, his face still smushed into the pillow, and cracked open one eye. I smiled from my half-sitting position, propped against the stack of pillows I'd wedged behind me. "Morning." He smacked at the nightstand and silenced the phone's alarm, then grunted something by way of reply. His bleary-eyed grumpiness drew a laugh, and I put down my own phone, the screen showing the illustrated page of a digital comic Harmony had recommended I check out. "And here I thought you were one of those accursed morning people," I teased. Another grunt. "I'll go make some coffee," I said, leaning over to press a quick kiss to his head before rolling out of bed. He snagged my wrist at the last moment and tugged me back. Apparently, the coffee could wait. "Seriously, Harmony?" I muttered as I hopped up and down, trying in vain to squeeze my rear end into the skinniest pair of skinny jeans. "Have you ever seen me wear these?" "What did you say?" Brandon called from the other room. "Oh, nothing," I replied, wincing as I finally got the top button to slide into place. The night before, Naira had dropped off a backpack of my belongings at Brandon's. As I hadn't been able to go back to the manor, Harmony had agreed to pack my essentials for me. But my texted list of requests hadn't been specific enough. The morning after a feast from Luna required loose-fitting everything. I combed my fingers through my hair and pulled it back into a low ponytail. It tended to do its own thing, and this was even more true after being left to air dry overnight. By the time I emerged from the bedroom, Brandon had prepared scrambled eggs, toast, and coffee. "The breakfast of champions," he said with a grin. "But we have to scarf it. You got your wish. Bramble said we can go to Beechwood to interview Parker, but she wants us to check in with her afterward." "Oh, good." I reached for a piece of toast. "What about Naira?" "She's sticking with the team looking for Downing. So far, she hasn't returned to her residence. They've got someone watching her office in case she turns up there." I frowned as I slid onto one of the stools at the island. "Do you think someone tipped her off?" Brandon grimaced. He was standing on the other side of the island, his plate in one hand, the fork in the other, and I wondered if eating over the kitchen sink was a common part of his morning routine. "It's too soon to say for sure. We don't know much about her personal life, but she could have stayed over with a significant other or a friend, or maybe she's out of town. Naira's going to try and speak with some of her neighbors, so hopefully we can glean more insight soon." I perched on the edge of the stool and shoveled a few bites of egg into my mouth. "So what's our approach with Parker? Are we going to rat out Chip?" Brandon finished his last bite of breakfast and set his empty plate in the sink. "I wouldn't call it ratting him out, but yes. Right now the family is more or less locked in step with one another, and that's bad for us from an investigative standpoint. If we can muddy the waters a bit, stir up some distrust and paranoia, we might be able to sift out the truth." I blinked and nibbled at my toast. "That was a lot of mixed metaphors." Brandon laughed and poured a refill of coffee into a stainless steel tumbler. Yeah. It's early, and you've thrown off my usual morning groove." You didn't seem to be complaining 15 minutes ago, Agent Swan." The faintest bit of color bloomed on his cheeks, and I grinned, reveling in my small victory. "I'm also curious to see what the dynamic is between Aurora and Parker. If she's covering for him, that's another piece of potential leverage we can use," Brandon continued. "But I think it will be best if we can find a way to talk to her without Parker. She'll be more likely to contradict him or let something slip if he's not standing next to her." I finished my last bites and nodded. "Makes sense to me. Let's go fishing." By the time we pulled into the Pinecone Lodge's parking lot, the morning fog had lifted, and while the sun was only just peeking through low clouds, the threat of rain seemed low. A wind whipped through the beach grass that grew in clumps around the rocky path that presumably led to the shoreline, and as I watched, two tawny-haired boys emerged from between the tall grass, sword-fighting with a pair of neon-hued plastic shovels. "It looks like we have perfect timing," I said, gesturing as the boys' parents came into view. Parker and Aurora Grace followed after the pair of young boys, walking several paces apart. Despite the overcast sky, Aurora wore oversized sunglasses, her long blonde hair whipping around her face in the breeze. Parker wore a ball cap, low over his own eyes, as he stared down at his phone, while Aurora looked ahead, choosing her steps carefully so as not to twist an ankle on the loose stones under her platform wedge sandals. The boys raced into the parking lot, still brandishing their plastic pails and shovels, their cheeks flushed pink from the chill. "Want to divide and conquer?" I asked. Brandon cut the engine and unbuckled his seatbelt. "Let's feel it out first." I nodded and followed his lead as we made our way across the parking lot, timing our approach to intercept the family before they reached the hotel entrance. The boys spotted us first, pausing their battle to stare curiously as we neared. "Detective," Aurora said, her voice tight as she pushed her sunglasses up onto her head. Her eyes were rimmed with red. "You're back." "Mrs. Grace?" Brandon greeted with a professional nod. "We'd like to speak with your husband about Wednesday night." Parker looked up from his phone, surprise flashing across his face, as though only just realizing his wife had stopped walking, let alone said something. He glanced at Aurora and pocketed his phone, something unreadable passing between them. "What's this about?" "We spoke with Chip last night, and he stated that he borrowed the rental car to go and pick up Sasha around 10:30 the night of the murder. When they returned, he said he came to your room and gave you the keys. Is that true?" "I took the keys from Chip," Aurora interjected. "As we said, Parker was on an important work call." "Right." Brandon gave a slow nod. "But when we first interviewed you, Sasha and Chip stated they hadn't left their hotel room on Wednesday night. But then both of you knew that wasn't true." Brandon trailed off, letting the unspoken accusation linger in the air. Aurora's lips twisted into a frown as she caught a sidelong glance to her husband, silently signaling this was his mess to clean up. Parker exhaled and dragged a hand over his squared jaw. "Okay, fine. But it's not like Sasha killed anyone. She went to a bar and got sloshed. It's not a big deal." Brandon remained cool as he leaned in a touch closer. "As it turns out, lying to a homicide detective is, in fact, something of a big deal. And it appears this isn't the only lie you've told." Parker's eyes flashed. "Dad, can we get cookies now? You promised." The taller of the two boys interrupted, while the younger began tugging on the hem of Aurora's windbreaker. "Boys, go inside and find Aunt Julie," Aurora said. "Tell her the cookies are in Mommy's purse." "You should go with them," Parker said, his voice low enough to be a growl. Aurora ignored him and shifted her beach bag higher on her shoulder. Her rigid posture made it clear she had no intention of leaving. "This involves both of us?" Parker looked ready to argue, but Brandon cut in before he got a chance. "Did you happen to take your call outside at any point Wednesday night?" "Outside?" Parker repeated, his narrowed gaze flicking back to Brandon. "Chip Harrison stated you were in the rental car around midnight." Aurora's grip tightened on the strap of her beach bag, her knuckles whitening as she stared at her husband's profile. Parker's jaw flexed. "That's it? That's the big lie." He huffed a humorless laugh. "This is ridiculous. I went out to the car to get my phone charger, okay?" He held up his hands, palms facing us.
You caught me.
Aurora's lips pressed into a thin line. Please, officers, or detectives, can you just leave us alone? We didn't have anything to do with that man's death. We're just trying to salvage what little we can of this disaster of a trip.
Aurora.
Parker's voice was sharp enough to make her flinch.
Go check on the kids, please.
Aurora's body practically vibrated with tension as she turned on her husband, and for a moment I worried she was about to strike him. But before the wave of anger could fully surge, she spun on her chunky sandals and stalked across the parking lot toward the hotel entrance. An uncomfortable silence fell over the three of us as the door swung shut behind her. The fight appeared to drain from Parker as he rubbed at his temples.
Listen, officers, I apologize for my wife's outburst. This week has been difficult for everyone.
I frowned, thinking it odd he apologized for Aurora's behavior and not his own.
According to Mr. Harrison, the car's engine was running when he saw you,
Brandon continued, not bothering to acknowledge Parker's apology.
Why would you have gotten into that car and turned it on if all you needed was a spare charger?
Parker's jawline hardened once more, any sign of remorse gone from his eyes.
You know what? I think it's time you call my lawyer, Jordan Perry Dale. He's Aurora's cousin, and if he were here, I think he'd tell you this conversation is over. Mr. Grace?
Brandon's voice remained calm.
A man was murdered that night. If you had nothing to do with it, then there shouldn't be an issue with our simple questions. I said we're done here,
Parker snarled, before he shoved past us and strode toward the hotel entrance, his back rigid with tension. I swore under my breath as the man retreated.
Job well done, you two,
came a smug voice from somewhere near our ankles.
Let me guess. You're Poirot and she's Marple?
Brandon and I spun around to find Flapjack hovering among the decorative shrubs alongside the hotel, his transparent tail swishing through a cluster of freshly planted pansies nestled under a thick layer of red bark dust.
Buzz off, Flapjack,
Brandon muttered. The ghost cat only wheezed a laugh that sounded halfway like a purr and halfway like an attempt to dislodge a hairball. Want me to go raid the housekeeping cart for some lemon pine sol? Flapjack swirled around me, the tip of his tail flicking close enough to raise the hairs along my arm.
You're so quick to get rid of me? How short-sighted.
I arched an eyebrow. Enlighten us.
You might have worn out your welcome with Mr. and Mrs. Pottery Barn in there. But you forget, they can't see me. And what they say when they're alone might be interesting, don't you think?
Brandon and I exchanged a look before I turned back to the spectral feline. Okay, and how much is this little recon job gonna cost us? Flapjack's whiskers twitched.
A case of tuna in oil, not water, and a rotisserie chicken. You can throw in a tin of sardines as a tip.
Brandon shook his head.
Are we seriously negotiating with a dead cat?
It's a deal, I said quickly, ignoring Brandon's skepticism. I waved a hand toward the hotel. Now get in there before you miss the good part. Flapjack's silvery eyes gleamed, no doubt envisioning his impending olfactory feast as he faded from view, presumably heading through the wall of the hotel.
You know,
Brandon said, as we doubled back to the SUV to wait,
there's nothing in the SPA code against agents taking on a ghost partner. You and Flapjack could make quite the detective duo.
Don't even joke about that, I replied, though I couldn't help smiling. His ego is big enough already. Chapter 13 Think we have time to go get a coffee? Brandon asked, as we leaned against the SUV, watching the hotel from the far end of the parking lot. I don't know. When we took him to help us at the lighthouse, he was impressively speedy in his mission. Granted, with more than a little bit of chaos. Brandon snorted and checked his phone. I think you and I should go and speak with Captain Barry, I added. I was going to suggest it last night before everything went sideways. Brandon quirked a brow as he pushed his phone back into the front pocket of his dark-washed jeans. You think he might have information? It's been a couple of days since he died. Maybe his memories of that night are coming back to him. I shrugged. Worth a shot, anyway. Like you said before, it's not often that a victim can be a witness in their own murder investigation. Before Brandon could respond, one of the hotel's front doors flung open with enough force to bang into the cedar shake facade. And Aurora Grace stalked into the drizzly gray morning light. She slammed her sunglasses back onto the bridge of her nose as she headed for the rental car. A moment later, Flapjack's form winked into view, wearing a cat-who-ate-the-entire-aviary of canaries grin. You got my order? He asked, eyeing Brandon's hands with greedy expectation. What? No? Brandon bristled, his attention split as Aurora dropped behind the steering wheel and slammed the driver's side door. Where's she going? Flapjack rolled in a lazy mid-air circle. I believe her exact word was out, and that she'd turned off her phone. What happened in there? I asked. What did she say before that? She didn't buy the phone charger story for a second, Flapjack began. She asked where he really was, and he said he'd gone out. She didn't seem to care for that response. Apparently, she'd taken a sleeping pill and was peeved he'd left their children alone in their room, knowing she wouldn't be able to respond if something happened. A sleeping pill? I looked at Brandon. If she was out cold, there's no way she could know that Parker was on a work call in the other room. There goes his alibi, Brandon agreed, before shifting his focus back to the spectral cat. What did Parker tell her? Where did he go? Flapjack opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, Aurora's car backed out of its space like a rocket. She peeled around and sped toward the parking lot exit, braking suddenly for a pedestrian cutting into the lot from the sidewalk. It was Connor, wearing a rumpled hoodie and jeans, carrying a large paper cup with a neon green straw. Aurora's window rolled down, and even from our distance we could hear her sharp voice, though not the words. Connor stepped back, one hand raised in a placating gesture, before Aurora gunned the engine and sped out onto the main road. Connor stood there for a moment, shaking his head, before he took a slurp of his drink and continued across the lot. His steps aimed toward the beach access pathway, but he stopped when he saw us standing at the SUV. Oh, you two are back again? Guess that explains why Aurora's acting like such a... He broke off and took a long sip from his slushy cup. What did you say to her anyway? We had a few follow-up questions about where Parker was on Wednesday night, Brandon replied, his tone carefully neutral. And that made her storm off? He frowned, glancing toward the road where Aurora had disappeared. That's weird, even for her. Is Aurora frequently agitated? Brandon asked. Connor snorted a laugh. You could say that. I guess I can't blame her, though. Parker is a crappy brother and an even worse husband. I arched an eyebrow. This is getting juicy, Flapjack interjected, though Connor remained ignorant to the ghost's presence. Quick, one of you go get me a box of popcorn chicken. We ignored the cat. I knew this whole trip was going to be a nightmare, Connor continued.
We barely made it through the first flight before the happy family glasses came off.
I'm sure it's been stressful for everyone, I replied. Emotions are high.
Nah. Well, I mean, sure, it's sad and everything, but it's always like this. Even before my parents died. Especially with Parker and Aurora. They almost split up, you know.
He shifted his weight, seeming to debate whether to continue. After a moment, he shrugged and added,
Parker was going to file for divorce, but he wanted to wait until after Mom and Dad's anniversary.
He paused for another loud slurp from his cup.
But then the accident happened and, well, everything changed.
Do you think the aftermath brought them back together? I asked gently.
Connor scoffed. No, but Aurora got knocked up. Parker didn't want to get cut out of his kid's life, so they stayed together.
His expression clouded.
But they're not happy. Never have been, really.
A regular daytime soap opera, Flapjack said, floating upside down. But I'm bored. Now, which one of you is going to go to the store? I'm still waiting for my payment. I wanted to point out that he still hadn't finished recounting what he'd overheard between Parker and Aurora, but I buttoned my lips.
Listen, Connor, I'm going to shoot straight with you, Brandon said. Chip saw Parker out here in the parking lot on Wednesday night, somewhere around midnight. He said he was grabbing something and heading right back inside. But we have reason to doubt that.
Flapjack flashed his silver fangs. He was off with his buddy Jack. I cut the cat a quizzical glance, realizing a moment too late the strained expression would look out of place to Connor. Maybe he'd just think it was allergies. I briefly considered a fake sneeze. But if my one semester spent in high school drama club was anything to go by, it was probably best not to try.
Jack Daniels,
Flapjack said with a scoff. You need to get out more, Blair.
Where do you think he was?
Connor asked.
That's what we're trying to find out, Brandon replied, his tone measured. But neither your brother nor sister-in-law seems keen to discuss the matter. Do you know where he might have gone so late at night?
Well, there's only one liquor store in town, so safe to say he was over at Harbor Spirits, which, if you ask me, is total false advertising, Flapjack added. No self-respecting ghost would hang out over there, not with bottoms-up Bill behind the counter. The man never shuts up about his ex-wife, and it only gets worse when he's drunk, which is basically his default state. I set my teeth, wishing I had half a lemon to scare the specter away. Still, it was interesting that Parker had left his family in the middle of the night to hit up a liquor store. Connor hesitated, glancing toward the hotel as if checking whether anyone might overhear.
I don't know for sure, but I think he's been seeing someone on the side. Maybe he went out to the car so he could call her?
Brandon, who had thus far ignored Flapjack's bits of intel and color commentary, shifted his gaze in my direction. What makes you think he was seeing someone? I asked Connor. Connor hitched one shoulder.
He's always on his phone, and he says it's work stuff, but on the beach Wednesday morning, when we were doing the memorial thing, he dropped his phone in the sand when he went to get the boys away from the water. I saw the screen before it locked. The contact at the top said it was his friend Kyle, but the messages were definitely from a woman.
A hint of red flushed the young man's cheeks.
A dark-haired woman with a low-cut top and bright red lipstick. Something about a reminder of what was waiting for him at home.
Connor cleared his throat and took a quick sip. The liquid slurped and gargled as the cup was emptied of its last dregs. With a frown at the now empty cup, Connor sighed.
I should probably go find Aunt Julie. She wanted my help today. We're supposed to take the boys to the aquarium, and she's pretty convinced they're going to jump into a shark tank or something.
I think she's in the hotel, I said. Aurora sent the boys in there not too long ago.
Oh.
Connor looked past us, to the beach access pathway, then turned away, resetting his course.
Thanks.
Of course, Brandon said. Thank you for your time, Mr. Grace. As Connor walked toward the hotel, his shoulders hunched slightly, I couldn't help but notice there was something almost childlike in his demeanor, a vulnerability that made me wonder how the loss of his parents affected him differently than his older siblings. Good. Now that that's done, we can go to the market, Flapjack said, floating expectantly beside the SUV. Unless you'd rather order it to be delivered? Brandon frowned. Liquor store first, he told the impatient cat. Then we'll get your tuna. And chicken, Flapjack exclaimed, as Brandon reached for the driver's side door of the SUV. Don't forget the chicken. Somehow I doubt you would let us, I muttered, as I rounded the front bumper and got in the passenger seat. The cat materialized in the back seat, with a Cheshire grin and a sweeping flourish of his fluffy tail. 20 minutes later, we stood at the counter of the small liquor store, face to face with the middle-aged proprietor, who I could only assume was the aforementioned bottoms-up Bill from Flapjack's diatribe, judging by the name tag on his chest and puffy features that often plagued heavy drinkers. Brandon showed him his badge and a photo of Parker in turn, and the man leaned across the small counter to consider the image on Brandon's phone. Oh yeah, I remember this guy, Bill said, pushing his glasses up his nose. Hard to forget. Not every day you get people in designer suits buying up bourbon at 11:30. This ain't New York, you know. Gee, you don't say, Flapjack drawled from 2 aisles away. The shop was small, but well-stocked as far as I could tell. Technically, it wouldn't take an entire afternoon to stop by all the various establishments in Beechwood Harbor. The town was painfully small, but I'd not yet had the opportunity, or desire, I supposed, to visit its local liquor store. Given the population and time of year, I was surprised the place warranted being open so late in the first place. But Bill didn't strike me as the type to take kindly to business advice. You're sure it was Wednesday? Brandon asked. Bill nodded emphatically. We're closed Monday and Tuesday, and it's my first night open. It's usually pretty quiet around here after 9, so when Mr. Fancy Pants showed up around 11 and threw down an American Express card for a bottle of Blanton's Single Barrel, it stuck with me. Did he say much? I asked. Bill shook his head. Not really. He was glued to his phone the whole time, scrolling and texting like one of those damn teens that loiter out there with their skateboards and vape pens. He just about left without his bourbon. I had to call him back to grab it. Brandon and I exchanged glances. Any idea why he was so distracted? Brandon prompted. Bill let out a dry laugh. That promptly led to a coughing fit. When he got it under control, he waved his flannel handkerchief. I'm no bartender. I don't ask questions. I don't coddle or play armchair shrink to nobody. His business was his own, Bill said, leaning against the counter. But he was muttering to himself on the way out. Something about unbelievable and after all this time. Whatever he saw on that phone really got to him. Approximately how long was he here? Brandon asked. Bill stuffed the cloth into the back pocket of his Wrangler jeans and leaned on the counter. Maybe 10 minutes? Spent most of it pacing around, checking his phone. Picked up the bourbon, put it back, picked it up again, like he couldn't make up his mind about something. Did you see which direction he went when he left? Bill pointed toward the front window. Headed that way, toward the harbor. Walking, not driving. Left his fancy car right there in my lot. He gestured to a parking space directly in front of the store. Came back about 30 minutes later, when I was locking up, grabbed his car and took off. Brandon thanked the clerk, and we stepped outside into the brisk afternoon. Told you he was a real peach, Flapjack said, winking into sight beside me. Ignoring him, I pulled my jacket tighter against the cool air and looked in the direction Bill had pointed. My eyes narrowed through the misty air, following the line of sight toward the harbor. Wait a minute. I pointed past the row of weathered buildings. You can see the tip of the lighthouse from here. Brandon followed my gaze. The white spire was clearly visible in the distance, peeking above the copse of evergreens, maybe a mile down the road that led into the southern part of town. You think that's where he went? It's close enough. I glanced back to the row of parking spaces, envisioning Parker's rental car. He had to go somewhere, right? Otherwise, why leave the car? You know, as fascinating as this is, I think I'm done playing a Sherlock with you two, Flapjack interrupted. Brandon turned in a semicircle, and I somehow doubted he'd even heard Flapjack through his whirling thoughts. He gets to the liquor store around 11, which is what, 15-20 minutes after Chip dropped off the keys to the rental? I nodded. Flapjack blew a raspberry and vanished. He was inside for 10 minutes, making up his mind and texting, buys the bourbon, goes outside, and disappears for 30 minutes. Comes back for the car, and Chip sees him in the lot outside the hotel around midnight. He paused, giving us both time to crunch the numbers. I nodded. It fits, more or less. So where was he? Brandon's eyes moved back to the lighthouse. I think it's time we paid Captain Barry a visit. He looked over his shoulder at me. You up for a little ghost busting? Chapter 14. We might have one tiny problem, I said, as Brandon parked the SUV in front of the line of yellow caution tape. It looked a little worse for the wear due to the coastal wind, but still stood to block off the entrance to the lighthouse. I don't know if we can get inside. They have it locked up because of the water damage. Don't worry about it, Brandon said with a slight smile. You don't work for the SPA and not wind up with a lock-picking spell or two up your sleeve. And if anyone comes by, I have my badge. That tends to send most folks on their way without too many follow-up questions. We approached the heavy wooden door at the base of the lighthouse. Brandon placed his hand over the deadbolt and murmured something under his breath. I heard a soft click, and the door swung open. I'm not sure whether I should be impressed or low-key terrified, I said, as he strode inside. Especially when there are former agents after me. No doubt they'd know your little trick, too. Brandon grimaced. Let's not worry about that right now. Come on, one thing at a time. The interior of the lighthouse was more spacious than I'd expected, and clearly designed for tourists. The circular room was filled with historical displays and maritime artifacts, ship wheels, old photographs of the harbor, and glass cases containing vintage navigation equipment. Despite the recent water damage, most of the exhibits appeared intact, though I could smell the musty odor of damp wood and see water stains along the lower portions of the white-painted stone walls. A wrought iron spiral staircase wound its way up the center of the tower, where shafts of sunlight filtered down from the observation deck above. Barry? I called out, my voice echoing off the curved walls. We need to talk to you. A thump sounded behind me, and I whirled around, heart in my throat, only to find a lanky tabby cat with a vendetta against a brass oil lamp on display. Brandon swore and raked a hand through his hair before calming down. Friend of yours? He asked with a cracked grin. Hardy har, I replied with an eye roll. Let's just be thankful it isn't Flapjack. Seconded, Brandon agreed, the smile turning rueful. We still need to get his treats at some point. We can drop everything off at Scarlet's shop before we go back to the Haven. The air shimmered near the bottom of the staircase, and Captain Clark materialized in his human form. His weathered face bore the same haunted expression, the lines on his silvery purple face somehow darker, despite the early afternoon light. What's this? Barry said, and while his tone was weary, it was not hostile. His eyes shifted between us with suspicion. Hello, Captain, I said. You might not recognize me like this, but I was here the other night with the two witches and the ghost cat. The captain bristled at the mention.
I see.
This is Agent Swan with the SPA, I said. He's helping with the investigation into your death and has some questions for you. Brandon, meet Captain Barry Clark. Brandon stepped forward slightly, his expression respectful.
Captain, I'm sorry for your loss. Of your life, I mean. We're doing everything we can to get you justice.
Barry studied Brandon for a moment, his expression unreadable.
Tell me, what's the SPA got to do with this? I didn't die in some haven. Haven't stepped foot in one since the day I registered as a boy. My parents didn't trust the folks in the haven, and I don't either. You're out of your jurisdiction.
I blinked, surprised by the slight. I'd expected the captain would be grateful to have someone investigating who would understand both sides of his former life, that in the so-called human world and beyond. Brandon remained unruffled. Perhaps this was a common reaction.
The agency intervenes whenever a citizen is involved in a crime, regardless of where it took place. It's a part of the core mission to keep the supernatural world from spilling out beyond our borders.
The captain gave a dismissive scoff, but he didn't vanish or float through the wall, so I took that as something of a positive sign.
We have some questions about Wednesday night,
Brandon said, his voice gentle but professional.
We're trying to piece together what happened.
Barry's expression darkened slightly.
I've already told the witches what I remember.
Sometimes ghost memories come back over time, I interjected. And we did gather more information since our initial visit. Barry's bushy eyebrows lifted.
What kind of information?
On the night of your murder, you went to McNally's. Do you remember that? Barry started to shake his head, but then stopped, his eyes going wide. His feet lifted a bit further off the floor as he floated higher, like an untethered balloon. Across the room, the scrawny Tabby yowled in displeasure and bolted back out the open door.
I remember,
Barry said, his gaze still unfocused and distant as he began to recount the memory.
The daughter, Sasha, came in from nowhere and attacked me. She called me a murderer in front of the whole pub, and everyone was staring at me. She was so vicious, so full of rage. I had to get out.
He lifted his cap and wiped his brow, leaving me to momentarily wonder if ghosts could sweat. Do you remember what happened after that? Where did you go after you left McNally's? I asked. Barry replaced his cap, tugging it down low over his eyes.
I went home again, but I couldn't settle. I felt like someone was watching me, like they all were, all four of their faces.
The Grace siblings? And the aunt, I prompted. He squeezed his eyes closed, as if to block them out, even now.
I kept pacing around the house, replaying her words. Murderer, killer, the way she looked at me.
He trailed off, his ghostly form flickering slightly. Is that why you came here? Barry nodded and lifted his gaze toward the lighthouse observation deck above us.
Up there, where I could look out and see the harbor, the moon and stars. The lighthouse is the only place my mind goes completely quiet. Ever since...
He trailed off again. What about after that? I asked gently. Can you see anything else? I held my breath as I waited for his reply, hoping we'd done enough to knock loose more memories of that night. But after a moment, Barry scowled and shook his head.
It's just shadows and voices.
He was growing agitated, the way he had the first night I met him. I cut Brandon a wary look, hoping he understood we were on thin ice. Barry's composure cracked, and he began wringing his hands.
I should have never left. I should have left well enough alone. What was I thinking, taking them those flowers?
He ground his fists into his eyes, his jaw clenched tightly. "Did you know the family was coming into town for the anniversary of the memorial?" I asked. He let out a miserable moan and shook his head, his eyes still covered.
"Not until I saw them down there on the beach. I was here, doing some yard work and trying to keep my mind and hands busy. I took a break around midday and went up to the deck. It was windy, but the sun was out and I wanted to watch the birds. That's when I saw them, gathered with their flowers and candles. I've always wanted to apologize, but that damn lawyer the boat company saddled me with never let me. I thought that with that settled, I could finally set things right. So I went to the florist here in town and bought a bouquet and signed a card." He stopped himself and opened his eyes. "I should have known better. 5 years and they still can't stand the sight of me. Can't say I blame them." "Barry," Brandon said, leaning forward slightly, "we are currently looking into Parker Grace's alibi for the night of the murder. He was seen at the liquor store just down the hill, and there's a window of time where he could have potentially come here to confront you. What we need to know is, how would he have known you were here? Did anyone else know you'd left your house to come here? Could you have been followed?" Barry's face contorted with effort, his ghostly form flickering in and out of sight, like a low candle at the end of its wick. I don't know. Someone called me. It was late. I almost didn't answer, but I can't." He dragged his hands over his face. "Why can't I remember who it was?" A thin trickle of water began seeping down the white stone walls, slow at first, then increasing in volume. "Barry," I said gently, "it's okay. Don't force it." But Barry wasn't listening. His frustration was mounting, and with it, the water flow. Soon it was streaming down in rivulets and pooling on the floor around the historical displays. No, Barry exploded, staring at the water in horror. "Not here, too! This is the only place I have left, and I'm ruining it! I ruin everything!" The water gushed faster, and I grabbed Brandon's arm, pulling him toward the door as the maritime artifacts began to get soaked. Barry's form shimmered and condensed, shrinking rapidly until he became the silver heron. With a mournful cry, he launched himself up the spiral staircase and disappeared through the lighthouse walls, leaving us standing in the flooding room. Brandon quickly cast the locking spell again as we hurried outside and closed the door. "Should we call someone?" I asked, staring up at the lighthouse. "I'll tell Bramble. She'll know what to do. I should check in with her anyway and see if there's been any progress in the search for Rebecca Downing." He paused to shake a bit of water from his rain-repellent jacket. "And then we'll need to go and speak with Parker Grace." I considered the lighthouse's looming observation deck for another long moment before turning to follow Brandon back to the SUV. I doubted Parker would be happy to see us darken his door again, but something in my gut told me we were on the right track. Though I worried that for Barry, it might already be too late. Chapter 15. Brandon ended his call with Bramble as we pulled into the Pinecone Lodge parking lot. "She's sending a maintenance crew to deal with the new flooding at the lighthouse," he said, tucking his phone back into his jacket. "And unfortunately, still no luck tracking down Rebecca Downing. She hasn't shown up at home or her office. Naira is working on interviewing friends and neighbors." Unease churned in my gut, but I did my best not to let it show on my face. Brandon was already worried. I could feel the tension rolling off him in waves on the short drive across town to the weather-beaten hotel. "And the phone records?" I prompted. After Barry's comment about a vague memory of a phone call, Brandon put in a request for the man's phone records.
If we could link Parker's phone to Barry's, that would be a powerful linchpin in the case piling up against the eldest of the Grace siblings. "Naira's on it," Brandon replied, with a resolute nod that told me it was as good as done already. Turning my attention back to the hotel, I smiled slightly. "I'm starting to think we should just get a room here. It would save us some commuting time." Brandon chuckled. "I'm not opposed to the idea of getting a room, but for our first official hotel stay, I was picturing someplace with room service." I rolled my head against the passenger seat to look at him as he maneuvered the SUV into a parking spot near the entrance. Tell me more, Agent Swan. Are we thinking someplace tropical? Or are you still in a wintry mood? Also, keep in mind, I am very, very broke." That drew a full-throated laugh as he met my gaze, and for a moment, the chaos swirling around us went still, suspending us inside a bubble of peace where we were the only things that mattered. Brandon cupped one side of my face and ran his thumb over my cheekbone. "Soon, I promise. And tropical, definitely." I grinned, and he kissed me. "All right, let's get in there before you throw me completely off my game," he teased, reaching for the door handle. Reluctantly, I threw open my own door and followed. We asked for Parker at the front desk, and while it was a different clerk, I imagined rumors must be swirling among the small staff. They likely didn't know the details as to why we'd returned so many times to seek out the various members of the Grace family, but it was a small town. Things rarely stayed a mystery for too long. The clerk hesitantly pointed toward a set of doors at the rear of the building that led to a small patio space overlooking the ocean, and we headed outside. The patio was partially enclosed, with vine-covered lattice serving as something of a break against the wind. Fairy lights hung in crisscross patterns overhead, though they weren't turned on in the daylight. But someone had started a fire in the metal fire pit, and anemic flames danced around the circular opening. Parker sat in an Adirondack chair near the fire, his shoulders tense despite his attempt at a relaxed posture. Across from him, Julie leaned forward in her seat, speaking in low tones that didn't carry to where Brandon and I stood. Connor hovered nearby, half watching his nephews race around the perimeter, their ice cream cones leaving a trail of melting droplets on the stone. Connor spotted us first, and his expression shifted from casual to wary in an instant, making Julie and Parker turn in unison to follow his gaze. "This is unbelievable," Parker said, surging up from his chair. "I thought I made myself clear this morning." He patted his pockets, only to realize he'd left his phone on the arm of the Adirondack chair. He snatched it up. "I'm calling my lawyer. There must be some kind of restraining order we can file." I huffed a surprised laugh. "Against the police? Are you new to the world?" Julie stood, smoothing the front of her cardigan with a practiced gesture. "Please, our family has been through enough. You've already scared off Aurora. She's not answering her phone. Maybe you should be out looking for her." The two boys stopped their running and blinked up at their aunt. Parker grimaced. "Aunt Julie, please. I'll handle this. Why don't you take the boys inside to wash up?" The small boys began to protest, but Connor stepped in. "Come on, nerds. I'll let you play a game on my tablet after you wash your hands." Connor trooped the boys inside, but Julie hung back, her hands stubbornly planted on her hips. "You know, maybe we should wait for Aurora to come back," Brandon said, giving me a knowing look once the patio door swung closed. "She might be interested to hear about this, too." "You weren't in the car to get a phone charger," I added. "You went out to the liquor store. We spoke with the clerk and he confirmed it. But the weird thing is that after you checked out, you wandered off, on foot, and didn't go back for your car for nearly half an hour, which would have given you enough time to walk to the Harbor Bluff Lighthouse and back again." Julie's frown lines deepened. "You're grasping at straws. You don't have proof of anything. Then your nephew should be able to explain where he went, Brandon replied coolly. Parker's jaw flexed.
I got a phone call.
Oh? Was it from a special someone? I said, charging the word with bait that I hoped would prove impossible to resist. Julie's pale blue eyes flashed as she looked over at her nephew.
Parker, what are they talking about?
For his part, Parker looked about ready to send his fist through the nearest wall. His posture had gone rigid, but in the way of a taut cable, where even the slightest mistake could cause it to snap.
Julie,
Parker said, his voice a rumbling growl.
Just give us a few minutes.
For a moment, I thought Julie might refuse. Her lips pressed into a thin line as she squared her shoulders. But then she nodded curtly and started for the doors. Fine. I'll try calling Aurora's phone again. Parker made no objection as she bustled her way across the patio and slipped back inside the hotel. When she was gone, Parker turned his glowering stare back toward us.
I don't know what you think you know, but I didn't kill Barry Clark. So your attempts to screw up my marriage are meaningless. You've got the wrong guy.
Then tell us the full story, Parker, Brandon replied. You went to the liquor store not long after Chip came back to the hotel after picking up Sasha and handed Aurora the keys. Parker hesitated, then caught a glance toward 2 empty chairs before returning to his own. Brandon and I sat down on the other side of the fire pit and waited.
Fine. You're right, he said finally. I went out to get something to drink because I needed to get away from...
He gestured vaguely back toward the hotel.
All of this. I already told Aurora. She's mad, but she'll get over it.
And the mystery woman in your phone? Does she know about her too? I asked. Parker's mouth opened as he dragged a heavy hand over his jawline, his eyes drifting toward the ocean for a long moment.
Did you pull my phone records? Is that it?
He asked, when he shifted his attention back toward us. Neither Brandon nor I rushed to correct the assumption. There was no reason to drag Connor into it, even though he'd been the one to give us the hint that not everything was right between Mr. and Mrs. Grace. Parker scoffed and dropped his hand to the wide armrest of the chair. He drummed his short nails against the slatted wood.
Her name is Melissa. Not that it matters. But yes, I left the liquor store and called her. She'd been blowing up my phone all night, and it wasn't a conversation I could have here at the hotel. Aurora's sleeping pills are strong, but not that strong.
He breathed a humorless laugh, his expression twisted and bitter as he watched the tide.
My marriage is over, he said, after a long pause. It has been for years, but we stay together for the kids, for appearances. And if Aurora found out about Melissa, you'd probably have another murder investigation on your hands.
Why was Melissa so eager to speak with you that night? She knew you were out here with your family, right? I asked.
Oh, yes.
Parker's thick brows rose and fell as another dry laugh passed through his lips.
That was the very issue. She wants me to leave Aurora, to ask for a divorce. But this trip has been in the works for a while. It wasn't the right timing. Not that Melissa cared.
He groaned a pained exhale and scrubbed his hands down his face. As his eyes reappeared, he looked lost and broken, like a man adrift in the very sea we sat beside.
I thought she understood, but she got mad when I couldn't take her calls earlier in the day. I was just trying to keep everyone together.
Parker looked back toward us.
She texted me while I was at the liquor store and threatened to call Aurora and tell her everything. She said she was tired of waiting, tired of being the secret. I walked up the street a little ways and called her to try and talk her out of it. We argued. I'm pretty sure she's done with me now, too, which I suppose I deserve.
He lifted his phone and unlocked it with his facial ID before tossing it to Brandon.
Check the outbound calls. You'll see I was on the phone with her until just before midnight. When she hung up on me, I walked back to the car, got in, and drove straight back to the hotel. That's when Chip must have seen me."
Brandon scanned through the phone, mentally taking notes. Before he finished, Parker leaned forward and braced his elbows on his thighs.
"Tell me this. Why would I kill Barry Clark?" he demanded, his tone shifting from defense to offense. "What's my motive in this little scenario you two have cooked up? I'd like to know."
Brandon looked up from Parker's phone, and while he kept his expression mostly unchanged, I noted a quirk of surprise in his brow. "You blame him for your parents' deaths," I said, drawing Parker's attention. "You've been carrying that anger for 5 years. And then he showed up at the beach with flowers and turned the memorial you've no doubt spent months planning into a spectacle."
"Killing him wouldn't bring my parents back," Parker replied, his tone cold but no longer angry. "It wouldn't fix anything."
"You wanted him to pay," I countered. "The courts didn't give you what you wanted. What you saw as justice. He was a free man wandering around like nothing happened."
"That was Julie's doing mainly, and I think she only went through with it to keep Connor from spiraling out and doing something stupid. He was just a young teen when Mom and Dad died, and he'd already been in some trouble before that. The stuff with the private investigators and the lawyers was a better distraction for him than the alternative."
I frowned. "Are you saying you don't think Barry Clark did anything wrong that day?" Parker shrugged heavy shoulders and leaned back against the rungs of the chair.
"Connor thinks he set the whole thing up to collect the insurance money or something. But it never really added up for me. And the investigators, maritime experts, and lawyers all said the same in the end. Of course, it was only after they'd eaten through a good chunk of Connor's trust."
Parker shook his head.
"I told Julie to back off it, but she kept pushing. She's always had a soft spot for him, and she was the one with custody of him. Sasha and I weren't old enough to take on raising him. Sasha was just starting college, and Aurora and I were practically newlyweds, though things were already unraveling."
Parker cleared his throat and added,
"When the last lawsuit failed 2 years ago, Julie finally had to tell Connor enough was enough. The trust fund money was dwindling, and she couldn't take on any more loans."
"How did Connor take that?" I asked.
"Not well," Parker admitted. "He'd convinced himself that one more expert, one more investigation would finally prove Barry was responsible. Julie cutting him off," he shrugged. "Let's just say family dinners got pretty tense after that. But I don't think any of us expected to see Barry Clark after that. Certainly not at the beach that day."
Suddenly, Parker straightened, his eyes going past Brandon and me.
"Please, can we drop this?" he asked.
I turned and spotted Aurora coming toward us, seemingly from around the corner, where the parking lot nestled alongside the hotel. Brandon handed Parker his phone and gave me a covert nod.
"Thank you for your time, Mr. Grace. We'll keep this between us."
Parker gave a curt nod and stood to meet Aurora midway to the patio.
"He was telling the truth,"
Brandon said as we got to our feet.
"I texted myself the number, and I'll follow up with this Melissa to confirm, but it doesn't seem like he could have been at the lighthouse with Barry and on the phone with Melissa at the same time. And there weren't any calls to unknown numbers, so unless he deleted it, I don't think he called Barry's phone either."
I nodded vaguely, even as my mind started whirling through the information Parker shared, in an effort to line it up with the other clues we'd gathered thus far. As we rounded the corner of the building, I spotted the front desk clerk leaning against the side of the hotel, taking a smoke break. She pushed away from the wall at our approach. "Did you find him, Detective?" As we neared, I noted the name badge on her chest. "We did. Thank you, Amy."
"I don't believe we've spoken to you, though," Brandon said. "Were you perhaps working on Wednesday night?"
"This week?" Amy asked. Brandon nodded. She took a drag from the slim cigarette. Yeah, I was on my normal shift, 4 to midnight. I'm not normally here during the day, she explained. I'm covering for someone. Did you notice anything unusual on Wednesday? Any guests acting strangely, people coming and going at odd hours? Amy's brow furrowed in concentration. Wednesday was pretty quiet, actually. Though we did have some guests complaining about the Wi-Fi being down for most of the evening. It's been acting up a lot lately, and everyone loses their minds. She rolled her eyes and wrapped her lips around the cigarette once more. Brandon and I exchanged glances. Do you remember what time it went down on Wednesday? I asked. Around 9, I think. And it didn't come back up until after midnight. We've called the service provider multiple times, but you know how these things go. Any guests particularly upset about it? I asked, casually. She shrugged. Nothing too dramatic. I comped some gift cards to the local coffee house. That usually does the trick. My boss doesn't like it, but hey, it gets the angry customers off my back, so whatever. Thanks for your help, Brandon said. As we walked away from the desk, he kept his voice low. Interesting timing. Very interesting, I agreed. If Connor was supposedly working on his laptop during the murder, he would have needed Wi-Fi for his company portal, Brandon finished, unless he had another way to connect. Before I could chew on the new information, my phone buzzed, informing me of a notification. I dug it out of my pocket and tapped the screen. My brow furrowed as I read a text message from an unknown number. What is it? Brandon asked. I looked up and met his eyes. It's Rebecca Downing. Chapter 16. Rebecca Downing, Brandon repeated, his dark brows jolting halfway up his forehead. I held up the phone so he could see the screen. She wants me to call her. As Brandon read, my eyes skimmed over the words a second time. Blair McGill, this is Rebecca Downing. We need to talk. Call me at this number before end of day. Brandon finished reading for himself and immediately reached for his phone. I need to let Naira know. Wait. I caught his wrist. Don't you think we should see what she has to say first? I can't imagine she's going to be willing to talk to me if I sick the entire SPA on her. Blair. Brandon hesitated, thumb hovering over his contacts. This is my job. I have to report this. My pulse quickened. It felt like I'd walked into a fancy shop and picked up an expensive trinket, knowing my bank account was in no way capable of covering a you break it, you buy it type of mistake. One wrong move, one tiny misstep, could spell disaster. Please, Brandon, just give me 5 minutes to find out what this is about. After a long moment, Brandon gave a brief nod and slipped his phone back into the pocket of his jacket. All right, come on, let's get in, he said, gesturing for the SUV. We slid into our respective front seats, and I let out a slow exhale as I tapped Rebecca's number. When the first dial tone trilled, I put the call on speakerphone. A woman answered, her voice crisp and businesslike. Is this Blair McGill? My eyes shifted to Brandon as I answered slowly. Yes, this is Blair. I got your... Who else is listening? Rebecca snapped. I blinked. What? I can hear the echo, she replied. Take me off speaker and go somewhere where no one else can hear this conversation. Brandon's hand was already on the door handle. He met my eyes and gave a reluctant nod before stepping out of the vehicle. I took the call off speaker and pressed the phone to my ear. I'm sorry about that, I said, my heart in my throat. It's just me now. Good. Rebecca paused to softly clear her throat. Now listen, I don't have a lot of time. As I said, my name is Rebecca Downing. Seeing as you called me so quickly, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that you already know who I am. All I know is that you're a former SPA agent. Rebecca laughed, the sound airy and hollow. I imagine you know a bit more than that. Word around the agency is that Agents Swan and Berman have been mother-henning you since the beginning, and those two have a bad habit of oversharing agency business. Although I suppose I'm in something of a glass house on the issue and shouldn't throw too many stones. Fine, I admitted. The agency suspects that you stole my files. I was hoping you would tell me exactly what it is you're looking for. We'll get to that, Rebecca replied. But not over the phone. We need to meet, face to face. Why? What's this about? Are you familiar with the portal in the Magic Beans coffee shop in Seattle? She asked, ignoring my questions without a beat of consideration. It's a quick walk to the waterfront. Meet me near the entrance to the Union Street pedestrian bridge at 7 o'clock. Miss Downing, I don't understand. The SPA has been watching my home and office. I know they're looking for me. Her voice remained steady, controlled. I'm leaving town tonight, but there's something I need to tell you before I go. Why can't you just tell me now? I asked, my pitch rising. Please, at least tell me what it's about. Union Street pedestrian bridge, 7 o'clock. And Blair. Rebecca's voice took on a harder edge. You're to come alone. Do you understand? If I see SPA, I'll jettison the meat. And trust me, I'll see them long before they see me. This is your only chance. Okay. 7 o'clock. Good. The line went dead. My mind whirled with possibilities and fears, both new and old, as I sat in the driver's seat, staring at my phone screen, before it locked. Was this all some kind of setup? And how did she know Brandon and Naira were still in my day-to-day life? Did she know about my relationship with Brandon? If so, who else knew? Someone inside the agency had to be giving her information. But if she had an insider, why had she needed to go to such elaborate lengths to steal my file? Surely she could have had her insider pull whatever information she needed. None of it made any sense. Brandon paced in front of the bumper, and for a moment I watched, like he was a human metronome, helping my anxious thoughts keep proper time. When he saw me watching, he stopped, and our eyes met through the windshield, his expression a mixture of concern and barely contained impatience. I exhaled slowly and got out of the SUV. I'm going to tell you what she said, I began, but you have to promise that you'll trust my gut on this one. Brandon's jaw tightened. Blair, please, just listen first. I relayed the conversation. Rebecca's demand to meet alone, her knowledge that she was being watched, her threat to disappear if anyone followed. With each detail, Brandon's brows furrowed closer together. Absolutely not, he said when I finished. This has trap written all over it. We still don't know where her allegiance lies, Blair. She could be working with the vampires. It will be dark by 7 o'clock. He trailed off, his expression regretful. He didn't need to spell out what might happen if I ran into a vampire after dark. I knew all too well that I'd wind up as a piece of Blair-battered popcorn kitten. I have to call this in, Blair, Brandon continued. This is my job. If I hold this back from Bramble and Naira and something happens to you... He stopped short and shook his head. I can't do that. You have to understand. Frustration rose up through me, hot and fast. What if she's not trying to hurt me? What if she's trying to help me? And what if the information she has will keep me safe? I can't keep going on like this, Brandon. Hiding and running and looking over my shoulder. I want to go back to the manor. I want to see Holly and Adam, the kids, Harmony and Miriam. Hell, I'm even starting to miss the unhinged Banshee. I threw my hands in the air and spun away from him. If I don't talk to her and find out why she took my file, I'll never be able to relax. I won't be able to go back to the manor because I refuse to put my friends in danger. And where does that lead me? I can't stay with you. I can't just snap my fingers and materialize a whole new life. Brandon started to protest, but I turned back to face him and folded my arms. I'm going, Brandon. And you can't go with me. So either you know where I'll be and when, or I'll text Rebecca and tell her to pick a new time and place, and I won't tell you. Brandon's eyes widened. You're serious? I don't want it to be this way, but... I hesitated, tripping on the word. With a nod, I forced it out. Yes. He stared at me for a long moment, and I could see the battle playing out across his features, the agent in him warring with the man who cared about me. Finally, he stopped and took a deep breath, getting himself together. All right, he said, his voice carefully controlled. We'll do this your way. The relief that flooded through me was immediately followed by a surge of guilt. But I'm not letting you go in completely blind, he continued, before I could muster up an apology. I frowned. What do you mean? Let's go back to my place. I'll show you. A quiet laugh slipped through my lips. Okay, but if that's code for something in bed, you should know there isn't time. He barked a surprised chuckle and pulled me in close. His hands framed my face, and he studied my eyes with an intensity that zapped away the flirtation and replaced it with something far deeper. You promise you'll be safe? He asked. I tilted my head back, inviting his soft kiss, and when our lips parted, I nodded my agreement. I promise. 3 hours later, I sat in a corner booth at the Magic Beans Coffee House in downtown Seattle, nursing a cup of chamomile tea that had long since gone lukewarm. The cafe was nearly empty. Just me, a barista with purple hair who kept glancing at the clock, and a college student hunched over a laptop at a table near the window, which was painted with blue and silver snowflakes. In the back of the small coffee shop was a portal to the Seattle Haven, making it a convenient place to wait for my meeting with Rebecca. I checked my phone. 6:47 p.m. My fingers unconsciously went to the large coin on the table beside my paper cup. To anyone else, it would look like a silver dollar. But as with many things in my new life, it wasn't fully what it seemed. The coin was enchanted, with something of a magical panic button. If I ran my fingertip in one full concentric circle around the edge, a magic flare would signal from its twin, a second coin, that Brandon kept in his possession before sending me through the portal to Seattle proper. Just in case, he'd said, when he pressed the coin into my palm. If anything feels wrong. My plan was to have my phone in one pocket, the coin in the other. That way, even if Rebecca made me hand over my phone, I'd have a way to reach Brandon if I needed to be bailed out. At 6:52, I stood from my table and drank the last of the tea, hoping the herbs would kick in and soothe my frayed nerves. As I walked past the counter, I caught the eye of the barista, and she smiled. I wondered if she was a witch or some other type of supernatural being. Most, if not all, of the employees were. I dropped a couple of bills in the tip jar and nodded a silent thanks. She smiled. Have a good night. Be safe out there. If only she knew. Chapter 17. The Union Street pedestrian bridge stretched ahead of me, its geometric steel framework illuminated like a beacon. The city was alive and well, with people coming and going along the waterfront district, tourists exiting Pike Place Market with shopping bags in hand, locals walking their dogs along the water's edge, and a cluster of joggers in reflective gear weaving around the slower foot traffic. The sound of evening traffic hummed from the adjacent streets, mixing with the distant calls of seagulls and the low horn of a ferry pulling away from the terminal. The abundance of light and people put my mind somewhat at ease, but my nerves cinched tight once more as I checked my phone. It was 7:03. Rebecca was late. Was she still coming? Had she somehow picked up on the enchanted coin? Maybe she'd bugged my phone and heard the whole conversation at Brandon's condo. I squeezed my eyes shut and forced myself to take a slow inhale. When they reopened, I glanced around, considering the few shadows, wondering if maybe she was lurking inside them, ensuring I'd come alone. The salty tang of Puget Sound carried on the cool night air, along with the scent of coffee and seafood from the restaurants. A group of 20-somethings passed behind me, their conversation about their plans for the rest of the night echoing off the bridge's steel beams as they headed toward happy hour spots in Belltown. I checked my phone again. 7:06 p.m. Maybe Rebecca had changed her mind. Maybe this whole thing was a setup, and I was standing alone in the dark like an idiot, waiting for someone who was never going to show. A dog barked sharply in the distance, and I jolted, my hand instinctively going to the coin in my pocket. "Get it together, Blair," I growled to myself. Still, the feeling of being watched crawled up my spine like icy fingers. Despite the lights of the bridge and waterfront, it was still nighttime, and it was all too easy to imagine vampires prowling the city. The chill in the air reminded me of another night, back in November. It seemed so far away to me now. So much had happened. But the memory of seeing my first vampire, moments before it killed a man in that Tacoma alleyway, remained seared in my mind. I forced myself to take a deep breath. There were no vampires here. This was just nerves, just the normal human fear of being alone in the dark in an unfamiliar place. But my thumb hovered over the coin anyway. "Ms. McGill." I whirled toward the voice and nearly crashed into Rebecca Downing, who inexplicably had managed to get within a foot of me without me hearing or sensing her. That realization only made my pulse spike higher as I reared back 2 steps and took her in. Brandon had shown me Rebecca's ID photo from her time with the SBA, so I'd know what to expect. But somehow the image didn't instantly match up with the woman before me. She was about my height, with a willowier frame than my own, which I supposed helped explain the cat-like silence of her movements. Not that it made it any less spooky. Her glossy dark hair was gathered in a ponytail that hung over her right shoulder. Dark eyes considered me with an intent look that seemed to note every detail in one sweeping glance before returning to my own. Her SBA records showed she was born 5 years earlier than me, but her pale skin showed no sign of damage or wrinkles. Her attire was simple and efficient: a pair of dark skinny jeans, sensible shoes, and an olive green jacket that cinched in at the waist and had deep pockets. She didn't carry a bag or bear any accessories. Everything about her screamed practicality and efficiency. "You're late," I said, hoping to come across as unbothered, but the slight tremble to my words gave me away. "I had to make sure you came alone," Rebecca replied, her gaze sharp and assessing as she glanced around. Then she raised one hand and moved her fingers through a complex pattern in midair. A pulse of magic built and released in the space between us. It washed over me in a warm burst that carried the scent of sage and something metallic. I yelped, stumbling backward. "What did you—" "Front left pocket," Rebecca interrupted, her frown deepening. "What is it?" My eyes widened. The spell, or whatever she'd just done, had detected the coin. "Hand it over," she said, extending her palm. I hesitated. "First, just tell me, who are you working for?" Rebecca's laugh was sharp, humorless. "I only work for myself these days." "Did one of the vampires put you up to this? Is this some kind of—" Before I could finish, Rebecca's fingers moved again, and I felt an invisible force tug at the coin until the corner of my coat lifted away from my body, as though the coin itself were straining to burst free. I bristled. "You can't just—" "Listen, I don't have time for games, witch." Rebecca's voice was crisp, businesslike, but there was an edge of frustration beneath it. "I've kicked a hornet's nest, and now the swarm is catching up to me." With a frown, I batted at the pocket of my coat, in a fruitless effort to smooth it back into place. "Well, maybe you should have thought about that before you ran off with my file," I said, through clenched teeth. "Maybe not. But when I take on a case, I follow through, even if it means getting in over my head from time to time. To be honest, I didn't expect to get caught." She scoffed, the tail end almost a smile. "I don't fully know who you are, or why the agency is so eager to protect you, but you must be quite important. I almost wish I'd lifted your complete records." She shrugged. "Now, remove whatever is in your pocket, so we can continue our chat. I can sense the beacon spell. It's quite clumsy. Was it Agent Swan's handiwork? He never was the best with spell work." "What do you mean you don't know who I am?" I replied, still fighting with my jacket. My attention snagged momentarily as a couple walked past, laughing together, their hands interlocked. I couldn't tell if they were too wrapped up in each other to notice my strange behavior as I batted at my coat as it seemingly tried to escape from me, or if Rebecca's spell had done more than give me a magical pat-down. "They can't see or hear us," Rebecca explained, as if reading my thoughts. "But the shielding spell doesn't last for long, so you need to make up your mind. Do you want to hear what I have to say, or not?" My eyes snapped back to hers. "Fine, but I'm keeping my phone." Rebecca frowned. "You're not in danger, Blair. I don't know what the SPA has told you about me, but I assure you I mean you no harm." "Then why do you need this?" I asked, as I removed the coin from my pocket. "If I won't need to use it, why should it matter?" Rebecca's expression flattened. "You're new to the magic world, so I don't fault you for remaining close to the agents who helped you out of what I understand to be a harrowing experience. However, I am also not naive enough to assume those same agents wouldn't attempt to use your trust to get to me. A catch like that would look quite shiny on a promotion application." I raised a brow. "So you're not working with the vampires?" "Not lately," Rebecca said, as casually as if I'd asked if she'd caught the morning news. "I did help a vampire woman a month back. She needed help getting out of a bad relationship. I used my contacts to get her to safety. But the pair of them being vampires was tangential to the situation." Slowly, I extended my hand and offered her the coin, even as Brandon's face flashed through my mind. I'd promised him I would keep it on me. He wasn't far. A text would take a bit longer than the enchanted coin, but regardless, he could be here within a few minutes if needed. "From what I've gathered, I doubt you need to watch your back, Blair. I have my fingers on the pulse of this city, and if there were vampires searching for a baby witch, I'd have heard about it." The statement should have brought relief, but instead my frown only deepened. "Then what is this?" I asked, gesturing between us. "Your grandmother is looking for you." The words hit me like a physical blow that sent me rocking back on my heels. "What? What did you say?" "As I'm sure you know by now, dead doesn't always mean gone, Ms. McGill." Rebecca's expression softened slightly, "especially when someone has unfinished business. And in the case of your grandmother, you are that business. The tether keeping her in this place." My breath hitched, and I spun around, expecting the spirit to appear. "She isn't here now," Rebecca interjected. "She's still in Tacoma. My plan is to see her before I leave Washington. That's why this meeting had to happen tonight." "But I searched for her." The words came out louder and more angrily than I'd intended. "I sent 3 ghosts from Beechwood Harbor to go and find her. They talked to dozens of spirits. None of them had heard of Lois. Rebecca canted her head. Judging by what I know of Lois, she isn't exactly the type to make friends. I almost laughed, but it caught in my throat and came out as a slightly strangled noise. She's been with you since she passed, Blair, Rebecca continued. She knew about your magic, even before you did, and was keeping an eye on you. But when you disappeared from your apartment complex, she got worried. Worried enough that she finally had to reach out for help. And someone sent her to me. It's a bit of a long story, but for years I served as something of an intermediary between the SPA and the local spirits. The agency is not interested in helping ghosts, unless they are actively causing problems. And even then, they generally reach for the more aggressive means of dealing with them. Distaste twisted the woman's thin lips. She knows about my magic. She's known all this time. The theory had been with me since the fairy godmother conference, but I still found it hard to fully grasp. How could she have known all this time and never tell me? How could she keep that kind of secret? Didn't I have a right to know? Wouldn't my life have been better if I'd been allowed to choose whether I wanted to join the world of magic or reject it? I won't claim to know the full story, Rebecca replied. She told me your mother left when you were young, and there was some sort of event. But don't ask me for the details. You'll have the opportunity to ask her about that yourself, if you wish. The air around us started to crackle, like a fuzzy analog television with the volume turned down low. Rebecca stepped closer. The rumors of a shifter being chased by a vampire were running rampant among the local ghosts, and that made it back to Lois. She feared the worst. I went to speak with witnesses, and while none of them had the full scoop, they told me the SPA was on the scene. I knew that my best shot at finding you and helping Lois was to get a hold of the files to see where you were. But given how my tenure with the agency ended, it wasn't like I could just stroll in and ask for them. Rebecca's jaw tightened. Now, I know you've been staying in Beechwood Harbor, at the old manor-turned-inn. My plan was to reach out to you, but I got pulled out of state on another investigation, and when I returned, the SPA was already on the hunt for me. And thus, here we are. She raised her hands out to her sides in a sweeping motion. The only question left is whether or not you want me to reveal any of this to Lois. What do you mean? You haven't told her where to find me? No. Rebecca exhaled, the sound almost forlorn. From what I've gathered, you two had a complicated relationship. Granted, I've only heard her side of things. I believe her regrets are genuine. But whenever I go poking around at old wounds, I find it's good to get permission. You're in a precarious position, having undergone this transition. And while I told Lois I would help her, I know how ghosts can be. I'm not going to set someone up to be haunted, if I can help it. I suppose that's fair? I shifted my weight, my mind whirling with all of the new information. But since it seems you were already seeking her out, I assume that means you would like me to send her your way? I took a deep breath. Yes, I'd like to see her. Rebecca nodded with clipped efficiency. Good. Then, as I said, I'll pass through Tacoma tonight and tell her where to find you. After that, it's up to her. I considered the woman before me with fresh eyes. I can't believe you would risk so much to help her get answers. You're really leaving Seattle altogether? Where will you go? I've been meaning to leave for well over a year, she replied. This is just the catalyst. I wanted to prompt her further, but figured she wouldn't be too eager to trust me, considering my ties to Brandon and Naira, though I still wasn't sure how she knew about my ongoing relationship with them. Well, it doesn't feel like enough, but thank you, I said. It means a lot to me, and to my grandmother, I'm sure. Rebecca gave another quick nod. You're welcome, Now I have to go. I can't afford to linger too long with the SPA on my tail. She extended her hand, clasped around the enchanted coin, but stopped short of giving it back to me. Her eyes held mine for a long beat. Blair, I understand the SPA has helped you, and it seems like things are working out. But be careful who you trust. Not everyone inside the agency's walls is trustworthy. I tried to fix the cracks, but all I got was a security escort out the doors after proving my loyalty every day for the better part of a decade. I frowned. I only work with Brandon and Naira. I can trust them. Rebecca's eyes darkened. Has Agent Swan told you about his time in Houston? I know he's from there, I said, nearly tripping over my words. Why? What else is... Rebecca's phone chirped, and she jolted. Keep your eyes and ears open, Blair, she warned, turning away from me. Wait, I called after her, as she hurried up the stairs of the bridge. What did you mean about Brandon? But she was already gone. Her footsteps an echo, leaving me standing alone in the dark with more questions than answers, and a terrible new fear gnawing at my chest. Chapter 18. The warm glow spilling from the Beechwood Manor's windows was like a beacon calling me home. After the cryptic conversation with Rebecca Downing and the bombshell about my grandmother, I needed the familiar comfort of this place. The scent of Holly's cooking, the sound of children's laughter. Even Poppy's obnoxious commentary would be a relief. I needed normal. Or at least whatever passed for normal in a house full of witches, retired fairy godmothers, and floating skulls. My phone buzzed as I closed the door to the tool shed, and my heart sputtered. I knew who was calling even before I pulled the device from my coat pocket. Through the kitchen windows, I saw Holly approach the sink. She couldn't see me in the shadows, but she looked anxious as she peered out into the night. I hadn't yet told any of them about the meeting with Rebecca Downing. They were worried enough, and I didn't want to add to it. As eager as I was to go inside and put their minds at ease, I knew I needed to talk to Brandon first. I answered his call on the final ring before it went to voicemail. I'm okay. He let out a relieved exhale. Where are you? I went to the bridge to see if I could... You did what? My brows furrowed. Brandon, you were supposed to keep your distance. You weren't answering my texts, he replied, his exasperation matching my own, which only irritated me further. I told you I would reach out if I got in over my head. Okay, you're right, but I was worried. 10 minutes ago, the sentiment might have warmed my heart. But with Rebecca's warning still ringing in my ears, it only made me bristle. I'm back at the manor, I said, my tone sharp. Rebecca wasn't after me or working with the vampires. She was only trying to help me reunite with my grandmother's ghost. Everything is fine. Your grandmother's ghost? Brandon repeated. She broke into headquarters and stole a classified file to help a ghost? That's what she told me. If there was some other angle, I didn't see it. Where is she now? Gone? You don't know where? No, she said she was leaving town. I didn't ask for more information. It's none of my business. Blair, she stole from the SPA. That's a serious crime. I get that, but what did you expect me to do? Make a citizen's arrest? My irritation peaked again. I was wrung out and frazzled. All I wanted was a cup of Holly's soothing tea and a hot shower. A night of sleep in the bed I'd grown used to over the past months. Brandon exhaled. I just meant... Listen, I interrupted. I'm sorry for making you choose between your job and me. That wasn't fair. But it's over now. You can get back to focusing on your murder investigation, and I can get back to my normal life here at the manor. I looked across the backyard. Holly had moved away from the window, but the lights in the kitchen were still on. It was easy to envision everyone gathered around the table for a late dinner.
Blair, you don't sound like yourself right now. If you're in danger, say, let's get coffee soon.
What? I frowned, my attention going back to the call. Brandon, I'm fine. I'm seriously standing in the backyard. Just came through the portal.
But why didn't you come and find me? I would have gone with you.
I just needed to get back here, okay? I missed everyone, and now it's safe for me to return. He started to protest, to ask another question, but I cut him off. Oh, Holly just waved. I'm going to head inside. I'll call you tomorrow. And no, that's not code or whatever. I really will call in the morning, okay?
Blair.
Brandon, please? A pause stretched out long enough for a new wave of guilt to prickle at the back of my neck. I was being rude. I was hurting him. But I couldn't stop myself from trying to backpedal away from him. I needed space to think, to process everything Rebecca told me, and I couldn't do that in Brandon's condo.
Okay, he said, after another fraught moment. I'll call you in the morning. It's the Grace family's last day in town, so it'll be our last chance to speak with Connor and try to get to the truth.
A part of me wanted to beg out of going with him, but my curiosity was stronger. And hey, helping to set things right and sending the Banshee back to her lighthouse would be a nice gift to everyone after the stress I'd inadvertently brought. Okay, see you in the morning, I said. And thanks for being there tonight. I really do appreciate it.
Sure, of course.
The emotion was thick in his voice. Confusion awash with his own guilty conscience. It was easy to imagine him pacing in front of the SUV or down some Seattle street, raking a hand through his hair, the way he always did when he was distracted by his thoughts. We hung up, and I scampered to close the gap between the tool shed and the back deck of the manor. Holly was the first to spot me as I pushed through the back door and stepped into the kitchen. Blair? Harmony looked up from her place at the head of the table, where she hunched over a legal pad and removed her hot pink earbuds. You're back, she exclaimed, a wide grin cracking across her face. I told you I felt one of the wards pinging, Holly said, shooting her second-in-command an exasperated glance. I'm sorry. I forgot about the extra security stuff. I should have texted first, I replied, closing the French doors behind me before more of the nippy chill could follow me inside. Holly shrugged it off as she shucked off a pair of lilac-hued cleaning gloves. The apron sink was piled high with foam and even higher with dishes. Why does it look like you just cleared Thanksgiving dinner off the table? I asked, eyeing the pile of stainless steel pots and pans amidst the other dishes and the large roasting rack. Oh, that, Holly said, almost a little sheepish. You know how some people stress bake? Well, Miriam stress roasts, bastes, and marinates. A familiar quiver of guilt plucked at my heartstrings. Because of me? Harmony smiled. Hey, none of us are complaining. Well, except for the Banshee. She apparently takes offense at the smell of onions, and you know Miriam doesn't cook anything without them. I smiled and dropped into the chair at the opposite end of the large table, and suddenly felt as though I'd been walking for hours and hours, even though, in reality, the walk from the bridge to the portal hub had taken less than 20 minutes. My legs were like sandbags, and I almost found myself longing to shift into my cat form, if only for the speedy efficiency of it. It was hard to feel heavy when you weighed less than 10 pounds, after all. Are you hungry? Holly asked, already moving toward the fridge. Assuming you're staying, or are you just here to get more of your things? I shook my head. I'm good for now, but thanks. And for the second part, I'm back. It's a bit of a long story, but the person who took my files didn't want to turn me into vampire chow. Holly and Harmony exchanged a look. If we're going to do story time, I think we need popcorn at least, Harmony said, as she removed her second earbud and set it down beside the first and her abandoned gel pen. "How could you possibly be hungry?" Holly opined. Harmony was already up, though, on her way to the pantry to snag a bag of microwave popcorn. Holly rolled her eyes. "Okay, but please try not to burn it this time. Even with magic, that smell is almost impossible to get rid of." She shifted her attention back to me. "What about a tea? Surely I can at least get you one of those." I smiled. "I would love that. Thanks, Holly." She busied herself getting the kettle started, while Harmony raided the pantry. Boots padded up to me, a stuffed mouse in his mouth. He dropped it at my feet, and an unexpected swell of emotion rose in my throat. "Thanks, buddy. I missed you, too." I got myself back together by the time Harmony brought over a huge bowl of popcorn, and Holly brought 3 mugs of tea. While they worked, they filled me in that Miriam had whipped up the massive dinner, only to get called by a young fairy godmother who needed her aid. So she'd flown off to the Haven for the night, leaving Adam to get the kids bathed and into bed. As the 2 witches joined me at the table, the whole story spilled out in a rush. Though I held back the words of Rebecca's warning about the SPA and Brandon's time in Houston. When I finished, Harmony slumped back against the rungs of her chair and stared at me. "That's..." She paused, clearly searching for the right words. "A lot to process?" "Tell me about it." I leaned forward and reached for another handful of popcorn. "But at least it's not vampires." I glanced up. "You know, the bad ones. Not like your friends," I quickly added. Holly gave me a knowing nod. "I'm glad you're back, and the kids will be thrilled. Valoria was already asking when you were coming home." My heart swelled in my chest. "Really?" "Of course," Holly replied. "You're part of the family now." I also think she wanted to show off the new spell she's been working on at school. I laughed softly, grateful all the same. "Speaking of family," Harmony began, her brows lifted. "Any idea what you want to say to your granny's ghost whenever she pops up?" Holly shot the younger witch a disapproving look. "Smooth, Harmony." Harmony hitched one shoulder and dove back into the popcorn bowl. I exhaled slowly. "I don't know." Which seems silly, considering I've already sent Flapjack, Gwen, and Hayward out to try and find her. I guess I figured there wasn't much point in deciding what to say until I knew it was a real possibility. Holly reached over and briefly covered my hand with her own. "You don't need to plan it all out tonight. You've had a lot going on." I smiled and gave her a grateful nod. "Am I the only one who is surprised Brandon was willing to keep this all from the agency?" Harmony interjected, chewing thoughtfully on her buttery snack. "I mean, he's so straight-laced, Mr. By-the-Book." Holly canted her head. Yeah, that is a bit unexpected. But then we're not exactly in a place to judge those working in the gray area between what the agency wants and actual reality." Harmony snorted. "Not at all." The urge to disclose Rebecca's warning grew stronger, but I tamped it down and pasted on a smile. "Hey, I'm just glad we can all go back to our normal lives." Harmony cracked another wide smile. "Or whatever passes for normal around here," she replied, leaning over to give the kitchen floor a meaningful glance. "Though if we don't get her back to her lighthouse soon, we're either going to have to invest in more Lego sets or some really strong earplugs." Holly grimaced. "Maybe we could start growing some onions down there? I could ask the gnomes for help." "Hopefully that will get resolved in the morning," I said, though I was suddenly far too exhausted to unpack the ongoing murder investigation. The clues were pointing us toward Connor. But if our latest theory proved incorrect, would there still be time to find the truth? I pushed those worries to the back of my mind, nestling them alongside the sealed box where I'd banished the doubts and questions about Brandon. All of that would have to wait until morning. Tonight, I was just going to be grateful to be home, banshee and all. I woke to the sound of my phone's alarm and squinted against the sunlight streaming through my bedroom window. For a moment, I lay in bed, disoriented and groggy, as the events of the previous evening resurfaced in my mind. Rebecca Downing, my grandmother's ghost, Brandon's secrets, the Grace family's impending departure. One thing was for certain. The day would call for copious amounts of coffee, and perhaps a protein smoothie. Begrudgingly, I tossed aside the covers and dragged myself out of bed. I dressed quickly in layers and well-worn jeans and left my room, immediately heading toward the kitchen, which on a weekday morning was abuzz with voices. As I padded down the hall on sock-clad feet, I could distinguish Holly's warm laugh and Miriam's lilting voice as she likely directed the children through their morning routine. I stopped just short of the swinging door as a familiar baritone joined the other noises. Brandon was already here. A flare of anxiety and longing surged through my chest. I wanted nothing more than to let him wrap me in an embrace and tell me everything was going to be fine, to repeat the words I'd been telling myself since my meeting with Rebecca. But it felt like the former agent had thrown one of Holly's protective shield spells in between the Blair and Brandon that existed yesterday. Now, there was a barrier I couldn't cross, a wall I needed to duck behind until I could determine what exactly stood on the other side. With a stealing breath, I ran a hand over my loose waves and pushed through the kitchen door. The smell of coffee greeted me like an old friend, and Brandon sat in the seat nearest the French doors, looking remarkably put together for someone who'd probably gotten less sleep than I had. "Morning, dearie," Miriam called out as I appeared in the doorway, her gossamer wings catching the morning light as she fluttered around the chaos. "We'll be cleared out of here in just a moment. Isn't that right, Valoria?" she asked, giving the small girl at the table a pointed but not unkind look. Valoria frowned and pushed her fork through a mound of scrambled eggs. "I'm almost done," she said in a whiny tone. Apparently, even kindergarten-age witches got the Monday blues. Footsteps sounded on the back stairs, and Adam appeared, holding a clean-faced and fully human baby Samuel. The toddler squealed with delight upon seeing his winged nanny and reached toward her. Miriam grabbed the boy and thanked Adam. Unfortunately, the young boy didn't stay clean for long. He'd been in Miriam's arms for all of 10 seconds before he spotted a bowl of blueberries near the sink. Without warning, he flailed toward them, giving his nanny a jolt of surprise. And while she succeeded in keeping him from falling out of her arms, he managed to hit the edge of the plastic bowl and send the berries scattering across the kitchen floor. "Oh, for Merlin's sake," Miriam muttered, waving her wand to round up the wayward fruit. When the last berry was returned to its bowl, she smiled at Valoria. "That's good enough progress, little miss. Now come along. Through the portal we go, or you'll both be late for school." "Samuel doesn't go to school, Miriam," Valoria said, in her most all-knowing big sister tone. Miriam smiled patiently. "It might not be called school, but he will still be learning plenty." The little witch didn't look fully convinced, but she let Miriam herd her toward the back door. Adam chuckled at the chaos of his children and went to the sink to rewash the berries. He'd not yet turned off the tap when more footsteps sounded on the back stairs, these ones heavier and more frantic. Harmony appeared, her arms overhead as she attempted to cinch her pink-tipped hair into a top knot. "Crap, crap, crap," she muttered with each step. "Holly is going to kill me." "I am?" Holly asked, appearing from the pantry's depths with a bag of whole bean coffee. Harmony cringed. "I forgot we had that shipment of fertilizer coming today, but I have to do the opening shift. Would you mind signing for it?" Holly sighed and set the coffee on the counter while she went in search of the kitchen shears. "I think what you mean to say is Hey, Holly, would you mind signing for a delivery and then hauling 400 pounds of stinky fertilizer into the greenhouse for me? Adam snorted.
I'll deal with it, he interjected. After all, that's one perk of marrying a beefcake, right, gorgeous?
He waggled his brows at Holly. It was Holly's turn to laugh. Adam was fit. There was no doubt about that. But his biceps, while defined, weren't set to tear the seams on his t-shirts anytime soon. Harmony looked relieved as she bolted for the back door. Thanks, Adam. Bye, Blair and Brandon. Good luck with the murder thing. Then she was gone. Holly shook her head and poured the beans into the grinder's hopper. Should I put on a fresh pot? We're down to the dregs on this one, she said, gesturing at the pot. Brandon looked to me. He'd already started on a cup, presumably from the first pot, but was due for a refill if we planned on staying long. We should probably go and catch Connor before they start packing, I said, looking at Brandon, not at Holly. Okay, well, the beans are here if you change your mind. I need to run out and get some last-minute things for the Valentine's Day guests. Speaking of guests, she shifted a look toward the floor. She's still working on the Legos, but I worry the sorting game may be reaching the end of its usefulness. When I was down there, she started getting pretty snappy. So, I'd suggest steering clear. Good to know, I frowned. And I still haven't made it to the laundromat. Holly said goodbye and headed out, leaving me and Brandon alone in the kitchen, which had finally gone quiet. I can just get a coffee on the way, I said, my hands moving to brace against the back of the chair opposite Brandon's. If you want to get going, I mean. He was quiet for a long moment, his fingers drumming against the side of his coffee mug.
I've decided not to tell the agency about your meeting with Downing.
I blinked. What? Why not? If you're worried about me getting into some kind of trouble...
It's not that, Brandon interrupted. I made a judgment call. His voice was quiet but firm. Telling them about the meeting would only complicate matters. Rebecca, if she's ever caught, isn't likely to fess up to any of this.
That seems like a gamble. What does Naira think?
I haven't told her either.
I stared at him, like it was our first time meeting. This was Brandon. Methodical, by-the-book Brandon. Admitting that he was willing to lie to his partner, at least by omission, and to keep the SPA in the dark about a significant development in their internal investigation. Are you going to? I asked, after a long moment.
I'm not sure.
Brandon, I really think you should.
If I tell anyone about the meeting, they'll want to bring you in for questioning. They might even jump to conclusions and assume you were in on it somehow. It's internal affairs. They'll want to win here, and I know Rebecca well enough to know she isn't going to be found. The agency bloodhounds aren't going to believe that this was all for some post-death family reunion.
Something in his eyes shifted, and it hit me like a punch. You think I'm lying? Brandon blinked.
What? No, I didn't say that.
Fine. I get it, I said with a sigh. I don't understand why she did it either, I added, still not fully assuaged. Maybe she took something else while she was in the archive? Brandon ran a hand over his jaw.
There's a full audit underway as we speak. The archivist and their team will be using a very fine-toothed comb. If anything was stolen, we'll know about it soon enough. But even if that's the case, it won't have anything to do with you. So I still don't see a reason to drag you into it.
I considered the idea of being taken to SPA headquarters for questioning. To that end, Brandon was right. I envisioned hours, or perhaps days, of repeating the same small snippet of a story. I didn't have the faintest idea where Rebecca had gone after our meeting, other than perhaps Tacoma was somewhere along the route. And if she was, in fact, tangled up in some other kind of unsavory business or illegal activity, I was in the dark. All I really knew was that she seemed to like ghosts, had great hair, and a real-life Carmen Sandiego vibe, sans the iconic trench coat, which in hindsight seemed like a pretty significant missed opportunity on her part. Blair, please, just trust me on this, okay? I shook my head and wrapped my arms around myself. I don't know. And I didn't. Part of me was touched that he was trying to protect me from more scrutiny and questioning. But another part, the part that remembered Rebecca's cryptic warning, was deeply unsettled. I wouldn't have expected you to keep something like that from the agency. Brandon's jaw tightened slightly. The agency doesn't need to know everything, Blair. Some things are more important than protocol. The way he said it made my chest tighten with unease. How many other things had he decided the agency didn't need to know? How many other protocols had he bent or broken in his time with the agency? And even before that. Where is Naira now? I asked. Still helping with the search? She's here in town, actually, Brandon replied, and I thought I saw a glimmer of relief at the slight shift in topics. We got a lead early this morning. Barry didn't have his phone on him at the scene, and we didn't find one in his home or vehicle, but we were able to access his cell phone records. The last call he received came from a payphone here in town. Naira is scouting to see if there might be an external security camera with an angle that might show the phone. So, why aren't you with Naira? I asked. Won't she think it's odd that you're here with me? Something flickered across Brandon's face. Guilt, maybe, or uncertainty. I wanted to check on you first. After last night. He trailed off for a moment before regrouping his thoughts. As for Naira, she knows you have something of a rapport with the Grace family by now. She's fine with us doing the interview with Connor. Brandon's phone buzzed, and he glanced at it. Naira's checking the gas station across from the phone booth. If their security camera caught whoever used that payphone, we'll have our smoking gun, I finished. But what if it doesn't show anything useful? Brandon's expression was grim as he got to his feet and drained the last of his coffee in one swig. Then we'd better hope Connor Grace has an interesting story to tell us. Chapter 19. The scene at the Pinecone Lodge was a near-perfect bookend to the first time we met the Grace family. They sat gathered around the continental dining area, though the two small boys hadn't set about causing havoc, as they were still engrossed with jumbo-sized chocolate chip muffins and tall glasses of milk. And Sasha had her own seat, versus using Chip as her personal throne. I fully expected Parker to give us an earful and demand we leave, so as not to ruin the final day of their trip, to which I was prepared to point out that said trip had already been thoroughly bungled, and really, what harm could one more interview do? At least I hoped it was the last one. As we approached, I zeroed in on Connor. He sat in the same place, earphones on, hunched over his phone. Parker, his mirror, though more finely dressed and sans headphones, was at the other end of the rectangular table. It was Sasha who spoke first at our approach. "Wow, so you guys are, really obsessed with us, huh?" she exclaimed, with a grating giggle. Chip gave her a dark look. Something told me the two lovebirds would disembark from their flight home and find themselves in Splitsville shortly thereafter. Not that I could blame him. If anything, I applauded him. Goodness knows I'd let a few relationships drag on past their prime. The fleeting thought of past boyfriends distracted me. My attention pinging momentarily to Brandon's profile, but he was zeroed in on the youngest of the Grace siblings. "We're here to speak with Connor," he said, his voice carrying just enough authority to cut through whatever music was playing in the young man's earphones. Connor looked up. his face immediately flushing red as he pulled out his earbuds and looked to his aunt, who sat beside him, wearing a sour expression as she raised her steaming mug of coffee. "What's this?" he asked. "That's a good question," Julie said. We were running out of time. And it appeared Brandon was running out of patience. He planted his feet and continued. "You told us you were logged into your virtual work terminal on Wednesday night. However, we recently discovered the hotel's Wi-Fi was down. So I decided to call your employer and ask if they could provide the records showing you were, in fact, logged into work. But they couldn't find a sign of you in their internal logs." Connor's flush deepened as his head swiveled between his aunt and siblings. "What? How do you even know where I worked? And you called them? What did you say?" My own brows remained lifted, wondering if Brandon had indeed called to verify the story, or if he was bluffing, in hopes of speeding up the confession. In either case, it seemed to be working. Parker finally looked up from his own phone, finally tuning into the conversation. "Connor, what's going on? Why did you lie?" I didn't? I didn't know what else to say," Connor stammered, his eyes full of pleading as he looked to his oldest sibling. Sasha munched her toast and watched both ends of the table like she was at a tennis exhibition. "Connor." Brandon's tone was patient but firm. "Where were you Wednesday night between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m.? Connor's breathing became shallow, and his hands worked at a paper napkin, stamped with the hotel's name, until it fell to shredded pieces on the table beside his discarded phone. Julie abandoned her coffee and scooted her chair closer to her nephew, draping an arm over his shoulders as she leaned in. "Breathe in and out," she coached, her tone soft. After a moment, she looked up at Brandon, her eyes full of fire. "You two should—" It's okay, Aunt Julie," Connor said, patting her hand before sliding out from under her arm. He stood and looked at Brandon and me in turn. He still seemed nervous, but the slight tremor in his hands had stopped, and his breathing had more or less evened out. He glanced around the table, his eyes stopping on Parker and Sasha, who were now both staring at him with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Can we talk somewhere else?" Brandon glanced briefly at me, then nodded. "Of course." We exited the dining area and moved to a quiet corner of the adjoining lobby, tucked around the corner so the rest of the Grace family couldn't see us. Connor immediately collapsed into one of the oversized armchairs, his head in his hands. "I had a panic attack on Wednesday night," he said, his voice muffled. "I've been getting them for years, even before Mom and Dad died. Sometimes they're really bad, and I can't breathe, can't think straight. I've gone to the ER more than a few times, thinking I was having a heart attack or something." He looked up and dropped his hands to his lap. "Sometimes I can't pin down the exact trigger, but on Wednesday, it's like the whole day was a trigger. Aurora and Parker were sniping at each other all morning. Then we were getting the flowers and stuff for the memorial at the beach. Then Sasha got into it with Barry, and the cops came." He broke off and shook his head, reliving the moments inside his mind. "It was a mess. Aunt Julie tried to get everyone to come together for dinner, but that was a mess, too. Chip and Sasha were clearly fighting, and the boys were tired and having tantrums. All I wanted was to get to my room and try to distract myself with work. It sounds crazy, I guess, but sometimes it helps. But then the Wi-Fi was down, and the cell service out here is total crap, so I couldn't even watch some YouTube or something." He paused to draw in a shaky breath. "But my mind started spinning, and I couldn't pull it back in. My chest started to feel tight, like it was hard to get a full breath, you know?" I gave an understanding nod when he looked at me. "That sounds scary." "It always is," he agreed.
I couldn't make it stop. I tried all my usual techniques, but nothing worked. I tried to call Aunt Julie. She's always been there for me when this happens. She knows how to talk me through it, you know.
I frowned. What happened when you called her?
Nothing. She didn't answer. I tried texting, too. The next day, she told me she'd forgotten her phone in her room when she went to the lounge to read.
He hitched a shoulder, like none of this mattered. But it very much did. Brandon and I exchanged glances.
Anyway, I went outside on the balcony. Sometimes fresh air helps. I don't know how long I was out there, maybe 10, 15 minutes, but it started to go away. After a while, I went back inside and took a shower and went to bed. These attacks, they take a lot out of me.
Why didn't you go downstairs to find Julie? I asked. You had seen her in the lounge reading before you went to your room, right?
Connor nodded. I didn't want to leave my room like that. To have other people see me hyperventilating and sweating.
Brandon's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and his eyes widened.
She's got the video, he said.
Connor frowned, but he didn't ask questions. Brandon tapped the screen of his phone and a black and white video began to play. The nighttime footage looked almost grainy, or low-res, but the camera angle had a lock on the payphone. The timestamp in the corner read 10:45 on Wednesday night. A figure walked into the frame, her back to the camera as she approached the phone. It appeared to be a woman, judging by the hairstyle and body shape. She was of average height, with light skin and dark hair, wearing a dark jacket and pair of jeans. She lifted the receiver, fed coins into the slot, and dialed. The call lasted several minutes, her posture tense as she spoke into the receiver. When she hung up, she turned to walk away from the phone, giving the security camera a clear view of her profile and wire-rimmed glasses. Brandon paused the video on that final frame. It was Julie. Aurora was marching the boys from the dining room when we returned, their faces and one of their t-shirts covered in chocolate. She didn't look up as she passed us. We continued toward the table and zeroed in on Julie, who sat sweeping chocolate muffin crumbs into a paper napkin with sharp, agitated movements. Connor followed in our wake, his face still flushed from our conversation.
What's going on? Are we done? I didn't kill Barry.
Julie's head snapped up at Connor's words, her eyes immediately going to his distressed face before shifting to us with alarm.
Connor, sweetheart, are you all right?
She demanded, half rising from her chair. Amy, the desk clerk we'd spoken to the day before, appeared from the kitchen area, wheeling a small cart to clear the breakfast dishes and refill the coffee station.
Connor's fine, Brandon said calmly. But we do have some questions for you, Julie.
Connor passed us and turned around, halfway shielding his aunt.
What is going on? What's on the video?
He asked, gesturing toward Brandon's phone.
The last phone call Barry received was from a payphone here in town, not long before the presumed time of death, Brandon said, holding up the phone.
Amy, at the large coffee percolator, went still, her attention snagged by the confrontation. A few others in the dining area were also turning to look. But if Brandon noticed them, he didn't care. He tapped the screen, and the video began to play.
This security footage has a clear shot of the person who placed that call.
The napkin stilled in Julie's hands.
Security footage?
On the small screen, the grainy figure approached the payphone. Julie watched without expression until the final frame.
Oh, come on. You can't think, she sputtered.
Then, with a nervous laugh, added,
I mean, that's clearly not me.
I arched an, "Oh, really, lady?" eyebrow in her direction. Parker and Sasha both got to their feet and came closer. Chip leaned back in his chair and drank his coffee. His expression caught somewhere between boredom and irritation.
"It's you, Julie,"
Brandon said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You called Barry the night he was killed, mere minutes or hours before he was killed. Now, would you like to tell the rest now, or should we do this at the station?" Julie leaned in and jabbed a finger at the phone screen. "This footage has been doctored. Look at the time. I was here in the lounge. I told you to ask the clerk. She brought me tea. She saw me there with my book." Across the room, Amy cleared her throat softly and raised her hand, looking uncomfortable but determined. "Actually, ma'am," she interjected, "I came back a few minutes later to offer you some lemon wedges, and you were gone. The teacup was on the table, untouched. I just figured you'd changed your mind or felt sleepy enough to go up to bed without it." Julie's face went pale, but she quickly rallied. That's not possible. You must be mistaken, dear," she said to Amy, forcing a shaky smile. "Oh, I know. I went to the restroom. You must have just missed me." Amy frowned. "I waited a bit and came back a third time to check. Then I cleared the tea. If you came back expecting to drink it, I'd think you would have come to ask where it went." Julie's jaw twitched into a forced smile. "I just didn't want to bother you is all, dear." Amy didn't roll her eyes, but I could tell from the exasperated look on her face that Julie was lying. Brandon stepped closer to the table. "Julie, we have clear evidence of you making that call. The timestamp matches perfectly with Barry's phone records showing when he received it. You can see your face clearly in the footage." "That could be anyone," Julie protested, but her voice had lost its conviction. Connor looked between his aunt and the phone screen, confusion and dawning horror warring on his face. "Aunt Julie? You talked to Barry that night? But why?" Parker moved closer, too, his expression grim.
"Julie, what the hell is going on?"
Julie looked between her two nephews and niece, her lips pressed together so tightly they'd all but vanished. It's not what it looks like," she burst out. "I didn't go there to kill him." Everyone in the dining room collectively flinched. Parker's mouth dropped open. Julie ran a shaky hand over her perfectly smooth bob. He fell. The whole thing was an accident." "Why didn't you call for help?" Brandon countered. "Were you too busy shoving that apology note down his throat?" I added. Brandon shot me a startled look, but quickly got his expression back to good cop neutral and looked at Julie, waiting for her reply. Julie's chair scraped against the floor as she started to back away from the table. I need to. I should go finish packing." Parker blinked, surprised by her sudden shift of tone, and caught her wrist, gently but firmly, anchoring her in place.
"Aunt Julie,"
he said, his voice breaking slightly.
"What did you do?"
And that's when she cracked.
"He destroyed us,"
she sobbed, collapsing back into her chair.
"That sorry excuse for a man destroyed our entire family. Do you know what we've lost because of him? Do you have any idea?"
She twisted her face up to her niece and nephews, and the words came out fast and bitter.
"It's gone, Parker. All of it. The money from your parents. The lawyers and private investigators and court fees swallowed it whole. And I really thought justice would prevail. That surely someone had missed something. One tiny detail that would sway the judge and get it all back for us."
All three siblings stared down at her in shock.
"Aunt Julie,"
Connor breathed, clearly horrified. Her eyes flashed, almost feral.
"I did it for you," she snapped. "For you kids. For Benjamin and Matthew. I did it to get justice for my sweet Michelle. But justice wasn't going to come."
"So you decided to get it yourself," I interjected. Julie whipped her head around to stare at me.
"No! I told you it was an accident."
"Then tell us what happened," Brandon said. "Why did you call Barry?"
"I told him he needed to pay up,"
Julie said, her tone sharp. The tears were gone, and only anger remained.
$50,000, that's all I needed. Just enough to cover Connor's tuition so he could have the life Joseph and Michelle wanted for him."
Parker swore and released Julie's wrist as he turned away, rubbing a hand over his mouth.
"I waited until everyone was asleep. Or so I thought," she frowned. "I didn't want him to have my personal number, so I decided to use a payphone. I figured it would be best if it was a local number anyway. But the rental car wasn't in the lot, and I didn't have the keys, so I called for a lift. The driver took me to the payphone, and I called."
"Did you ask for money over the phone?" Parker asked.
"No, of course not," she scoffed at him. "I have more sense than that. I lied. I told him I wanted to apologize for the way Sasha acted at the beach, and that I thought I had a way to make things right. The stupid goat was thrilled to have the chance," she added, her lips twisting with bitterness. "He invited me to the lighthouse. Well, the driver knew where it was, so he took me there and dropped me off."
Connor moved closer, his face a mask of dawning horror. "That's why you didn't answer my calls," he said quietly. "That's why you weren't there when I needed you." Julie looked up at him, her face crumpling.
"Connor, sweetheart,
You were out trying to extort money for my college," he continued, his voice barely audible. "You killed someone for my tuition."
"It wasn't supposed to happen like that," Julie protested.
"What happened?" Brandon prompted. Julie huffed as she twisted around in her seat again, her weathered hands reaching for each other in her lap.
"We'd barely started talking, and Barry started crying, telling me how sorry he was for showing up at the beach, and that he thought about Joseph and Michelle every day. I was about to ask him for the money, to jump on the opportunity, but then—"
Her upper lip curled.
"Then I saw those damn flowers. Those same cheap grocery store flowers he tried to hand Sasha on the beach. They were all rumpled and battered, but he had them in a vase. They were on a little side table. And when he saw me looking at them, he told me that he'd come there after the beach to have his own little memorial. As if he had any right. As if something precious was taken from him."
Her voice turned savage, the words coming faster.
"And I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand him playing the victim when my family was the one who lost everything. I told him to prove it, to put his money where his mouth was. I said I wanted the $50,000, but of course, he told me he didn't have that much. He offered to make payments. I told him it would make me sick to see his name on a check month after month, that all we wanted was for him to go away, for his memory to leave us forever. And then—"
Julie's words caught in her throat, her eyes going wide, as though she'd been momentarily stunned.
"And then I just pushed."
"Aunt Julie, not another word," Parker snapped, already fumbling for his phone. "I'm calling Jordan." Connor and Sasha both looked like a strong breeze could knock them off their feet. "The note card found in Barry's mouth is still being tested," Brandon interjected. "I assume we'll find your fingerprints on it?" Julie's laugh was bitter and broken.
"He told me he'd asked the clerk to write the message because he wanted it to look nice. He murdered my Michelle, and that's what he was worried about." Clearly, she's not in her right mind, Parker growled, placing his free hand on his aunt's shoulder, while the other held his phone mashed to the side of his face. Aunt Julie, please stop talking. His jaw clenched and flared as he ground his teeth. Pick up, he muttered into the phone. But it didn't matter. The rest would be sorted out in time. Brandon was already reaching for his phone to call the local PD for backup, as they'd be the ones to make the full arrest. Parker was on his phone with his lawyer when the cops arrived minutes later and arrested Julie. She didn't resist, as a deputy cuffed her hands behind her back and guided her toward the exit. As they reached the dining room entrance, Julie suddenly stopped and turned back toward the table. "Connor," she called out. "Connor, I'm sorry. I just wanted to give you the future your parents would have wanted. Please don't let this stop you." Connor sat slumped at the table, his face buried in his hands. He didn't look up at his aunt's words. Parker watched helplessly, still speaking to someone on the phone, while Sasha pawed at Chip, seeking comfort. As I turned away and followed Brandon outside, I couldn't help but wonder if anyone had really won here. Chapter 20. "Okay, hon, just remind me of what you want me to say if I find him." I turned and smiled at the semi-transparent being beside me. Gwen could remember all of the town's gossip from 10 summers ago, so I knew her question wasn't due to a slip of her mind, but rather a way of assuring herself that she would do as I asked. I didn't yet know the woman all that well. She died sometime in the 70s due to a stage diving gone wrong accident at an outdoor music festival. It was a sad story, but the silver lining was she would truly be forever young, in a floral romper that showed off her mile-long legs and her always camera-ready long tresses. I don't know if he'll remember my name, but you can tell him the Cat Witch is here to see him. Gwen gave a dutiful nod and floated up from the pavement in front of the lighthouse. "Be right back," she called as she floated through the front doors. Alone with my thoughts and the bitter chill, I began to pace through the shaft of moonlight spilling across the walkway. Following Julie Anders' arrest, Brandon and Naira were understandably busy, ping-ponging between the local police station and SPA headquarters. As the crime had nothing to do with magic, it would be turned over to the local PD to wrap things up and get Julie into the system, but there was still paperwork and debriefings to attend to. But in a way, I was glad Brandon was occupied. My own emotions were still too raw and tangled. On the drive to the lighthouse, Gwen had tried to broach the subject of my Valentine's Day plans with Brandon, and while I put on a smile and said we hadn't decided yet, on the inside my heart sank, knowing there was a conversation that needed to happen first, one that could send our relationship down a different path than the one we'd been on mere days ago. Luckily, I wasn't alone with my thoughts and worries for long. Within a couple of minutes of Gwen's disappearance, the air shimmered, and Captain Clark materialized in his human form near the lighthouse's entrance. "Evening," he said, as Gwen swooped into view beside him. He glanced over at her. "I've seen you around town before, you know." Gwen smiled. "Why didn't you ever say hello? I didn't know you were one of us." "I suppose I just liked keeping to myself." "And now?" Gwen asked. She turned her head, considering the lighthouse and the lookout point beyond. "I guess it's pretty quiet up here." "For now," he said. "A repair crew was here all day, though, getting the carpet torn up and working to find the leak. One of them said something about the SPA, so I figured they were magic somehow. I didn't want to tell them I was the source of the leak." He looked to me. "Is that why you're back? To tell me to leave?" I shook my head and took a step closer to the captain. "No, you can stay as long as you like. Although it would be good if the water stopped.
For a couple of different reasons, I replied, thinking of the banshee and my backed-up piles of laundry. I came to tell you that you were right. You didn't fall, and your death wasn't an accident. You were pushed, and the local police have your attacker in custody awaiting arraignment. Barry floated a few inches off the ground, and I worried the shock would send him off to the night sky like a helium balloon, but he stayed in place.
Who was it?
Julie Anders. She's the one who called you that night. You invited her to meet you here. In her confession, she said she lied and told you she wanted to make peace, but when she got here, it was an extortion. She wanted... Barry gasped.
$50,000.
I nodded.
She wanted money. Money I didn't have, and I tried to offer to pay it in time. She said it was for the youngest boy's college. Connor.
Fresh grief washed over the man's weathered face. Gwen placed a supportive hand on his shoulder, though it was unclear if he even noticed her touch. I'm very sorry, Barry, but I wanted to come here and tell you what happened face to face before you heard it from someone else. It may take some time, and you should take all the time you need, but I hope it brings you some peace.
I do appreciate it,
Barry replied.
But in a way, it only makes me wish I could go back in time and make a different choice on that terrible day. In the end, the outcome would have been the same, but those 3 kids wouldn't have lost their aunt, too.
My brow furrowed, and a glance at Gwen made me think she also was confused by the statement. I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
A captain should go down with his ship,
Barry said. His voice wasn't angry or cold, more resolute.
I couldn't change the bilge pump breaking, or the storm rolling in, or the fact that Michelle and Joseph wouldn't put on their life vests until it was too late. But I could have stayed and gone down with the boat, too. The family would have grieved all the same, I'm sure. But all of this with the court and the insurance people, and now a murder?
He paused and shook his head. Barry, if there's anything I learned from working on this investigation, it's that you did nothing wrong on the day of the accident. If Julie Anders wasted Connor's entire trust on trying to pin you down for some wrongdoing, there should be something to show for it. She told me they hired multiple investigators and lawyers. If none of them could find fault with you, why do you still blame yourself? Barry cast his eyes on the asphalt.
I was a coward?
Don't say that, Gwen replied, scooting closer to Barry. Listen, when you're ready, there's a ghost support group in town, she offered. Now, we don't get a lot of murder victims. She paused, a conflicted look on her beautiful face. Well, I suppose that's not quite true. There's been a bit of an uptick. She shook her head and got her train of thought back on the tracks. Her face brightened, her cheery smile back in place. But we'd be glad to have you any time. Well, not any time. It's on Tuesdays. And we have to be done by midnight or else Flapjack starts complaining, which is really quite unfair considering he no longer lives in the overhead apartment. But that's Flapjack for you. He's a ghost cat, she explained. Barry grimaced at me.
I believe we've been introduced.
My lips pressed into a contained smile as I nodded in confirmation. He's not one you're likely to forget.
I appreciate the invitation, Barry told Gwen, but I can't promise I'll attend.
He wrung his hands together and sank back down until his semi-transparent work boots were on the ground.
I've been thinking about doing a bit of traveling, actually.
Really? I asked, my tone hopeful. Barry nodded slowly, then craned his neck to look up at the lighthouse tower.
I was up on the observation deck yesterday, and I heard some tourists in the parking lot below. They'd come to see the lighthouse, but of course they couldn't get in. They were disappointed, of course. It seemed they were doing some sort of challenge. Or what do people call those things? He frowned,
trying to pick out the word.
Oh, right, a bucket list. They're seeing all the lighthouses in the continental United States. What a task.
He paused, a wistful expression crossing his weathered features.
They started talking about the Pemaquid Point Light in Maine, as I guess that was their favorite one to date. It sounded nice. You know, all these years I spent giving tours here, talking about maritime history, but I never made time to see it for myself.
Seems like this is your chance, Gwen exclaimed, clasping her hands together. Barry smiled. The first real smile I'd seen from him.
Now it seems that's all I have. Time.
He looked at me with gratitude shining in his ghostly eyes.
Thank you. For everything.
I wasn't sure what else to say, even as the desire to do so welled up inside me. Before I could land on the right words, Barry began to shimmer and change. His human form morphed into the graceful shape of a silver heron, and with a squawk, he launched himself into the sky, his powerful wings carrying him east toward whatever came next. Gwen and I stood in silence, watching until he disappeared into the distance.
Think he'll find peace?
Gwen asked. I hope so, I replied. Maybe getting away from Beechwood Harbor will give him some perspective. It seems like he spent much of the last 5 years reliving his worst day. A change of scenery might be just what he needs to finally give himself permission to move forward. Thanks for your help, Gwen, I said, after another long moment of reflective silence. I won't lie, I was relieved to find you at Scarlett's shop tonight instead of Flapjack. I thought I might have to spend what's left of my paycheck on canned sardines to get the job done. Gwen laughed and floated across the small lot to where I'd parked. I'm here to be your wingwoman any time. And no, I don't mean chicken. She cackled at her own joke and passed through the side of the car to nestle into the passenger seat. A familiar SUV was parked along the curb in front of the Beechwood Inn when I returned. Gwen had hopped out of the still-moving vehicle as we drove through town, off to meet her ghostly sweetheart, Hayward, for their customary stroll through Beechwood Harbor. I'd waved goodbye and muttered something about ghosts having a better handle on their love lives than I did as I continued up the hill. A heavy exhale slipped through my lips as I parked in the driveway. It was time to face the music. I just wished the volume had been dialed down a tad first. The usual noises greeted me when I stepped through the front door and slid out of my shoes and jacket. It sounded like the kids were upstairs in their playroom, if the thunderous footsteps and giggles were any indication. I could picture Miriam flapping to keep up with them as they raced around. Holly and Harmony's voices carried from the kitchen, though I couldn't hear what they were saying. Someone had baked something, and my stomach rumbled, reminding me that I hadn't had dinner. Even with the tempting smell, my feet resisted the walk to the kitchen. If Brandon was here, he'd likely be seated at the table, in his customary seat, waiting for me. I pulled my phone from my pocket. He hadn't texted or called since earlier in the afternoon, when he let me know he was leaving Beechwood Harbor and returning to headquarters to finish up his part of the case. Boots padded down the stairs, his chubby orange paws near silent on the wooden steps, but for the creaking protests of old wood under the rotund cat's weight. He marched up to me and rubbed his chin against my shin as he swirled around my ankles. Hi, Bootsy, I said with a smile. I don't have any treats for you, you know. He looked up at me with his glowing amber eyes, clearly unimpressed. I laughed. Come on, I said, patting the side of my thigh as I started to walk toward the kitchen, indicating for him to follow. Let's see what we can find. He raced ahead and waited for me at the door. Sure enough, Brandon was on the other side of the door, sitting at the table. A platter of chocolate chip cookies sat in the middle of the table, and he had half a cookie in his hand and 2 more stacked on the small white plate before him. He blinked, as though surprised to see me, and quickly set down the cookie and wiped his hands on a napkin. Holly was working on getting a second, or possibly third, tray of cookies into the oven, while Harmony sat on the counter, licking the mixer beater clean of the chocolate-speckled dough. "You're worse than Valoria," Holly said in Harmony's general direction. "Hey, Blair," Harmony said, ignoring Holly's remark. "Where have you been all night?" "Holly lost a bet at work, so she had to make me cookies." "The cookies are for everyone?" Holly replied, closing the oven door. She moved to set a timer. "Except V and Samuel. They already had theirs, so if V tells you otherwise, she's lying." I laughed and moved to the cabinet with Boots's food and treats. "Speaking of cookies," I pulled the carton of treats down and Holly groaned. "Not you too, Bootsy." The cat swished his tail, his focus not leaving the carton in my hand. Holly threw her hands in the air, clearly defeated, though she couldn't help laughing. I tipped a few treats onto the floor before the feline familiar, and he gobbled them down. "Us cats have to stick together, right, Bootsy?" I said, rising to my full height and returning the carton to the cabinet before he could sucker me into giving him seconds. Then, turning to lean against the counter, I looked at Brandon. "I was at the lighthouse, actually. I wanted to tell Barry the news." He blinked. "Oh. That was actually why I came. Well, to see you, and to ask if you wanted to go and talk to Barry." "How did he take it?" Harmony asked. "I'm not sure if good is the right word here, but it seemed like his memory came back in the end. He remembered the extortion attempt, and at least some of the conversation leading up to it." Brandon gave a slow nod. "I guess that's all we could hope for. Is he staying at the lighthouse? The SPA should have the current damage repaired in a few more days, and then they'll turn things back over to the city. To anyone without magic, it will appear as though a pipe was fixed and should keep anyone from looking into it much further." "He left, actually," I replied. "It's officially ghost-free, and therefore our unexpected guest should be able to go home before the Valentine's Day guests arrive." Holly beamed. "Excellent work, Blair. What would we have done without you?" Harmony hopped down from the counter, her cookie dough abandoned, and started toward the door that would lead to the basement stairs. "Should we go and tell her?" I laughed. "You two go ahead." Holly glanced at me, then Brandon, understanding crossing her face. "Come on, Harmony. Let's go serve that eviction notice." Harmony didn't need to be told twice, and the witches hurried out of the kitchen, talking excitedly. "Nice work," Brandon said when they were gone. I shrugged and crossed to the table, taking the seat kitty corner to his. "Couldn't have done it without you and Naira. Where is she? Still at headquarters?" Brandon shook his head and reached for his half-eaten cookie before offering me the two stacked on the plate beneath it. I grabbed one, but didn't take a bite. "She went home. Things are pretty well wrapped up. There will be more reports and things to file, of course, but nothing urgent. Bramble gave us both the next 2 days off." I nodded slowly and broke the cookie in half. It was still warm enough that the chocolate chips melted as I pulled the sections apart. "So I'm all yours for the next 2 days," he continued, offering a smile. "And with everything that's been going on this past week, I realize we haven't talked about Valentine's Day. I know you'll have a full house at the inn, but maybe we could—" "Brandon?" I interrupted gently, stopping on the path. "I think I need some space. And time." His face fell. "What do you mean?" I looked up and met his eyes. "It's been a long weekend, and I think I need to take a beat and kind of regroup is all." The lines between Brandon's brow deepened. "If this is about the Downing thing, or keeping information from Naira—" "It's not about any one thing," I said, though Rebecca's warnings about trust still echoed in my mind. "It's just bad timing. I jumped into this relationship when my life was still in the aftermath of this huge bomb hitting it. I went from being a normal woman to being a witch, from living alone to being part of this wild and wacky magical family, from working in a call center to doing customer service at a freaking potions shop. And now, my grandmother's ghost is out there. And while I'm hoping she has answers for me, the odds are good she's only going to raise more questions. It's all too much right now. I need some time to figure out who I am and how any of this even happened. Brandon nodded slowly, pain flickering across his face. And you can't do that while also being with me? I don't know, I admitted. It's okay, Blair, he said quietly. I understand. I want you to be sure about us, about everything. When you're ready, if you're ready, I'll be here. Tears welled in my eyes, and I swallowed hard, willing them to stay there and not slip past my lashes. We sat for a moment, but it was clear there was nothing left to say. At least nothing we could say with words. Brandon stood and squeezed my shoulder before telling me goodnight and slipping out the back door. Harmony and Holly came racing back into the kitchen a few minutes later, cheering their successful banishment of the banshee. But they stopped short when they found me crying into the crumbling remains of a chocolate chip cookie. "What happened?" Harmony asked as she rushed to my side. I'm okay, I said through a sniffle. Brandon and I are just going to take a break from things. Harmony looked past me to the back door, with murder shining in her eyes. He broke up with you? Is he stupid? I snorted a laugh and wiped at my eyes. No, it was my idea. Oh, honey. Holly went to the stove, instinctively putting on a kettle. I should have baked more cookies. Harmony sat beside me, and I dropped my head onto her shoulder. There's just been a lot going on. And I've been starting to feel like I need to get myself settled before I can fully be in a relationship. I need to figure out what I want, where I want to go. I know Brandon didn't mean it to come across this way, and I was happy to help, of course, especially with the whole... I stopped and glanced down at the floor. She is gone, right? Holly laughed as she ignited a burner. Oh, yeah. Flew out of here like a bat with its wings on fire. Under the table, Boots mashed his head into the side of my calf, and I nearly started crying all over again. I leaned over and scratched under his chin. Thanks, Bootsy. I'm okay, though. Harmony gave a definitive nod. Of course you are. You're a badass witch, even if you're still in training. Thanks, Harmony. I smiled. Like I was saying, I was happy to help, but at the end of the day, I'm not an SBA agent. I'm not a cop. I had no real business being involved in any of that. And I'm sure if Bramble found out, she wouldn't be too happy. Neither witch could argue with that. Brandon was trying to protect me, and I get that. But I guess it kind of struck me that I could up and go and get dragged from here to there because there is nothing anchoring me anyplace else. No real roots or sense of purpose. And that's what I really want. I think it's what I've always wanted, you know? Holly smiled as she came to take a seat at the table. I think both of us understand that more than you know, she replied, glancing at Harmony, who nodded her agreement. I came here to Beechwood Harbor when it was something of a halfway house for troubled supernaturals. All I wanted to do was get out and get back to the Haven, but life had other plans. And for Harmony, it was much the same. Harmony laughed. Anastasia basically sent me here as some kind of scared straight program. Well, I don't love that I would be the drill instructor in that scenario, Holly interjected. But I suppose that's not too far off. Before the apothecary, I never held down a job longer than a few months, Harmony continued. And while I still have a ways to go on the whole long-term relationship front, I'm happier than I've ever been. I smiled at them each in turn. There really is something magical about this house, huh? Holly looked around the kitchen, her emerald eyes brimming with love and gratitude for the walls around us. I think that just might be true. Whether it was here all along or something that filled up along the way. Her gaze shifted back to me. In any case, the magic is now here for you, waiting to see what will happen next. Harmony patted my arm. And so are we. I had a feeling things were going to get harder before they got easier. But there was comfort in knowing I didn't have to go through it alone. Epilogue. 2 weeks later, I knelt among the herb gardens in the greenhouse, carefully harvesting lavender stems, while Boots supervised from his perch on a nearby potting bench. The Valentine's events at the inn had been a rousing success, but being surrounded by couples and romance was a bit much. Fortunately, there was always work that needed to be done in the greenhouse, and I found myself eager to get my hands dirty and escape the world, even after the last starry-eyed pair checked out of the inn and Cupid officially buzzed off to wherever they came from. "Just a few more stems, Bootsy," I told the sunbathing cat. "Then we can go start on the pixie peppers, but remember, Holly said you can't have more than 3 or you'll throw them right back up. And I, for one, am not going to be happy if you make me bust out the paper towels and spray bottle. All right?" Boots growled, in a way that had less to do with his snacks being rationed and more to do with whatever had also just made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I whipped around, my hands still clutching the lavender stems, and found myself face to face with my grandmother's ghost. "Hello, Blair." Lois McGill stood near the tomato plants, her form translucent and shimmering with the same silvery purple hue I'd come to associate with spirits. She looked exactly as she had on the day of her funeral, with her steel-gray hair pulled back in a tight bun, sharp blue eyes behind wire-framed glasses, wearing sensible heels and the navy blue dress she'd favored for special occasions. She'd been at some sort of ladies' luncheon when she had a stroke and died. "Hello, grandmother," I said, my voice quiet. Boots marched closer, his whiskers twitching. Lois shot him a look that sent him scrabbling backward. Apparently, she still wasn't an animal person, even when the fur could no longer cling to her clothing. "I suppose that woman told you I was coming? As you don't seem all that surprised to see me," Lois said, her tone almost disappointed. "Rebecca Downing," I said. Lois never bothered to remember names. "And yes, she did. I expected you to be earlier, to be honest." Lois nodded stiffly. "I needed a bit more time to figure out how best to say what I need to say." I set down the lavender and stood, brushing dirt from my knees. "I'm listening." She gave me an appraising look, one I was all too familiar with. I bristled under the scrutiny. "You should at least be wearing gardening gloves if you insist on rooting around in the dirt like a beast," she said. "Your nails are ravaged." Whatever inkling of goodwill I'd gathered while awaiting her visit vanished in an instant. I shifted my weight and cocked my hip. "You know what? I don't care what my nails look like, and neither does anyone who lives in that house." I gestured past her, though the entrance to the enchanted greenhouse appeared dozens of feet away from where we stood. "This is my life, grandmother. Mine. I'm finally getting to live on my terms. So if you came here to lecture me about the split ends in my hair or the dirt under my nails, or ask if I've finally come to my senses and decided to get a higher education, you might as well float back to Tacoma." "Well, I never," Lois gasped. "I know, and that's kind of the whole problem. I tried to live up to your standards for my entire life, thinking that maybe if I just did things the so-called right way, eventually you would be happy with me. But that was never going to be the case, was it? And you know what? I never understood that. But now I think I do. You couldn't accept me as me because I'm a witch." I let the word hang there between us, then leaned closer. Isn't that right? You knew. You've always known. And that's why you tried so hard to squish me into the perfect little box you built inside your mind. An entire day's worth of emotion flickered across Lois's face as she hovered there, her brows twitching, mouth jerking, teeth clenching, until she finally spoke. I did it for your benefit, Blair. I suppose it was too much to hope that perhaps you might see that by now that you know the truth. But I don't, I snapped. Not really. I don't know why my magic was blocked. I don't know where my mother went. I have no idea who my father really is. Lois stood defiant for a moment, but then deflated. Her shoulders curved in slightly as she released her arms to her sides. All right, I suppose that is fair. And it is, in fact, what I have come to tell you. In my time as this, she said the word like a curse and looked down at her flickering form. I've heard time and time again that the only way to move on is to unburden oneself. I can finally tell you. I nearly laughed. So that's it then? You're not here to try and help me, or because it's the right thing to do. You're only here because you're trying to help yourself? Lois's silver eyes flashed. I won't stay like this forever, Blair Elizabeth. I refuse. I threw my hands in the air and turned to stalk a few paces away. Unbelievable. Anger flooded my veins and threatened to take hold entirely, but I managed to drag in a deep breath and push it down before turning back to face my estranged grandmother. I suppose I should have expected this. Go ahead, say what you came to say, and then leave me alone. Lois balked, never one who took to being ordered around. For a moment I thought she might leave without telling me anything, and I almost apologized, if only to get her to stay. But she beat me to it. Fine. Yes, you're a witch. I've known since you were very young. I believe when you were just learning to walk, you had a little outburst when you fell down and screamed so loud a light bulb burst. I wrote it off as just a coincidence. But then other strange happenings started to take place on a weekly basis. Finally, when you managed to throw your plate of dinner across the room in some kind of lightning bolt, your mother confessed that your father was some sort of demon. I blinked. A demon? A witch, a warlock, a demon, it's all the same, Lois said, with a flap of her hand. It very much is not, I exclaimed. What did she say? A warlock. What is his name? Where is he from? What happened to him? Does he know about me? The question surged out like water from a busted faucet. Lois took a studied breath, despite her incorporeal state, another oft-practiced move when she grew impatient. Any minute now she'd start massaging her brow and asking why I must bother her with such nonsense. Your father's name is Joshua Rithers. As far as I know, she never told him about you. And as you well know, he was not listed on the birth certificate. Now, your mother said he worked in Seattle, though he was only a bartender, so who knows where he is now. That's not exactly a career where one puts down roots. I scowled at her, but didn't attempt to argue against her bias. There truly was no point. She refused to ever change in life, and I imagined death had only made her more stubborn. Your mother had her reasons, I'm sure, Lois continued. You never asked her what he was like? Or why she didn't tell him she was pregnant with his child? Lois frowned, as if this were truly a bewildering question. Your mother and I never had that kind of relationship. We didn't stay up eating cookie dough ice cream and talking like a couple of girls at a sleepover, like they show on these ridiculous television programs. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, hard to say why she didn't think she could tell you things. Lois's eyes sharpened. Neither of us knew what to do. And for whatever reasons, your mother didn't want to involve this Joshua character. Or perhaps she did. Because the next thing we knew, there was some old woman with wings buzzing around, asking questions and telling us what to do. The fairy godmother. Whoever she was rude and overly opinionated. Lois continued. I had to bite my tongue to keep from voicing my theory as to why the pair didn't get on. It was clear you were going to be an unruly child, and nothing that winged woman did or said was going to make a difference. Your mother reached her wit's end and took off in the middle of the night, leaving you with me. As I've always told you, this was when you were 3, almost 4 years old. Anyway, I had enough, and told that fairy she needed to put a stop to it, or I'd be calling the authorities to have you taken to some sort of hospital. The words slammed into my chest with the force of a semi-truck. I nearly staggered backward as the horror of her statement washed over me. Don't look at me like that, Blair, Lois barked. I was doing my best. But what was I to do when you wouldn't stop doing all these strange spells and wreaking havoc everywhere we went? I don't know, but I wouldn't have abandoned me to some sort of ward. Well, I didn't, did I? Only because you let some fairy root around inside my head and break my magic. My magic is a part of who I am, Lois. And then, to not even tell me? In all the years we lived together. I broke off and shook my head when further words failed to come from my lips. I did what I thought was right, Lois said, lifting her chin. I kept you fed and clothed. I made sure you went to a good school and had everything you needed. Everything except love, genuine warmth, affection. I was physically safe with you, but emotionally? I scoffed, even as hot, angry tears brimmed in my eyes. Not even close. And you know what? It took me finding my magic and finding this place to see just how shut out I really was. The people here have only known me for a few months, but they've shown me more love and care in that time than you showed me in the rest of my lifetime. For a long moment, my grandmother could only stare down the length of her nose, her eyes intense and angry. But there was something else there, too. Something I couldn't quite place. Was it regret? Or was I only seeing what I wanted to see? Well, if that's how you feel, then I'll leave you be, she said at last. I came to tell you my side of the story, and now it is yours to do with as you will. I am glad you were not harmed in this whole mess with the vampires. She shuddered at the word. You won't see me again unless you want to. I'll be returning to Tacoma, unless I can find some way out of this body. Her lips twisted in disgust as she looked down at herself. My heart ached, though I couldn't tell if it was for me or for her. Perhaps both. And for my mother, too, wherever she was in all this mess. Where is my mother? I asked. Do you know where she went? Lois's lips thinned, her eyes suddenly far older looking than they had been a moment ago, as her gaze moved past me to the deeper depths of the greenhouse. I don't know. She used to send birthday cards for you, but that stopped after you turned 8. I've always thought that perhaps she'd... She stopped and shook her head, her mouth clamped shut. I nodded slowly. I see. Another long silence stretched before Lois spoke again, this time the haughty indignation gone from her voice. I didn't want this for you, Blair. I thought the magic would harm you, or others. But it seems I was perhaps wrong. I drew in a sharp breath and stared at her, unblinking. My grandmother had never, not once in my entire life, admitted to being wrong about anything. I was trying to protect you. in the only way I knew how. It was not my intention to hurt you. But it seems that I did anyway, and for that I apologize. It is a great relief to know you have found a home here." I waited for the other shoe to drop, the backhanded compliment, or another crack about the dirt stains on the knees of my faded jeans. But she remained silent, waiting for me to speak. "Thank you," I said, as it was all I could manage. We held one another's gaze a moment longer. Then she floated up from the ground. "If you ever want to see me, I spend a lot of time at the Rialto Theater." "A theater?" I smiled, surprised by it. She'd never been one for the kinds of eccentricities of a theater, though she had always enjoyed having a reason to get dressed up. "The music is mostly tolerable, and I like watching the costume designers and stage designs come together. It's quite satisfying." "I see. I guess I didn't think to ask the ghosts to look for you in the theater district." "Ghosts?" She frowned. "What ghosts?" "I've met a few here in town, and I asked them to go to Tacoma and look for you." I left out the part about paying for the service in canned tuna. She wouldn't understand. Lois seemed overwhelmed by the story, one hand pressing to the hollow of her throat. You did. You came looking for me. I wanted to know what happened to you, and to see if you could tell me any more about my past." We fell silent again, though it was less uncomfortable than before. Something of an understanding passed between us, and when Lois spoke again, her tone was warmer, her voice softer. "I do wish you happiness, Blair." My heart twisted in my chest as the war of emotions came to a standstill. I offered her a faint smile. "And I wish you peace, Grandmother." She lingered for a moment longer, then vanished from sight with a gentle incline of her head. Alone again, I sank down onto the potting bench, my emotions frayed and raw. I didn't know whether to scream or cry or laugh. Boots jumped up beside me and waited, his comforting purr the only sound, besides the flapping of wings overhead as the jewel-toned hummingbirds flitted about. I reached over and stroked his head, then got to my feet. "Come on, let's go see about those pixie peppers. And then we'll go find Holly and Harmony. I think they're helping Valoria with her homework, and I could always use a lesson." As I reached for the handle of my basket, I caught sight of my dirt-encrusted fingernails and laughed. And she's probably right. I really could use a manicure. Boots hopped down and started to lead the way out of the greenhouse, while I gathered the cut sprigs of lavender. A few minutes later, I stepped out into the early March sunshine and tipped my face toward the sky, letting the pale rays warm my cheeks. Spring was on its way, and with it would come growth and new life, and I decided that it was time for my own metamorphosis too. All I'd need was a bit of magic. Fortunately, the esteemed Beechwood Manor was bursting with it. This concludes Banshees in the Basement by Danielle Garrett.